Chapter 692, Pummeling All the Same. Chapter 692, Pummeling All the Same. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished on the spot. When it appeared again, it actually arrived in front of Ren Xingchuan. They all already. The city-protecting Grand Array which Shangguan Wenrui pinned high hopes on actually did not have the slightest effect. The falling petals which covered the skies drifted about. Those divine traversing realm powerhouses guarding the prisoners were directly obliterated by Yi Yuan like this. Then, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting these people away into the vast heaven Paji. Oda. All of this was done in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Shangguan Wenrui was still in shock and actually did not react in time. One had to know that in order to crack this Wu Fang city's Grand Array, they had prepared for a very long time. Furthermore, they did not leak any information at all beforehand, dispatching 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses for a surprise raid, before breaching the Grand Array. After the matter, they mobilized over 10 Tier 5 array masters before restoring this Grand Array. Even though it did not reach the power when it was at its peak, it at least had 80% power too. But this Grand Array actually could not even accomplish stopping Yi Yuan for a moment. Surely this is all a dream, right? People have to pay the price for their own stupidity. The thing that you rely on is utterly worthless before me, Yi Yuan said coolly. How is this possible? Shangguan Wenrui was still unbelievably shocked right now. Yi Yuan said, you know that this Grand Array was left behind by the Grand Yang True Sect, but you don't know that the Grand Yang True Sect's legacy is in my hand. How can a mere city-protecting Grand Array stop me? What? You acquired the Grand Yang True Sect's inheritance. Shangguan Wenrui exclaimed in shock. The Shangguan Wenrui at this moment was like a clown. He wanted to let Yi Yuan see his kin and friends die one by one in front of him, that sort of pain. But then he discovered that he was actually lifting a rock to smash his own feet. This sect-protecting Grand Array was even worse than paper. How could Shangguan Wenrui have thought that all of the Grand Yang True Sect's Grand Arrays were born from the Array Formation's 3 volumes? Although this city-protecting Grand Array was a quasi-tier 6 Grand Array, it was still only a part of the Array Formation's 3 volumes. How could such a thing stop Yi Yuan's footsteps? Shangguan Wenrui had the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person too. After the shock, he calmed down very quickly and said with a cold snort, "Humph. So what even if you acquired the Grand Yang True Sect's inheritance? Today, this Wu Fang city will be your burial ground. All come out for me." 9 figures suddenly flew out from inside the city, bringing an outrageous aura. These 9 figures were actually all half-step boundless realm. Half-step boundless was absolutely an existence which showed disdain on all life in the endless world. This point, just think about how powerful Qi Hai was back then and one would know. But now, 10 of such half-step boundless powerhouses actually came out all at once. Such a lineup was seriously too extravagant. Only at this time did Yi Yuan know why even Qi Hai could not escape. Previously, he heard that it was 10 great peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouses who suddenly raided Wu Fang City. Yi Yuan was still rather uncertain. Looking at it now, it was simply an error in the rumors. Wu Fang City's fall was too sudden. The Titans in the city were rounded up in one fell sweep. No accurate news was spread out at all. The intel spread out were all derived through countless times of development. In the eyes of the endless world martial artists, 10 peak divine traversing realm powerhouses were already absolutely powerful existences under this heaven. How could they imagine that the fair-scale world actually had 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses? Such a lineup, those martial artists Pares sing on the message did not even dare to think about it. 10 half-step boundless realms joining hands to crack the array. How was there the logic of this Wu Fang City's city-protecting Grand Array not cracking? Wu Fang City's history was even longer than the Grand Yang True Sect's. In the era where the Grand Yang True Sect dominated the endless world, Wu Fang City spent a huge sum to invite the Grand Yang True Sect to lay down the city-protecting Grand Array anew. However, even though this city-protecting Grand Array was powerful, it could not possibly stop 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses too. Even in the Grand Yang True Sect's era, the endless world could not bring out such a horrifying lineup either. Yi Yuan, looks like I still really underestimated you. However, it ends here too. Shangguan Wenrui said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I already said, you have to pay the price for your stupidity. Do you think that I'm able to stand here merely by relying on the strength of those two friends? Today, I'll let you know how much more you've bitten off than you can chew. Ha ha ha. I want to see just how you let me know that I've bitten off more than I can chew. Do you think that you can beat our 10 half-step boundless realms with your strength alone? 10 half-step boundless realms. Even this was an absolutely powerful force when placed in the fierce Gale world, let alone to talk about dealing with a peak 9th level soul sea brat. Yi Yuan's heroic words, in his view, was synonymous with not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Heh, a couple of half-step boundless realms that relied on sanguine power to train. What difference is there from paper tigers? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. His figure vanished on the spot once more, speeding towards one of the half-step boundless realm with extreme speed. While revolving his skill, Yi Yuan suddenly released his aura fully. Origin Spirit 9 transformations instantly erupted, breaking through to half-step divine traversing realm. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan roared, his fist already arrived. Yi Yuan's momentum was immensely great. But half-step boundless realms were half-step boundless realms. Their reactions naturally could not be compared to ordinary people either. That half-step boundless realm likewise hurled a fist out. The two attacks underwent a frontal collision directly in the air. Boom! Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped like a fixed spring, while that half-step boundless realm powerhouses was actually smacked down by Yi Yuan from the air directly, smars. Plussing heavily onto the ground. The might of one fist was overwhelming to the max. Seeing this punch of Yi Yuan, Shangguan Wenrui's expression could not help changing. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually daunting to this sort of extent. Just 9th level Soul Sea and he could actually occupy the absolute initiative in a showdown with a half-step boundless realm powerhouse already. Only at this time did Shangguan Wenrui realize that this young man before his eyes truly had the strength to threaten his life. If he faced off with him directly just now, what the outcome would be like was really hard to tell. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Wenrui and said coolly, these few fellows all forcefully promoted their strength. Only essence energy reached the realm of half-step boundless. Concept's comprehension doesn't reach the standard at all. Doing this not only diminishes longevity, but their cultivation in this lifetime will also end here. If I can't even beat this sort of trash, how could I dare to enter the Grand Array alone? Shangguan Wenrui's expression flickered erratically. He really did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than half-step boundless. In his view, Yi Yuan was at most able to deal with 9th level divine traversing martial artists. Half-step boundless and 9th level divine traversing were two entirely different concepts. Yi Yuan's glorious military exploits previously were all borrowing Yi Qing and Yu Mengli, the two people's strength and completely not his own true power. Seeing Yi Yuan's strength with his own eyes now, how could he not be alarmed? Is that so? Even if they forcefully increased their strength, they are also authentic half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Even if one can't beat you, then how about the 10 of us? Shangguan Wenrui said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan flashed a bright grin and said, beat you all up the same. Chapter 693, Blood Prison Cage. Chapter 693, Blood Prison Cage. A creature who doesn't know life from death. I'll let you see what's called a genuine half-step boundless realm. Shangguan Wenrui gave a cold laugh. His aura was fully released abruptly. Different from those 9 people, Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine half-step boundless realm expert whose strength was on par with Qi Hai's. Back then when Qi Hai sneaked into the Shangguan Wenrui, he was wary of Shangguan Wenrui's existence. Boundless realm powerhouses controlled a small area of heaven and earth. Even though a half-step boundless realm could not achieve control, in this small area of heaven and earth, they were a demi-god-like existence too. With a wave of a hand, the essence energy quant. One tie that Shangguan Wenrui mustered was entirely not what ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists could compare to. The 9 of you, attack together with me and crush this brat directly, Shangguan Wenrui said in a solemn voice. Right at this present moment, How could he still dare to look down on Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan already used his own actions to prove his might. Yes, Lord Shangguan. Even though those 9 people were half-step boundless realm experts, they seemed to obey Shangguan Wenrui's every word. Under Shangguan Wenrui's command, the 9 people surrounded Yi Yuan from different directions, blocking all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Of course, Yi Yuan did not move. With his speed, wanting to escape these 9 people's containment was still very easy to accomplish. Although these 9 people were all half-step boundless realm, in terms of speed, they simply could not reach Yi Yuan's speed. Rather, even Shangguan Wenrui could barely contend with Yi Yuan a little in speed. Of course, that was also because he was an authentic half-step boundless realm powerhouses. In terms of cultivation realm, he was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Who, these sort of trash, what difference is there between 1 and 9? Yi Yuan said coolly. It was only to see his figure move, attacking like lightning. Yi Yuan's movements were incomparably strange. In a blink of an eye, he unleashed over 10 punches. 9 great half-step boundless realms were actually being held down and beaten by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage was incomparably savage. Each blow had overwhelming momentum and immense power. If not for those 9 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses relying on their essence energy being thick, they would have long been beaten into minced meat by Yi Yuan. Seeing this sort of situation, how could Shangguan Wenrui still put up with it? Sovereign extreme sword art. The moment the sword came out, a fierce and sharp sword chi headed straight for Yi Yuan's back. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with 9 great half-step boundless realms but had some vigilance towards Shangguan Wenrui constantly. Seeing him sneak attack, he silently cursed shameless in his heart, but drew the Xianying sword abruptly, turning around and stabbing over with a sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan already had not used this move for a long time. But it did not mean that this move's power was not strong. On the contrary, along with the increase in his strength, the power of this myriad rain sword blades got increasingly more powerful. Boom! It was an intense collision. The 2 attacks were actually evenly matched. Heh! Is this the pride of half-step boundless? Hiding at the back and resorting to underhanded means? Yi Yuan mocked. Shangguan Wenrui's face was already long cultivated to be thicker than a city wall. Hearing those words, he only said nonchalantly, "The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. As long as I kill you, what does it matter what method was used?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Truly, villains work in cahoots with each other. You people and Zhao Tianyin are simply a perfect match. I heard that your Shangguan family was the previous generation's Wind Emperor. Now, being a lackey is also done with no qualms of conscience either." Shangguan Wenrui's expression fell. Yi Yuan's words clearly struck him where it hurt. The Shangguan family was a family that was abandoned. He was totally unable to resist Zhao Tianyin's domineeringness. If the Shangguan family really had any intentions of not submitting, Zhao Tianyin would absolutely exterminate the Shangguan family's entire clan with merciless mien. Therefore, what Shangguan Wenrui could do was to nurture the next generation to the best of his abilities and make him win in the compet. One tie-on for the Wind Emperor, and seize back the position of Wind Emperor. Who knew that the Shangguan Lingyun he groomed painstakingly actually died at Yi Yuan's hands? How could he not hate? Enough nonsense. Do you think that the 9 of them are really as feeble as you imagine? Heh. Bring out your true capabilities and let this brat have a look. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly grinned hideously and said. Once those 9 half-step boundless realm experts received the order, the sanguine power in their bodies suddenly erupted. Each person was giving off a sinister red light all around their bodies. Those red light actually condensed to form a complete ent. One tie in the air, forming an enormous ball-shaped barrier, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Thick sanguine power leaked out, corroding over straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. He sensed that the circulation of essence energy within his body seemed to have become stagnant. Ha. Enjoy the blood prison cage well. Do you feel that your essence energy is somewhat not listening to your orders? Not only can this blood prison cage resonate with the surrounding essence energy and the essence energy within your body, but it can also even boost the 9 of their strength tremendously. To be able to force them to use this move, you can also be sufficiently proud. Shangguan Wenrui said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan's expression darkened. His figure moved, wanting to break free from this area of red domain. Yet, he suddenly discovered that his speed actually could not be mustered up. 3 figures were actually even faster than his speed, directly sealing off his exits shut. Bang! Yi Yuan directly engaged in a blow with the 3 people and was actually struck until his innards were in a turmoil. These 9 people's strength seemed to have really rose a great deal. This blood prison cage was indeed incomparably bizarre. Yi Yuan fastidiously sensed it a bit. Indeed, he discovered that his connection with the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became much weaker. This also signified that his offensive power would weaken substantially. As for movement technique, without the support of essence energy, it would naturally be much weaker as well. Looks like these 9 people were also not absolutely without merit. This move was indeed unbelievably daunting. Falling into it was practically a certain death situation. Yi Yuan, this taste of waiting for death, how is it? Shangguan Wenrui said delightedly. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, you all invaded the endless world, collected sanguine power, to use for raising your own powers. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience actions, heaven won't take you guys in. I, Yi Yuan, will put you away. Humph. Stubborn fellow. I want to see just what you rely on to take us away. Kill him for me. Shangguan Wenrui said. The 9 people received the order and attacked Yi Yuan once more. But this time, under their teamwork, their power increased greatly, and actually forced Yi Yuan back repeatedly. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the concept of wind flow, he would probably be a corpse at this time already. These 9 people were seemingly 9 devils who came from Hell, filled with sanguine qi. Even so, Yi Yuan was also in perilous danger all around and almost got hit many times. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, the taste of this blood prison cage is nice, right? Even if your methods are immensely formidable, without strength to unleash them, aren't you still a good-for-nothing? Yuna was our Shangguan family's hope, and you actually dare to kill him. Today, I'll send you off to be buried with Yuna. Shangguan Wenrui unleashed his martial technique once more without any hesitation outside the blood prison cage. Sovereign extreme sword art. Still that martial technique. But this time, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. This was the Sovereign Extreme Sword ART's ultimate move. Being executed by Shangguan Wenrui's hands, the power was formidable until it made people feel asphyxiated. Chapter 694, Spirit Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Chapter 694, Spirit Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. A stream of flowing light tore through the sky, entering right into the blood prison cage. The might of this sword, even through the city protecting Grand Array, Chi plus they all could clearly sense it too. The full power attack of a half-step boundless realm powerhouse, the might was unimaginable. Those people viewing the fight even felt the entire SPACE trembling. Lord Yi Yuan. When Chi plus saw Yi Yuan in a hopeless situation, he yelled out at the top of his voice. He leaped, wanting to rush into the Grand Array. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred inside the blood prison cage. An azure streak of light gradually lit up from weak to strong. The red-colored light which originally suppressed Yi Yuan to the extreme actually became dim under this streak of azure light. Roar. The sound of a clear dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire Wu Fang city. Boom. A close to materializing azure colossal dragon soared up into the air, directly smas. Plusing the 9 great half-step boundless realm experts surrounding Yi Yuan into meet pace. But these 9 people's death were simply unable to stop this azure dragon in the slightest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, that azure dragon met directly with that stream of light which tore through the sky, then collided fiercely together. Boom. At this instant, the surrounding SPSE virtually started to distort. Amar. Sieve aftershock spread out like a roaring wave, restraining all of the sounds in this world. Those fierce-scale world martial artists slightly closer were directly obliterated by this powerful aftershock without even letting out a tragic cry. while the martial artists slightly further away were overturned by waves of air billows and did not have the strength to resist at all. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, cracking sounds came from the city protecting Grand Array. The power of these two attacks colliding actually made even the city protecting Grand Array fragment inch by inch. Boom. The city protecting Grand Array finally collapsed with a loud bang under the impact of the shockwave. The city protecting Grand Array, which had lasted for thousands of years, turned into dust just like this. Yet, the contest between these two attacks had not ended yet. The Azure Dragon was released by Yi Yuan after. But at this time, it pushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack back. Finally, this almost materialized Azure Dragon thoroughly crushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack. Then, wrapped in a formidable power, it galloped towards Shangguan Wenrui. Shangguan Wenrui was long frightened silly by Yi Yuan's attack already. This attack was too powerful until it made him, his half-step boundless realm, give birth to fear in his heart. Virtually without any hesitation, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and fled. However, how could his speed compete against the Azure Dragons? This Azure Dragon was seemingly something with a soul. It actually attacked Shangguan Wenrui with an even greater speed. Bang! Shangguan Wenrui was directly plowed into by the Azure Dragon's colossal head. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a cough, his body falling down weakly. The 9 great half-step boundless realms being killed, that terrifying blood prison cage naturally collapsed on itself too. Yi Yuan's figure moved, arriving in front of Shangguan Wenrui. Give you a chance. Say my parents' whereabouts, and I'll make it painless for you. Don't harbor any hopes of getting lucky in your heart. My methods of torturing people are absolutely much more horrifying than you imagine, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing that voice of Yi Yuan's, which seemed to have come from the underworld, Shangguan Wenrui could not help shuddering. He could discern that thick killing intent in Yi Yuan's words. However, Shangguan Wenrui was aware that he was certain to be killed, so he did not really mind Yi Yuan's killing intent. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan could unleash such a pitilessly powerful blow. That attack earlier already infinitely approached boundless realm. Right then just now, Shangguan Wenrui clearly perceived that the heavenly Tao had a trace of undulation and almost rained down heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Wenrui even felt that it was not that the might of this palm stopped here, but Yi Yuan deliberately suppressing the power and not letting it break through the limits of the endless world. If it was really like this, then Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. One could say that he was an invincible existence under boundless realm. How could a Soul Sea realm martial artist possibly unleash such a horrifying martial technique? Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. That move earlier was precisely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm released with spirit rank dragon wave that Yi Yuan comprehended recently. Even before Yi Yuan comprehended it, he also did not expect that the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm would actually be so powerful. Indeed, for the dragon race to be able to become the leader racial group among the demon races, they were not an ordinary kind of strong. Yi Yuan seemed to have extraordinary talent in the comprehension of dragon wave. Just before the army moved out this time, after Yi Yuan's injuries healed, he finally broke through the shackles of heaven rank, achieving spirit rank dragon wave. And Yi Yuan had a feeling that this spirit rank dragon wave seemed to be a watershed. Between heaven rank and spirit rank was seemingly the division between immortal and mortal. The disparity was too great. Earlier, Yi Yuan had indeed intentionally suppressed the power of the dragon wave. Otherwise, it would likely really draw the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Yuan's present strength, calling down the heavenly tribulation was no different from seeking death. Haha. What's the harm in telling you? Your parents have already been sent to the central capital. If you have the capabilities, go to the Fear-Scale world and rescue them back. Shangguan Wenrui said with his mouth full of blood. Yi Yuan's expression fell, and he thought to himself that it was indeed so. Looks like Zhao Tianyin had long guessed that I wouldn't die that easily and wanted to use my parents to threaten me. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Zhao Tianyin isn't as simple as you think. Moreover, with your parents in his hands, you're not his match at all. Haha, I know that you'll definitely go and save your parents. Even if I can't kill you, Zhao Tianyin will also kill you. Yi Yuan, you can't escape the word, death, in the end. Shangguan Wenrui cursed venomously. Noisy. Yi Yuan slapped a palm over again, ending Shangguan Wenrui's life. This fellow still did not forget to curse him when facing imminent death. Really did not know life from death. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that the current situation was rather troublesome, and he was also very worried about Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's safety. Zhao Tianyin, this fellow indeed had the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Once he faced his adversary squarely, it was simply taking every conceivable possibility into account. Now that Yi Hang and Ren Hongling landed in his hands, Yi Yuan was somewhat hesitant in taking action. In the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan released all the saved people from inside the vast Heaven Paji Oda and removed the restrictions on their bodies one by one. With Yi Yuan's current strength, even if Qi Hai they all knew that the vast Heaven Paji Oda was in his hands, he did not need to worry about anything either. This bit of restrictions was naturally not worth mentioning to him. When Qi Hai and the rest saw Yi Yuan again, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan saved them on top of city walls and faced off with those 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Now that Yi Yuan appeared in the City Lord Manor, that was enough to explain everything. Yi Yuan actually relied on his own strength and triumphed over 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. This sort of battle result was seriously too astonished. Hi+ing. Even by pouring in all of the endless world's strength, they were also unable to defeat those 10 people. But Yi Yuan was merely just at the peak 9th level Soul Sea right now, and he actually did it. Just how formidable to what degree was the current Yi Yuan? Chapter 695, True Dragon Heavenly Lord. Chapter 695, True Dragon Heavenly Lord. Yi Yuan, apologies. I didn't protect your father and mother well. Qi Hai's words revealed thick self-condemnation in it. He was the endless world's strongest person and also the Realm Lord. He actually did not even detect the enemy's intentions, and the old nest was wiped out all at once. It was indeed an action that was very derelict of one's duties. If it were in the past, even if Qi Hai had some self-reproach, he would not say it out like this either. But now, Yi Yuan actually already matured into a martial artist much more powerful than him. When facing Yi Yuan, Qi Hai's tiny bit of superiority feeling already vanished without a trace. The present Yi Yuan was the endless world's strongest person. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Worrying over these now is not very useful either." Zhao Tianyin intentionally schemed against those who had no intention of doing so. Wu Fang City being breached is also something within expectations. Even Yi Yuan himself also did not think that Zhao Tianyin could actually create 9 half-step boundless realm expert. So from the very beginning, the outcome of Wu Fang City falling into the enemy's hands was destined. After everyone sat down, Yi Yuan sat at the seat of honor position. There, represented the position of the strongest person. Now that the fierce Gale world's great army had severe losses in the endless world, they already can't stir up much of a wave anymore. From today onwards, you all start to proceed with counterattacks. But the fierce Gale world's loss is already fixed, and they have already suffered due punishment. So don't commit too many killings. Those who are willing to surrender, gather them together first. Then group them up and send them back to the fierce Gale world. Yi Yuan instructed with the bearing of a sovereign. Yes, Lord Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian clasped his hands and said. Unknowingly, a change also occurred with Ning Yixian's attitude towards Yi Yuan. Even the term of address changed. This was the pressure that a true powerhouse gave people. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the strong who reigned supreme. Your strength is powerful, other people will submit to you wholeheartedly. Your strength is weak, others won't even be inclined to give you a glance. Regardless whether it was looking at strength or achievements, Yi Yuan was fully deserving of the word, Lord. Before Yi Yuan exited the God prohibited demon region, the endless world could be said to have already been fully occupied by the enemy. It was Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone, killing off all the strongest fierce Gale world people in the endless world. This kind of strength, even thinking about it, made people give rise to awe and reverence in their hearts. Yi Yuan was not that sort of authentic aboriginal. He was formerly a high and lofty alchemy emperor. Towards these people's changes in mentality, he did not have any discomfort, getting into character very naturally. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that along with the increase in his strength, many friends that he could originally converse with would also gradually drift apart. Loneliness at the peak was this logic. Just like Long Tang, Nanfeng aunt and niece they were originally all fellow apprentices at the same sect. But now, even if Yi Yuan wanted to drop his attitude and get close to them, they would also feel unnatural. This was the change in status brought by strength. Even though Yi Yuan knew that Nanfeng aunt and niece already had their hearts committed to him, the disparity between their strength ordained that they were not people of the same world. Of course, Yi Yuan was not that sort of people who forget their roots. Since they were friends, Yi Yuan would definitely guide them a bit and let them have even more space to advance in the future. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, the places that the fierce-scale world Pares said through were virtually all Ma's sackering the cities. But why was there not much killing when they breached Wufang City? Yi Yuan had a few simple glances in the city and discovered that Wufang City's preservation was still considered pretty intact, as if it did not get into a war. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Also, these people in front of him, Yi Yuan originally thought that they were pretty much done for. Who knew that they were only controlled? That dumb Shangguan Wenrui actually even wanted to use them to threaten him. I've heard them talk about this before. They were planning on gathering us, these people, together, and choose a time to carry out a collective sacrifice. Originally, it was also going to be carried out these few days, but didn't expect that Yi Yuan, you, actually killed your way back. Qi Hai answered. Yi Yuan was enlightened. Turns out that it wasn't not taking action, it was just not yet started. Wufang City here were all the big shots of the endless world. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Once they died, using that sort of crude way to collect the sanguine power was truly too much of a waste. Therefore, that was why they had the thought of gathering them together to sacrifice. It was just that Shangguan Wenrui did not think that Yi Yuan would return domineeringly, directly cruise. Plussing 10 mighty half-step boundless realms, and freeing Wufang City. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone's faces and suddenly asked rather worriedly, is Brother Zihui still around? Hearing Brother Zihui this name, the expression on everyone's faces could not help becoming absent-minded and did not recall who Brother Zihui was for a moment. It was still Ren Xingchuan who recovered first and hurriedly said, Shu Zihui should be fine. Soul Sea realm martial artists were imprisoned by them in the dungeons east of the city. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words, was Yi Yuan's suspended heart put back in its original spot. Shu Zihui was father's savior. Yi Yuan owed him a huge favor. If he died, he would be very upset. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words, did everyone know that this Shu Zihui was merely a Soul Sea realm martial artist. But everybody could not help becoming very envious. This Shu Zihui could actually obtain Lord Yi Yuan's good graces. Following that, Yi Yuan personally went to the city east dungeons and released Shu Zihui, and removing the restrictions on his body. When Shu Zihui knew Yi Yuan's current status and strength but lowered himself to let him out of the dungeons personally, it moved him to the extreme. Later, this interlude was leaked out by goodness knows who, Pares sing on with approbation. Lord Yi Yuan's high morality reached the clouds and did not forget old friends. This added the halo of a trace of humanity on the Yi Yuan who was later deified. After this battle, Yi Yuan gradually became the figure on top of the Endless World's altar. His fame was even greater than the Grand Yang True sects back then. While the Grand Yang True sect sacrificing the entire sect's strength to protect the Endless World's peace was touching and deserving of a song, Yi Yuan turned the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, utterly cruise. Plussing the fierce-scale world with his own strength. Such an achievement could be said to be unprecedented and unrepeatable. The martial artists who witnessed Wufang City's great battle gave Yi Yuan a daoist title, named True Dragon Heavenly Lord. After Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm, the Endless World's martial artists spontaneously forged a monument of Yi Yuan in Wufang City, in order to commemorate True Dragon Heavenly Lord Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's name of true dragon heavenly lord was said down for as long as 10,000 years in the endless world. His achievement was engraved in people's minds for generations to come. Of course, these were all the afterword. After Yi Yuan rescued Xu Zihui, he gave him a large batch of medicinal pills, enough for him to cultivate to peak divine traversing realm. Following that, Yi Yuan commanded people to search everywhere for the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect's disciples. At the same time, the Endless World's counteroffensive also officially raised the curtains. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Yuan already. Instructing everything properly, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion. The Endless World's matters were already settled. But the Fierce-Scale World's matters had not ended yet. Not eliminating Zhao Tianyin, the Fierce-Scale World and Endless World would never know peace. Before going to the Fierce-Scale World, Yi Yuan must break through to the Divine Traversing Realm. Chapter 696, Divine Soul Condensing. Chapter 696, Divine Soul Condensing. On ASPA Sias Field 1,000 miles outside of Wufang City, over 10 martial artists were waiting in full battle formation. Qi Hai, Qin Hongtao, Ning Yixian, and so on. These pinnacle powerhouses of the endless world were currently standing guard for a young man. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, calming his spirit and focusing his mind, currently making the final preparations before breaking through. Yi Yuan had a calm expression, facing the breakthrough that was about to arrive very indifferently. However, Qi Hai and the rest each had solemn looks on their faces, as if they were the ones transcending the tribulation. The war had not ended now. Yi Yuan was the endless world's greatest hope. There must not be any accidents. Crack. All of a sudden, a bolt out of the blue echoed. The sky that was originally clear without clouds for thousands of miles actually started to have dark clouds gathering overhead. Seeing this commotion, Qi Hai and company's expressions changed. Yi Yuan is only breaking through to the divine traversing realm here. Why would there be such a huge tumult? Even though that heavenly tribulation has yet to form completely, looking at this spectacle, it's simply even stronger than other people transcending the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm. No wonder Yi Yuan possessed such horrifying strength at the Soul Sea realm. His heavenly tribulation when breaking through is too outrageous. The commotion of Yi Yuan transcending tribulation was naturally incomparably outrageous. If not for so, how was he able to rely on the heavenly tribulation back then to smite the third-level divine traversing Shangguan Yunrong down 2 minor realms? But in Yi Yuan's view, the heavenly tribulation this time was still a little weaker compared to the last time. After all, he was breaking through the lower 3 realms' great threshold the last time. The heavenly Tao's obstruction to him was much greater than this time. Such a thing was bound to still happen when breaking through from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. This point, Yi Yuan had long been mentally prepared. This sort of advancement from breaking through the fetters of heavenly Tao was a one-time wide margin leap in life. One was bound to suffer the heavenly Tao's merciless loss. Hi+ing. And Yi Yuan's strength was much greater compared to ordinary martial artists. The obstruction he received would definitely be much greater than ordinary people. Bang! 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 Frenzied lightning snakes descended in a wild dance, bombarding the place Yi Yuan was at violently. Yet, Yi Yuan's place did not have any bit of essence energy undulation. Hiss! Yi Yuan is actually using his physical body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation. No, wait. He's using the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body? Qi Hai muttered when he saw this scene. The way Yi Yuan transcended tribulations, the impact it brought to him was too great. He had never thought before that transcending tribulations could actually be done in this phase. Hi+on. The first round of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan actually even could not be bothered to use essence energy. Within those berserk lightning snakes, Yi Yuan was seemingly a small rowboat. But this small rowboat was as if nailed to the sea surface, not budging an inch. In the blue-violet lightning, a streak of azure light gradually lit up. Layers of azure dragon scale actually faintly birthed on Yi Yuan's skin. The lightning tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. But Yi Yuan felt that it had the trend of getting increasingly weaker. Bombarding on his body actually had less and less of a feeling. TSK, the might of the dragon race's physical body is indeed extraordinary. I wonder to what degree this fleshy body of mine can attain if I keep on strengthening it. In the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan gasped with admiration. Very soon, the first round of heavenly tribulation said. Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. This scene left the guarding Qi Hai and the rest speechless for a long time. They even forgot their mission for coming here today for some time. Under such a horrifying heavenly tribulation, there were actually people who could be completely unscathed. Yi Yuan, this fellow was truly a freak. This was the thought that everyone had right now without prior consultation. That day when Yi Yuan slew 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses, they were put away into the vast heaven Oda by Yi Yuan and did not see Yi Yuan take action at all. Yi Yuan's might was only imagined by them. But Yi Yuan transcending tribulation today, they finally saw with their own eyes that soul-stirring might of Yi Yuan, especially Qi Hai. He was already not far away from transcending tribulation and ascending. Regarding the might of heavenly tribulation, he even had a feeling faintly from forces beyond his control. He judged himself that under such a heavenly tribulation, even if he was able to transcend it, it was also very hard to do it as light-heartedly as Yi Yuan. Very soon, the second round, third round, fourth round, each wave of heavenly tribulation was fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan transcended through all of them very easily. When it reached the fifth round, dual-colored lightning tribulation arrived as scheduled. 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation. Lightning and soul dual tribulations. Hiss. Seeing that scene which awed the heart, Qi Hai drew a cold breath. Qi Hai once again deeply felt that might of Yi Yuan's strength. The dual-colored lightning tribulation at this time was much more powerful than when Yi Yuan was breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. But Yi Yuan's growth in this major boundary was even more. The dual-colored lightning tribulation which heavily wounded Yi Yuan at that time did not bring him too much trouble at this time. He did not even make use of that black bead. The heavenly tribulation dissipated. The sky restored clarity again. You guys, look. What's that? Somebody suddenly screamed, as if he saw something inconceivable. Everyone was still immersed in that horrifying dual-colored lightning tribulation earlier at this time and did not pay attention. Hearing that person speak, everyone could not help focusing their gazes over, but saw a faint phantom spilling out from the top of Yi Yuan's head. That faint phantom looked exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This divine soul condensing. How is this possible? He only just broke through to the divine traversing realm. Qi Hai screamed. Really didn't expect that Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually condensed to such a degree already. Just broke through to divine traversing realm and his divine soul can actually condense a form. Ning Yixian was also unbelievably shocked. How is this possible? I've never heard before of divine traversing realm martial artists being able to condense and form their divine souls. How consolidated must Yi Yuan's divine soul be? Qin Hongtao said in amazement. No wonder he was so relaxed when crossing the soul tribulation earlier. Such a consolidated divine soul, how could that degree of soul tribulation possibly shake it? Qi Hai said. Everyone looked over, only to see that Phantom Yi Yuan was seemingly a newborn child, filled with curiosity towards this world, wandering in the air, incomparably free from inhibitions. The so-called divine traversing realm was that the martial artist's divine soul was able to roam the world and be even closer to heaven and earth. Only this way were they able to muster even more powerful heaven and earth essence energy. But for ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists, the divine soul was an intangible thing. Even if it could separate from the physical body and roam in the world, it was also unable to sustain for long. But Yi Yuan's divine soul actually condensed to take form already. This was much more powerful compared to ordinary divine traversing realm martial artist. What middle three realm martial artists emphasized on cultivating was the divine soul. The more consolidated the divine soul was, the stronger the affinity with heaven and earth essence energy. Even if they were boundless realm martial artists, they might not be able to cultivate the divine soul to the extent of condensing to take form. But Yi Yuan had just entered the divine traversing realm now, and he actually did it already. It was also no wonder that when Chi Hai they all saw this scene, it was like seeing a ghost. Not that their experiences were few. It was truly that this sort of situation was too rare. They had never heard of it before at all. Yi Yuan's divine soul played around in the air for a while. Only when it seemed to be rather tired out, did it return to Yi Yuan's body. Only at this time, did Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes. The corners of his mouth could not refrain from revealing a trace of a smile. The feeling of the divine soul leaving the body, it had already been so long since he experienced it. Chapter 697, Wait for me to come and chop. Chapter 697, Wait for me to come and chop. Heavenly Sky Mountain Rage, the place where the Heavenly Sky sect in the past was, and where the Purple Mansion sect was today. The Purple Mansion sect's sect master, He Mingda, could be said to be riding on the crest of success these 2 years. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for generations. At his generation, they were finally able to welcome back the powerful Wind Emperor. He Mingda was rewarded substantially by the Wind Emperor because he made huge contributions. These 2 to 3 years' time, he used the Wind Emperor's rewards to break through 2 minor realms in a row. He was already a half-step divine traversing realm powerhouse. Furthermore, in the medicinal pills rewarded by the Wind Emperor, there were even medicinal pills to help him break through to the divine traversing realm. He Mingda never would have dreamed that he was actually able to break through to the divine traversing realm in his remaining years. Divine traversing realm. That was that pinnacle-most group of people in the endless world. Even when placed in the northern domain, it was also sufficient to establish a sect. But He Mingda naturally did not have any thoughts regarding the northern domain. After Lord Shangguan went to the northern domain, this southern domain's affairs were up to him to manage. The state of Qin, those fellows. How's the greeting? He Mingda asked an elder down below. That elder said, replying sect master, the state of Qin's imperial family have all been taken down already. The males were sent to the mines to dig for ores, and the women were thrown into the entertainment academy as slaves, never to recover for life. The Danwu Academy was sealed, and the instructors with relations to Yi Yuan were all sent to dig ores together with the state of Qin's imperial family. Also, that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion, it was removed as well. He Mingda's face revealed a delighted smile and said with a loud laugh, ha ha ha. Pretty well done. That brat called Yi Yuan actually made us have such a stumble and even nearly crippled Lin Chao. Truly deserves death. Now, this boy naturally has Lord Shangguan to go and deal with. We can't stick a hand inside, but can entertain that group of relatives and friends of his properly. The elder was naturally aware of the fury in He Mingda's heart. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for thousands of years. Erupting in one day, they originally thought that they could unify the southern domain. Who knew that at this time, this brat called Yi Yuan would actually pop out, and make the Purple Mansion sect have a huge stumble, and also disrupted the Wind Emperor's original setup. At that time, He Mingda was fearful and trembling in his heart. Every day, he could not even sleep well, afraid that the Wind Emperor would kill him in a rage. But who knew that not only did the Wind Emperor not kill him, he even let him be in charge of all matters concerning the southern domain perfectly fine. However, even though the matter had Pares said, the fury in He Mingda's heart did not Pares. Some time ago, He Mingda finally straightened out all the things in the southern domain. Right away, he pointed the spearhead at the state of Qin whose relations were not shallow with Yi Yuan. Looks like you're laughing very happily. He Mingda was currently chuckling to himself when a voice suddenly sounded out in the Great Hall. He Mingda's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Who?" Pretending to be mysterious. "If you have the capabilities, reveal your true face." He Mingda was currently incomparably shocked in his heart. There was actually someone who could enter the Purple Mansion sect's main hall noiselessly, and not a single person in the entire sect discovered it, including him. When was there such a powerful existence in the southern domain? A youth clothed in white walked into the great hall neither hurriedly nor slowly. When He Mingda saw him, his knees went weak in fright, and he nearly toppled down from his chair. This youth was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who came from the northern domain. Leaving the southern domain for such a long time, Yi Yuan still could not quite put his mind at ease regarding the state of Qin. Although his parents had already left the state of Qin for a long time, Yi Yuan still had quite a number of people worthy of care remaining in the state of Qin. Such as manager Feng San, such as Huyen Yong, Jiang Yunhe, and so on. Him returning to the southern domain this time was to enter the fierce-scale world through the Grand Yang True Sect's ruins and conveniently dropped in on the state of Qin. Who knew that the state of Qin was actually taken out altogether? Manager Feng San died horribly, the fragrant medicine pavilion was thoroughly dissolved. Huyen Yong, Jiang Yunhe, and the Nanfeng family were all sent to dig in the mines. He Mingda's actions thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. He Mingda could cover the skies with one hand in the southern domain now. Doing this sort of thing naturally would not have any misgivings. Yi Yuan just inquired a little and knew that it was the Purple Mansion sect playing tricks at the back. Yi Yuan sent white light to rescue Huyen Yong and the rest, while simultaneously dropping in to visit over here. Actually, Yi Yuan only came a step late. When he rushed to the Purple Mansion sect, the elder handling the affairs had also just happened to return to the sect. Hence, there was that scene just now. What made He Mingda astounded was that just 2 to 3 years of not seeing, Yi Yuan was actually a divine traversing realm powerhouse already. He Mingda knew that Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, but also did not think that it was actually heaven-defying to this kind of degree. Seeing Yi Yuan, He Mingda knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy. Why Yi Yuan, I. All of this is all the Wind Emperor's orders. I'm only carrying out the orders. I beg you, don't kill me. Yi Yuan looked at He Mingda and suddenly grinned and said, is that so? I'm going to meet Zhao Tianyin very soon. Why not? I bring you to confront him face to face? Yi Yuan did not tolerate his explanation at all. Pointing lightly with his finger, violent essence energy directly shackled He Mingda up. While that elder was blasted into residue immediately. Yi Yuan's figure moved and arrived in front of He Mingda. Extending his hand and smacking on his head, with a lug, he directly pulled out his divine soul, throwing it into a small bottle prepared in advance. Fiery, attend to this fellow well. Fineness. Plussing all of this, Yi Yuan gave an order to Fiery. A wisp of essence fire also silently entered inside the small bottle. Yi Yuan casually sealed the small bottle shut, but heard clamoring sounds coming from inside. This kind of divine soul refining method was exceedingly cruel. He Mingda's divine soul could even survive for as long as 100 years inside this small bottle. He would have to suffer the agony of essence fire burning the body at all times. In the end, he would be refined finished, never to reincarnate forever. Yi Yuan never tend to be like this towards enemies. But this He Mingda touched his bottom line. Feng San's death made him give rise to thick killing intent towards He Mingda. Furthermore, the endless world suffering this kind of apocalyptic calamity, the chief culprit was He Mingda. Even though he was just a minor character, this minor character changed the moving direction of the too small world. Towards the entire Purple Mansion sect, Yi Yuan obviously would not be soft-hearted as well, directly choosing to eradicate the sect, slaughtering the Purple Mansion sect from top to bottom cleanly. But what surprised Yi Yuan was that he actually did not find Lin Chao's figure in the Purple Mansion sect. It also counted as having let him escape a calamity. Yi Yuan did not have much time to waste on this as well. The pressing issue was that he still had to hurry to the fierce Gale world. Therefore, he did not stop over for long too. Several days later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared at the ruins of the Grand Yang True sect. Time said, and circumstances had changed. Yi Yuan also sighed incessantly in his heart coming to this place again. At that time, the 8 great sects came to explore the mystic realm. Who knew that it actually triggered such a tragic war between 2 worlds? Those martial artists who came to explore the mystic realm at that time, only Yi Yuan was left now. Even those tranquil cloud sects' fellow apprentices still did not have any news now as well. The present ruins were long teeming with fierce Gale world martial artists already. Yi Yuan obviously would not be polite, killing all the way into the realm Pares Sageway's area. The one guarding the realm Pares Sageway was a divine traversing realm expert. However, He was not an enemy capable of exchanging a single blow with Yi Yuan at all. Scram back and tell Zhao Tianyin to ask him to wash his neck clean and wait for me to come and chop. Yi Yuan did not kill that divine traversing realm martial artist but said to him. Chapter 698, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. Chapter 698, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. Zhao Tianyin, come out for me. In the sky above the central capital, a figure stood in the air. Yi Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire central capital. Yi Yuan Par S said right through the city protecting Grand Array and entered inside the capital. This time, he did not have the need to be sneaky like last time. He had the strength to confront Zhao Tianyin now. This howl of Yi Yuan's immediately drew everyone's attention. Who is this person? To actually dare address His Majesty's name directly without honorifics. Does he want to die? You idiot. This boy is clearly coming with ill intentions. If he isn't a fool, then he has genuine ability. Do you think he wants to die or not? You're the idiot. Who can be His Majesty's match in this world? He's a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though this boy's strength is pretty good, he's at the very most also just a first-level divine traversing realm only. The person actually had no words to retort. In these fierce-scale world martial artists' view, Yi Yuan was purely here to seek death. Because at this time, it was simply impossible for anyone to be the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's match. In their hearts, His Majesty was an invincible existence. Except, Yi Yuan came here today in order to devastate that invincible king in their heart. On Chixia Mountain, Star Abyss was currently giving a sermon to his disciples. Hearing this voice, his expression could not help changing. Who has such nerve? To actually dare provoke His Majesty. This voice is so familiar. It's little junior brother's voice. Master, it's little junior brother returning. SHI plus Howren recognized this voice very quickly, half exclaiming and half overjoyed. Star Abyss recognized Yi Yuan's voice right away. His face revealed a complicated look at this time as he said with a sigh, Yi Yuan coming back, how can he still be your little junior brother? Most likely, even Master also have no choice but to address him Your Excellency already. SHI plus Howren's expression changed, and he said, what do Master's words mean? Star Abyss waved his hand and said, don't ask anymore. Follow Master out to take a look, and you'll know. Finished talking, Star Abyss got up and headed out of the door. The group of disciples were all surprised and bewildered and followed him out of the door too. At the same time, countless family clans in the city were alarmed, all leaving their homes to watch one after another. But what made their jaws hit the ground was that the youth who appeared slightly skinny in the air was only a divine traversing realm martial artist. This kind of strength was still considered pretty good when placed outside the central capital. But even if the elites in the central capital were all brought out, he could not be ranked in two. This kind of strength, how could he dare to challenge Lord Wind Emperor? 2 years ago, Yi Yuan overpowered everyone in the central capital. But at that time, Yi Yuan's strength was still weak after all. In these 2 years, regardless of whether in terms of disposition or strength, Yi Yuan was worlds apart from at that time. There were naturally very few people who could remember that this youth before their eyes was the Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital on that day. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's commotion today was much, much greater compared to that time when he came back then. On that day, it was only in the plaza. But this time, Yi Yuan's roar startled all the experts in the central capital. The current Yi Yuan shut his eyes, hands folded across his chest, quietly waiting for Zhao Tianin's response. However, Zhao Tianin's status in the fierce-scale world was still paramount. Yi Yuan roaring so impudently like this naturally incurred the displeasure of many experts. Very soon, there were those who did not fear death. Hi plussing forward. Where did this boy who doesn't know life from death come from? To actually dare address Lord Wind Emperor's name directly without honorifics. Courting death. This was a third-level divine traversing powerhouse, going over to greet Yi Yuan without allowing any explanations. Yi Yuan did not move, but a faint phantom separated from his body and came out. That faint phantom just lightly tapped a finger out and that third-level divine traversing powerhouse dropped down straight from the sky just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. That is divine soul condensing and taking form. How is this possible? Shi plus Howren. They all had just come out from Chishya Mountain when he saw this scene, shocking Shi plus Howren until he was stammering when speaking. Star Abyss's gaze sharpened too. He did not think that 2 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such an extent already. First-level divine traversing dealing with third-level divine traversing, and the former actually did not even unleash a move, only using the condensed divine soul to directly one-shot the latter. Furthermore, the divine soul condensing and taking form at the first-level divine traversing, what kind of concept was this? Even if Star Abyss was aware of Yi Yuan's former alchemy emperor ident. One Tai, seeing this scene, he was unbelievably shocked too. But speaking of which, if Yi Yuan did not have sufficient strength, it was also impossible to wantonly challenge Zhao Tianyin publicly like this. Boundless realm. These 2 words were not said for fun. Now, you all know what my words earlier meant, right? Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Shi plus Howren and the group of apprentices exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. 2 years of not seeing, Yi Yuan was no longer that little junior brother who needed their protection. That youth who used to seek protection under master's feathers already truly grew up to become a peerless powerhouse. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, I came here today for a personal grudge with Zhao Tianyin. If there are those who don't fear death, feel free to come up. I'll just treat it as a warm-up. The voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everybody's ears clearly. These words were very arrogant. Very, freaking, arrogant. But this youth in front of them absolutely had the capital to be arrogant, relying solely on the divine soul to one-shot a third-level divine traversing powerhouse. Very clearly, this fellow was really here for the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianyin. A single sentence awed everyone. The divine traversing realm experts who were originally raring to have a go, all sensibly pressed down the desire to provoke. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help shutting his eyes once more. Him attacking like Thunderbolt was in order to stun everyone. Otherwise, some flies coming up repeatedly was also quite irritating. As for Star Abyss's lineage, Yi Yuan naturally discovered long ago. But at present, it was clearly not a good time to identify each other. So he could only treat it as if he did not see. With the passing of time, quite a number of people below could not refrain from commenting. Why hasn't Lord Wind Emperor appeared yet? Could it be that he's really afraid? Shish. Keep it down, are you courting death? Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse. How can he possibly be afraid of this brat? Him not coming out definitely has his reason. Even though this boy's abilities are considerable, it's not possible to be Lord Wind Emperor's match either. Ian, what you said makes sense. Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse after all. How can he possibly fear a first-level divine traversing brat? Everyone was currently discussing animatedly when a disturbance suddenly arose in the distance. Clatter. Clatter. A middle-aged man in fine clothing slowly walked out from the crowd. But in his hands, he was pulling a very thick iron chain. The other end of the iron chain was connected to a cage forged from profound iron. There was a male and female pair in the cage. The 2 people were thin and pallid, their faces without color. The Yi Yuan in the air suddenly snapped open his eyes. Starting hard at those 2 figures in the metal cage, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. Chapter 699, Hatred Billowing to the Sky. Chapter 699, Hatred Billowing to the Sky. Yi Yuan right now had blood-red eyes with his killing intent billowing to the sky. The male and female in the cage were none other than precisely Yi Hang and Ren Hongling, husband and wife. Ever since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had never wanted to kill a person this intense before. Today was the first time. Apart from Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan truly became enraged for the first time today. At this time, Zhao Tianyin carried the profound iron cage and soared into the air. The iron cage in excess of 1,000 pounds was like nothing in his hands. And him moving, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling immediately tumbled around inside. Their heads bumped directly onto the iron cage, giving off banging sounds. Zhao Tianyin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Are you furious? But I advise that you better not lose your temper. This metal cage was forged from profound iron. Its strength is comparable to a profound artifact. On it is already stuck full of Tier 5 pyroblast talismans. As long as I activate it, they will immediately be blown to dust." Yi Yuan was just thinking of making a move but was forcefully stopped by Zhao Tianyin's words. "Zhao Tianyin, if they have any mishap, I dare to assure you that you won't even get to be buried with them even if you want to." Yi Yuan's words seemed to be carrying ice. It could be seen that he was already furious to the extreme at present. You're confident. Even if I don't have them as hostages in my hands, just the likes of you, and you want to find me for revenge? Still a little young in the end. You simply can't imagine the disparity between Boundless Realm and Divine Traversing Realm. Zhao Tianyin thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a brat overestimating his own ability. The further to the back the path of martial Dao, the harder it was to leap realms and battle. Because the distance between each minor boundary also got increasingly greater. Perhaps Yi Yuan indeed had the ability to cross boundaries and battle. But it was absolutely impossible to cross a major boundary and defeat the Boundless Realm him. However, to the inherently cautious Zhao Tianyin, he would rather have a card grasped in his hands. After all, the current Yi Yuan had already matured to the degree that did not allow him to ignore. Lions would go all out to hunt a rabbit. Zhao Tianyin would not make light of this boy who rose up heaven-defyingly. One had to know that many things that he arranged single-handedly were all wrecked at this boy's hands. Looking at the present situation, most likely over at the Endless World, it was also more ominous than propitious already. Shangguan Wenrui had brought 10 half-step Boundless Realms over. If they had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before, then Yi Yuan's current strength really could not be underestimated. Of course, Zhao Tianyin was simply unable to imagine that Yi Yuan was all too clear on the gap between Boundless Realm and Divine Traversing Realm. If he did not have 100% certainty, how could he possibly come to the central capital alone? Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, giving off cracking sounds. His nails were already embedded in the flesh, piercing his palm open. Fresh blood flowed down along the palm, but he was seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and slowly shut his eyes. Soundlessly, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm. When Yi Yuan opened both eyes once more, that scarlet-red color already disappeared. But the cold intent in his gaze still did not fade away. "Speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to release them?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Taking Yi Yuan's transformation entirely into his sights, Zhao Tianyin was also very amazed in his heart. This boy indeed could not be underestimated, to actually recover his cool so quickly. If it were others, they would probably have rushed forward without heed for anything already. Martial artists in the midst of rage were scary. But martial artists that lost proper restraint, no matter how furious, could only be played with on the palms of others. The reason why Zhao Tianyin did this was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan. Earlier, he did it. But now he failed. From the look in Yi Yuan's eyes, Zhao Tianyin judged that he absolutely would not commit that kind of low-level mistake. However, so what then? As long as Yi Hang husband and wife were in his hands, Yi Yuan would have to be cautious in taking action. Recovered your cool so quickly. Rather somewhat exceeded my expectations. Looks like you're really quite different from those who think themselves to be geniuses. Zhao Tianyin said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coldly, "Enough crap, state your terms." Zhao Tianyin shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Relax a little. The terms can be discussed. If you cripple your cultivation, I'll release them." The moment these words came out, a wave of hubbub involuntarily came from below. In the fierce Gale world, Zhao Tianyin was a paramount existence. He normally very rarely appeared in the eyes of the public. But his actions today made quite a number of people all feel somewhat subverted. Although in the martial artist world, the victor was king, Using this kind of method to deal with a youth who was a major boundary lower than him was truly a little too shameless. When Shi plus Howren heard these words, he could not resist cursing, utterly contemptible. Zhao Tianyin is truly too shameless. To actually even utter this sort of words. Yes. Plus if little junior brother crippled his own cultivation, wouldn't he be a fish on the chopping board, free to be sliced up at will? Second senior apprentice brother Tang Ji said furiously. Yi Yuan laughed coldly when he heard that and said, "Are you insulting my intelligence? Such an absurd condition, do you think that I'd agree? Get to work then. But you'll have to be prepared to receive my wrath." Actually, now that it came to this, Zhao Tianyin really became somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan. Because Yi Yuan was too calm. How could such a calm person do something without any assurance at all? Yi Yuan daring to barge into the central capital alone indicated that he at least thought that he had the strength to have a showdown with her. Adding in some conjectures from before, perhaps Yi Yuan really had the strength to threaten boundless realms. Zhao Tianyin obviously knew that Yi Yuan would not agree to this kind of terms. He was only testing the waters just now. The result was that Yi Yuan was still terrifyingly calm. All right then. Since you're not willing to cripple your cultivation, then beating yourself to severe injuries, this condition shouldn't be hard, right? Zhao Tianyin said. Yi Yuan did not answer right away but fell silent. He was thinking of countermeasures. But with Zhao Tianyin's cunningness, how could he give him this opportunity? He shook the metal chain in his hand immediately. That metal cage being shaken like this swayed tremendously in the air. Yi Hang husband and wife were knocked around everywhere by the swaying. Very soon, their foreheads had blackish-red bloodstains bumped out. Even though they, husband and wife couple, were martial artists and their bodies were very powerful, the hardness of this metal cage was comparable to profound artifacts. How could they withstand it? Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Hold it. I accede to you." Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand. A palm smacked onto his chest without holding back at all. Pewalk. Yi Yuan's blow did not show leniency. A mouthful of blood sprayed out immediately. Zhao Tianyin was cunning like a fox. He could not fool him at all. Being knocked like this, Yi Hang actually slowly woke up. His eyes looked around for a while rather vacantly and just happened to see the scene where Yi Yuan beat himself to severe injuries, gluing his eyes onto Yi Yuan's body. Yi Hang's tears flowed out from his eyes. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted to Yi Yuan, "Yuana, quickly leave. Don't bother about us. With a son like you, your mother and I are incomparably proud." Chapter 700, The Words Filial Piety. Chapter 700, The Words Filial Piety. Yi Yuan receiving a palm of his own, his innards were like rivers and seas being overturned. Hearing Yi Hang's yell, Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Rest assured, father. Your child will definitely bring you guys back safely. Haha. You can't even fend for yourself anymore, and you're still talking big here. I want to see just how you bring them out today." Zhao Tianyin chortled with laughter delightedly. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said icily, "I already did it in accordance with what you said. Could it be that you're going to go back on your words?" But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said with a laugh, "Do you take me for a fool? Even though that palm wasn't light, it was still within the scope that you can endure. This bit of injury doesn't have much impact on you." Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably powerful. This palm looked very powerful, but Yi Yuan's injuries were indeed still within a controllable limit. But that palm earlier was absolutely not light. He did not think that Zhao Tianyin, this fellow, was actually still unsatisfied. "Then what do you want before you're happy?" Yi Yuan said coldly. "Hit until I'm happy," Zhao Tianyin said coolly. "Yuana, don't listen to him. If you beat yourself to severe injuries, wouldn't you be at his mercy?" Yi Hang said with a quivering voice. Yi Yuan gave Zhao Tianyin a glance icily and took a look at his father in the cage again. Clenching his teeth, another palm smacked onto his own chest. This palm was even heavier compared to that palm earlier. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood again. But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said, "Still not enough." Yi Yuan did not say a word. Smars. plussing another palm onto his chest. This palm, he sent himself flying out directly. Yi Yuan forcefully propped himself to stand up, but could not even stand steadily anymore. When Yi Hang saw his son being injured until like this for him, veins popped out all over his body. He shouted to Yi Yuan at the top of his voice, "Yuana, don't hit anymore. Father has let you down. You must kill this fiend." Finished talking, Yi Hang raised his hand and was about to smack towards the top of his skull. Seeing this scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Zhao Qianin's mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly howled, "If you dare to commit suicide, your child will die right here for you to see." That palm of Yi Hang's already reached in front of his head. But hearing this sentence, it was forcefully stop. Seeing Yi Hang stop, Yi Yuan yelled out, "Father, don't you trust your child?" Yi Hang's tears poured out like tidewater. He was incredibly remorseful towards Yi Yuan in his heart as he wept and said, "Yuana, father trusts you." Yi Yuan looked at father with a firm gaze, nodded his head, and said, "Father, just watch. If I don't kill this beast today, your child is lesser than human. Ha ha ha. What a touching scene. However, you're already like this now. What do you have to come and kill me? Looks like your wounds are still not severe enough. Continue hitting. Hit until you can't speak." Zhao Tianyin laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan glared at Zhao Tianyin viciously. Lifting his hand, it was another palm. One palm followed another. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, it also sustained extremely severe injuries at this time. His clothes were already soaked by his own fresh blood, looking gruesomely terrible. "Little junior brother, don't hit anymore. If you carry on hitting, you'll die." Plus Howren seriously could not carry on watching, and could not refrain from coming forward and yelled loudly to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned his head around and gave plus Howren a grateful smile. But that smile somewhat had the taste of a hero in his sunset years. Yi Yuan's miserable condition also made the countenance of those fierce-scale world martial artists below changed. Even if they were the hostile side, they also gave rise to sympathy for Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan's filial piety moved every single one present. Regardless of which world they were born in, the meaning of the words filial piety were all the same. Yi Yuan clearly knew that this was extremely detrimental to him, but he did this to himself without hesitation. Martial artists cultivating the Tao were extremely self-centered, which was also relatively selfish. Yi Yuan doing this to this sort of degree for his parents, how many people among them were able to do it? How could Yi Yuan's filial piety not visibly move them? Zhao Qianin's methods were overly beneath contempt. Making use of Yi Yuan's filial piety and doing this kind of actions, but did not dare to confront head-on. Was this person really their king? For countless years, the people of the fierce-scale world had doubts towards their own faith for the first time. However, no matter how miserably Yi Yuan hit himself, he would always crawl to his feet stubbornly. This time, he dragged his weary body and asked Zhao Tianyin, "Satisfied?" Zhao Tianyin lifted his head to the sky and laughed as he said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're an upstanding man. However, the path of martial Tao is destined to be lonely. A person like you is doomed to not live long. Ha ha ha. On account of you having such sincerity, I'll return them to you." Zhao Tianyin shook the iron chain in his hand. That metal cage flew straight in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan resisted the intense pain all over his body, gritting his teeth as he reached his hand out to receive that metal cage. Right then, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Zhao Qianin's mouth. Muttering incantations from his mouth, he cried out, "Detonate." This sound reverberated throughout the sky, stunning everybody. Those martial artists had never thought before that a person could be shameless to such a degree. While at this time, Yi Yuan's arms had just touched that profound iron cage. He grabbed hold of Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's arms. Boundless essence energy gushed forth, instantly enveloping the two of them tightly. Bang! 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 Over 100 Tier 5 pyroblast talismans exploded at the same time. The power was unimaginable. With Yi Hang husband and wife's strength, if they got caught even just by a bit of the explosion, they would also be blown to dust. Yi Yuan maneuvered out all of his essence energy to protect his parents, while he himself used his physical body to forcefully withstand these hundreds of pyroblast talismans' explosion. Yi Yuan was directly blasted, flying out 10,000 feet away. However, his hands grabbed hold of the metal cage tightly, his entire person being blown flying out together along with the metal cage. The instant he landed, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting the metal cage away into the vast heaven Paji. Oda, while he himself fell heavily onto the ground. This time, Yi Yuan did not crawl to his feet again. Ha ha ha. Foolish boy. In this world, is there anything more important than your own life? For others, you'd actually rather go die yourself. Couldn't be more foolies. Plus, but precisely because of your foolishness that it also saved me the trouble. Now, I'll send you on your way. Zhao Tianyin flew to not far away from Yi Yuan and roared with laughter. His palm raised up and was just about to smack towards Yi Yuan's body when Star Abyss finally could not hold back from making a move. Zhao Tianyin, you're simply shameless to the max. Don't think about touching Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyin gave him a glance coldly and casually swung a palm out, sending Star Abyss flying out immediately. Humph. A puny little alchemy sovereign being insolent in front of this monarch time and again. Do you really take it as I don't dare to do anything to you? Our fierce Gale world, this sort of remote land, presumably even if I kill you, the Alchemist Association wouldn't look into it either. Towards Star Abyss, Zhao Tianyin finally could not tolerate him any longer. Master Shi plus Howren, they all caught Star Abyss. Just one blow made Star Abyss suffer heavy injuries. But Zhao Tianyin placed the target on Yi Yuan again very quickly, saying with a hideous grin, "Weren't you very COC just now? Didn't you say that you were going to kill me? Now, I want to see just who is killing who." Zhao Tianyin waved a hand and condensed out a sword of essence energy, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. Chapter 701. This punch. Chapter 701. This punch. Boom. Dirt sprayed around, debris flying everywhere. The place where Yi Yuan was at had a huge pit blasted out directly by violent essence energy, kicking up enormous amounts of dust. Star Abyss and the others, they all turned their heads aside painfully, unable to bear looking at the appearance of Yi Yuan being blasted into residue. Under this blow of Zhao Tianyin's, Yi Yuan absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. This blow going down, the entire world seemingly restored its tranquility. There were only those flying sand and rolling pebbles still surging in the air. Many martial artists' faces all revealed looks of unable to bear it. Yi Yuan's actions touched that softest heart chord in the hearts of every martial artists present. No matter how stone-hearted martial artists were, their hearts were made out of flesh too. Ha ha ha. Foolish boy. A weak and irresolute guy like you actually dares to come and kill me, really foolish to the max. Zhao Tianyin let out a burst of roaring laughter. He was currently being pleased with himself and did not notice that there were quite a few martial artists shooting contemptuous gazes at him. What a shame. Such a formidable young genius actually fell just like this. Yeah. Having such strength at a tender age, truly remarkable. More importantly, he's bold and forthright. Once he grows up in the future, he would absolutely be a mighty world-shaking figure. Not even daring to have a direct confrontation with such an opponent who's worthy of respect. Sigh. In the capital, there were quite a number of people commenting at length softly. Zhao Tianyin was still that most exalted king. But a change silently occurred regarding his status in the hearts of his subject. Just as everyone all relaxed their efforts, an extremely wild energy undulation suddenly came from inside that enormous dust cloud. Zhao Tianyin's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger instantly enveloped his entire body. 8 desolate sky-fiend palm. In a flurry, Zhao Tianyin directly mustered up a boundless realm's horrifying essence energy, blasting it over towards inside the dust cloud. Right at this time, Amar's Civ Azure Dragon tore open the dust cloud directly. Bringing a dragon roar that resounded to the skies, it rumbled directly towards Zhao Tianyin. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was far more than 100 times more powerful than when annihilating Shangguan Wanrui back then. The fierce Gale world was a high-order small world. The degree of stableness of the SPACE was much stronger compared to the endless world. And this blow of Yi Yuan's actually compressed SPACE until cracks appeared. When Yi Yuan was at the Soul Sea realm, he was already infinitely close to boundless realm when using the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Now that he broke through a major boundary, the power of this move was naturally a level higher. The might of this palm already said the limits that SPACE could bear. The places it said through, SPACE was fragmented inch by inch. Zhao Tianin's attack had yet to be fully executed, and he was already struck by the Azure Dragon solidly already. Pewalk. Zhao Tianyin directly spouted out a mouthful of blood in the air, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. A figure dashed out of the dust like lightning and actually caught up to Zhao Tianyin with even swifter speed. Boom. The force of the one palm had not dissipated fully yet. That silhouette followed up with another punch. This punch is a hit for all life under the heaven. Thick killing intent leaked out from Yi Yuan's words, reverberating throughout the entire capital. Who else could this figure be but Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably formidable. This punch was also unleashed using the fist force of the flame movement true dragon carnage. The lethality was extremely strong, but would not be fatal too. The punch reaching flesh, Zhao Tianyin spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood again with a cough, his body flying out backward once more. Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, instantly arriving at Zhao Tianyin in the air, and punched right in his abdomen with a rumble. Pewalk. Zhao Tianyin spat a mouthful of blood out. He was hit until his IEB. Protruded out. This punch is a hit for myself. Receive well. Zhao Tianyin suffering this punch, his body dropped down with extreme speed. However, Yi Yuan's speed was even faster than his, arriving under him like teleporting. A hook punch hit Zhao Tianin's lumbar spine directly, hitting him up to the sky again. This punch is for my father. This punch is for my mother. This punch is for Star Abyss. This punch is for SHI plus Howren. The current Yi Yuan was like a rampaging wild beast. Each punch was filled with violent strength. Furthermore, each punch he struck out, Yi Yuan could say out a name. In the end, Yi Yuan practically said all the names of people that he could think of once. Even he himself could not remember clearly how many fists he punched either. The pent-up rage previously obtained a release in these punches after punches. Everyone started dumbfoundedly at this time, uncertain why the situation would reverse so quickly. Yi Yuan clearly did not have the strength to retaliate previously already. In a blink of an eye, he actually came back to life with full health. But Yi Yuan beating the king in their hearts until like this, not knowing why, they actually felt quite thrilled in their heart. Maybe they were too disappointed with Zhao Tianyin today, right? I have nothing more to say either. Finally, Yi Yuan seriously could not think of who he should hit for, so he smashed a punch onto Zhao Tianin's chest directly, hitting him down from the air. Zhao Tianin's body was like a cannonball, smars. Plussing heavily onto the ground, blasting out a huge pit in the ground. Some martial artists saw from far away that a peerless powerhouse of his generation was actually beaten until he did not have human form anymore. However, Zhao Tianyin was a boundless realm powerhouse in the end. Being beaten until like this by Yi Yuan, he actually still had one breath hanging in there. Yi Yuan landed slowly from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianyin. The cause of the bulk of Yi Yuan's wrath was due to his parents. Zhao Tianyin treating Yi Hang husband and wife like that previously, it made him unable to endure it. This round of beating, Yi Yuan did not pull his punches the slightest bit, unleash. Plussing all the strength in his body, and also venting a greater part of the rage in his heart. Earlier, Yi Yuan's actions were extremely swift. Everyone did not see clearly Yi Yuan's condition at all. Only with Yi Yuan standing still at this time did everyone discover that he did not come back to life with full health. Zhao Tianin's shamelessness from before still caused Yi Yuan tremendous damage. Yi Yuan was currently covered in wounds all over, his essence energy expended to the limit, looking very frail. It was very hard for everyone to imagine just how he achieved that sort of high-intensity attacks earlier. Why is it like this? Zhao Tianyin hung onto one last breath. Until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that happened prior to this. Yi Yuan's wounds were absolutely not fake. That simply could not deceive his eyes at all. Moreover, the final explosion, Yi Yuan used all of his essence energy to protect Yi Hang husband and wife, and he himself forcefully suffered the explosive power of hundreds of Tier 5 pyroblast talismans. If it were others, they would already be deader than dead long ago. Yet, Yi Yuan actually still had the strength to retaliate under such severe injuries. Could it be that this fellow was a freak? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that I have the need to tell you? A person like you is only fit to be a muddled ghost. A person like you, exploiting your subjects' loyalty to you, and you made them become other people's nutrients. Deplorable. A person like you, plunging the people into an abyss of suffering for your own selfish desires. Sale fees. H. Plus a person like you, stopping at nothing for the sake of victory. Despicable. Therefore, you're not fit at all to know why you would fail." Chapter 702, New Wind Emperor. Chapter 702, New Wind Emperor. I'm unresigned. Zhao Tianyin was already on his dying breath. But that desire to live on in his eyes was incomparably intense. Facing death, even if he was a high and mighty king, he could not achieve composure either. Yi Yuan had to thank Long Ting for being able to strike back. The last time he helped to pummel the Dragon Lord brutally, Long Teng became happy and taught Yi Yuan a dragon race cultivation method again. The name was Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art. This was a cultivation method which exerted the dragon race's physical body to the extreme. Yi Yuan cultivating this cultivation method could stimulate the dragon blood power in his body, making his physical body possess a powerful recovery ability. The present Yi Yuan still only had an initial glimpse of the door. Wait until he trained this cultivation method to the extreme, and it could virtually make his fleshy body reach the degree of undying and eternal. Of course, Long Ting told Yi Yuan that unless one was able to reach the deity realm, otherwise, it was simply impossible to train to that sort of level. This was the limitation of a bloodline. A divine beast's bloodline was two completely different concepts from ordinary dragon race bloodline. Even so, this move was also extremely formidable. When Yi Yuan was suffering the pyroblast talisman's explosions, he mustered up all the dragon blood power in his entire body, going all out to restore his body's wound. Although the pyroblast talismans were powerful, they were only Tier 5 talismans in the end. The injuries dealt to Yi Yuan from the explosive power, he finished recovering very quickly. Unresigned her? Then those people killed by you, which one of them were willing? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Although Zhao Tianyin's injuries were extremely severe, he was conscious. At this time, the corners of his eyes actually had tears flowing down. No idea if he was regretting deeply or mourning for himself either. But his tears did not obtain a single trace of pity. Yi Yuan was still revolving the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art at this time, restoring the injuries on his body continuously. "I can give you a chance. Say out the person instigating behind you, and I can consider giving you a way out." Yi Yuan suddenly changed his tune and said. In comparison to Zhao Tianyin, Yi Yuan was actually more wary of the person, or force behind him. Not that Yi Yuan was kind and soft-hearted. It was just that toward people like Zhao Tianyin, if Yi Yuan did not give him something sweet, he absolutely would not be willing to say it out. Yi Yuan naturally very much wanted to kill Zhao Tianyin too. But he was even more interested in the force behind Zhao Tianyin. But Yi Yuan obviously would not do something like letting the tiger return to the mountains. Him not killing Zhao Tianyin did not mean not turning him into a cripple. Indeed, when Zhao Tianyin heard Yi Yuan's words, his gaze involuntarily turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually knew so much. But his expression became complicated very quickly. Evidently, he was struggling incessantly in his heart. "You've done so much for them. But aren't you just a dog in their eyes? You, a first-level boundless realm, being stagnant for such a long time. With their strength, they could have let you ascend to the divine realm long ago. But in the end," Yi Yuan said. The moment Zhao Tianyin heard, his body involuntarily started to tremble slightly. Evidently, Yi Yuan's words touched the most painful place in his heart. Yi Yuan, seeing that he was loosening up, carried on and said, "Hence, stop having some unrealistic dreams already. Maybe in their eyes, you're even less than a dog. Or, do you really think that you're irreplaceable? As long as they are willing, they can swap other people to be this Wind Emperor anytime." When Yi Yuan was saying this, he clearly felt Zhao Tianyan's body becoming stiff. Fine. Zhao Tianyan barely squeezed out a word. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked, "You say?" "I'll listen." "Blood." Zhao Tianyan only said one word and a horrifying aura came from a distance. Yi Yuan had a sudden premonition. Only to see a black stream of light arriving in front of him in a blink of an eye. This horrifying aura absolutely belonged to Boundless Realm. Yi Yuan was astonished in his heart but did not have time to think too much, hurriedly dodging aside. The black stream of light had a force akin to 30,000 catties. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan wanted to go and save Zhao Tianyan, but it was essentially too late already. Poochie. The black flowing light stabbed into Zhao Tianyan's body without deviating, instantly wrecking all chances of survival. And only at this time did the people realize that that black stream of light was actually a black-colored heavy spear. Black chi revolved around the black spear. Just by looking, it made people feel a chill deep in their hearts. Zhao Tianyan clenched his jaws tightly, both eyes protruding out, staring dead at that black figure in the air. Till death, he did not believe that this person would make a move to eradicate him. Yi Yuan's gaze also locked onto that silhouette, his expression darkening slightly. That person was swathed in black chi all around his body and could not make out his features at all. But Yi Yuan had a sensation of déjà vu. The feeling that this person gave him was exceedingly dangerous, even more dangerous than Zhao Tianyan. He never would have expected that the fierce Gale world was actually still hiding another Boundless Realm powerhouse. Under everyone's gazes, the person slowly landed from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianyan. Clank. He pulled the heavy spear straight out of Zhao Tianyan's body. Fresh blood sprayed right out. Zhao Tianyan's head slanted, already deader than dead. It was just that his eyes were still wide open at this time. Clearly, he died with injustice unredressed. Yi Yuan, you didn't expect this, right? We meet again. That person swung the long spear and said coldly. Black silhouette, long spear. Yi Yuan finally connected this image in front of him with a person. Zhao Chenggan. Heh, to think that you still remember me. Didn't expect it, right, that I could still stand in front of you one day and wash away my former disgrace. This person being surrounded by black chi was actually 7th Prince, Zhao Chenggan. His Highness, the 7th Prince. It's actually His Highness, the 7th Prince. Didn't he had his dantian crippled by Yi Yuan? What's going on here? 7th Prince's temperament changed drastically. He must have experienced something that we have no way of imagining, but looking at his aura now, he actually became a Boundless Realm powerhouse already. How is this possible? 7th Prince actually killed his own father with his own hands. This father and son pair, they are seriously. All shut up for me. Starting from today onwards, I'm the new Wind Emperor. Zhao Tianyan's era has already completely become the past. Zhao Chenggan suddenly roared, saying to everyone in the capital. Those martial artists were originally discussing animatedly. But at this time, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Zhao Chenggan's imposing momentum was too powerful. They simply could not muster up the courage to resist. Who? You killed your own father in front of so many subjects. Could it be that you're hoping they would submit to a person like you? Yi Yuan swept a glance over. Seeing that most people had an indignant expression but did not dare to speak up, he could not help laughing mockingly. But Zhao Chenggan did not become angry. He still said coldly, could it be that in this world, only he is permitted to murder his children, while I'm not allowed to murder my father? Are you aware of how the royal descendants spent so many years? Starting from the moment we were born, we would engage in a cruel compete. One tie-on between us brothers. In the end, only the most outstanding person will be able to live on. Third elder brother was like so, I'm like that too. third elder brother was forsaken by him without any hesitation just because he offended Star Abyss. The last time, being crippled by you, I'd already thought that I was certain to die. Who knew that God opened his eyes and made me have another fortuitous encounter? Ha ha ha. Let me ask you, should a father like that not be killed? Chapter 703, Frontal Clash. Chapter 703, Frontal Clash. Within Zhao Qianyin's words, his resentment soared to the heaven but gave people a feeling of pity. Born in a royal family, one had no free will. The mortal world was like so, let alone a monarch who was in control of a world. With Zhao Qianyin's character, it was naturally impossible to have any gentle measures. As his son, it was also considered a tragedy for Zhao Chenggan. But Yi Yuan did not have any sympathy for him. Zhao Chenggan here was a typical case of wallowing in degeneration, selling his soul for strength, not worth sympathy at all. He deserves to be killed, but he shouldn't be killed by you. You want to be this Wind Emperor, but what can you convince the Ma? Says with? Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Tianyin said in a cold voice, with what? Of course, it's with my strength. I'm a boundless realm powerhouse now, whose strength is even more powerful than Zhao Tianyin's. They all. Who dares to not yield? As he said, Zhao Chenggan swept a glance over everyone. Places that his gaze reached, those people all lowered their heads one after another. Jie, you saw that? The martial artist world, only by possessing strength, can one obtain respect. I'm the fierce Gale world's #1 person. Who dares to not submit? Zhao Chenggan laughed sinisterly. Yi Yuan gave him a rather pitiful glance and said coolly, respect? You're thinking too much. You don't understand the significance of this word at all. Forget it. Looking at your appearance, rambling about these with you is also useless. Looks like the support behind you all have already forsaken Zhao Tianyin, but switched to choosing you. Since you killed Zhao Tianyin, then it will be up to you to tell me the ident. 1. Tie of your master then. Zhao Chenggan killing Zhao Tianyin with a spear was clearly in order to silence a man in order to keep a secret, afraid that he would divulge the secret. But sadly, Zhao Tianyin only said a word, blood, and was killed with Zhao Chenggan. The forces carrying the word blood in the divine realm were too many to enumerate. One word was simply unable to determine just which force it was. Jie, do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me by defeating Zhao Tianyin? Let me tell you, even if he was at his prime, me killing him is also as easy as flipping my hand. Zhao Chenggan said with a cold laugh. The current Zhao Chenggan was very different from Yi Yuan's impression back then. It could be said to be two entirely different people. Although the Zhao Chenggan back then was overbearing, he had an aura of disdaining all under the heavens. But the present Zhao Chenggan was ghastly like a ghost, giving people a chill without even speaking a word. No one knew what kind of remolding he experienced these few years. Whether or not I have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of you, wouldn't you know after fighting? Yi Yuan said coolly. I had a full view of your battle with Zhao Tianyin. That palm was indeed incomparably daunting. But that should be your ace in the hole, right? However, just based on that one palm, you can't win me. Zhao Chenggan's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already vanished from where he was. Blood Carnage Fiend Shadow Spear. A terrifying sanguine power spread out, instantly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The black chi on the spear body also carried an exceedingly gloomy cold aura, charging towards Yi Yuan. Of course, the scariest thing was still that heavy spear. A straightforward spear, without the slightest trace of flass. Hi+ness. But like Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it made the SPACE unable to withstand and fragment. It was just that the powerful restoration ability of the SPACE patched up these cracks very quickly. So powerful. When did 7th Prince possess such formidable strength? 7th Prince's cultivation method and martial technique are all vastly different from before. This is akin to casting off his old self and being reborn. Yeah. His attack clearly isn't targeted at me. But I feel discomfort all over my body. However, his attack is really very strong. Absolutely not beneath that palm of Yi Yuan's. Could it be that such a person will be our king in the future? Then how will our days be after this? On this very day, all of the fierce-scale world's royal family's filthiness was all laid bare in front of the world. Looking at Zhao Cheng'an's character now, if he were to become the Wind Emperor, there probably would not be good days to live in the future either. Facing this spear comparable to the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, directly utilizing the origin magnetism spirit wood, blocking the sanguine power completely outside his body. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan unleashed a palm without any hesitation. An azure and a black, two attacks, collided together fiercely, slamming out a Ma's sieve shockwave directly. Rumble. The buildings in the vicinity of Yi Yuan and Zhao Cheng'an were directly shocked to dust by the aftershock, collapsing with a loud bang. Those martial artists were long prepared and already retreated very far away. But there were still quite a number of people being affected. Those whose strength were slightly weaker were even shocked to death immediately. The first round, evenly matched in strength. Jeje, didn't expect that my sanguine power actually can't influence you. Yi Yuan, your methods are truly quite a lot, Zhao Cheng'an said with a strange laugh. The essence energy within Yi Yuan's body surged. It was very unpleasant under this blow. It was not that his strength was lacking, but the injuries he sustained previously were too severe. Even if he had consumed essence energy recovery medicinal pills and the tyrant dragon regeneration art, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state in a short duration. And Zhao Cheng'an attacking at this time was in his prime condition. He naturally held a very dominant position. It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would have no strength at all to battle again at this time. Facing such a pitilessly formidable blow, who could still have the strength to counterattack? But Zhao Cheng'an's strength indeed could not be mentioned in the same breath anymore. Putting aside other things, just the might of this one spear was far, far more powerful compared to when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. If he cultivated normally to the boundless realm, there was absolutely no way to attain this kind of strength. Heretic and unorthodox path. Just this bit of means and you want to deal with me? This spear of Zhao Cheng'an, integrating together, was absolutely formidable to the extreme. But losing the threat of the sanguine power, its might would have to be greatly discounted. The effect of sanguine power on ordinary martial artists was huge. In a battle, it could even determine victory or defeat. But this move did not work on Yi Yuan. No matter how powerful it was useless too. Ha! Truly shameless boasting. If I didn't guess it wrongly, that palm move earlier was already your limit, right? But that spear move just now, I can unleash it limitlessly. I want to see how many times you can use that level of palm force. Finished talking, Zhao Cheng'an actually lifted his spear once again. It was still the exact same attack. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He had no choice but to use the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm once more. The power of this spear of Zhao Cheng'an's was extremely strong. Other martial techniques probably could not receive it at all. This fellow was forcing him to clash head-on with him. Relying on his condition being at the peak, he wanted to use the strongest martial technique to clash head-on with him. Powerful martial techniques were immensely taxing on the body. With Yi Yuan's current body condition, he was unable to hold up at all. This kind of confrontation way was a little too shameless. Boom. Another clash. The area in the vicinity of Yi Yuan and Zhao Cheng'an were already fully rubble and rock fragments, becoming a wasteland. Receiving this blow, Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat, and finally could not bear it and spat blood. Ha ha. Liberating. Again, Zhao Cheng'an said with a big laugh. As he said, Zhao Cheng'an held his spear and went forward again. Chapter 704, Rending the Sky. Chapter 704, Rending the Sky. One spear followed another. Zhao Cheng'an's vigor was seemingly inexhaustible. If Yi Yuan was at his peak condition, there was naturally no harm in fighting it out with him. But this sort of situation right now already made him pile injury on top of injuries. Haha, Yi Yuan, why are you getting weaker and weaker? I regarded you as an adversary of a lifetime. Your performance disappoints me greatly, Zhao Cheng'an said haughtily. Class. HI plusing 5 to 6 times in a row, Yi Yuan's body was already reaching its limits. It was true that the dragon race's physical body was powerful. But no matter how powerful, it had to have a limit as well. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not considered high. It was too far away from the degree of undying and imperishable. The two people fought from land to the air. Each impact would make the entire capital tremble. These two people, their offensive power was seriously too formidable. Master, the situation is not good. If this continues, little junior brother is going to lose SHI plus Howren still called Yi Yuan little junior brother out of habit. Star Abyss's injuries had yet to heal at this time. He could only heave a sigh and say, this degree of fighting is simply not what we are able to get involved in. Now that it came to this, we can only hope that Yi Yuan can have a miraculous move to win SHI plus Howren could not help choking up when he heard that. Yeah. Boundless realm level great battle, he did not have the qualifications of joining in at all. If he got close, the aftershocks of the two people's battle were able to instantly kill him. SHI plus Howren looked at his little junior brother falling back repeatedly in the air, looking forward for a miracle to happen in his heart anxiously. Boom. Another clash. Yi Yuan was directly knocked back 10,000 feet away, fresh blood spurting out crazily. TSK, Yi Yuan, aren't you known as an unparalleled genius hard to come across in 10,000 years? Why do you only have this bit of strength? I became this manner today all for the sake of having a showdown with you once more. Can't you bring out a little of some special skill and let me witness the power and prestige of an unparalleled genius? Zhao Chenggan said with a smug look. Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and suddenly said with a smile, Zhao Chenggan, you're equally as worthless as your old man. Even if you've fallen into depravity and forcefully increased your strength, you're a craven rat too. The moment Zhao Chenggan heard this, his entire person suddenly flew into a violent rage and said, don't put me in the same category as that fellow. In front of me, he isn't even fit to carry my shoes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, is that so? You prate on and on about how I'm your adversary of a lifetime. But you don't even have the courage to have a frontal battle, isn't it that? You still have some fear towards me in your heart. Looks like that battle last time still left an indelible shadow in your heart. Yi Yuan clearly made Zhao Chenggan lose his composure. You shut your mouth for me. I'm a high and mighty boundless realm powerhouse. Whence the fear in my heart? Are you trying to use words to mess up my state of mind, and seek an opportunity to exploit? Haha, dream on. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, merely a vanquished foe. Why do I need to upset your state of mind? Being at the boundless realm let you find this sort of illusionary sense of satisfaction. Really ignorant. A person like you is simply unable to understand what's called genuine might. However, it looks like your mental demon is planted deeply and you're simply unable to transcend the tribulation of ascension already. I asked you shut your mouth, didn't you hear? After I kill you, I'll be able to transcend the tribulation of ascension all the same. Just the likes of you also wish to stop my path of ascension? Zhao Chenggan suddenly became berserk. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Xianying's sword appeared in his hand. All of a sudden, there was a turn of events. Yi Yuan held the Xianying sword, looking at Zhao Chenggan from a distance and said, Zhao Chenggan, before you die, I'll give you a lesson. Being a dog, you will forever be unable to obtain powerful strength. Today, I'll let you have a look at what's called a genuine powerhouse. Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved the long sword. A stirring and majestic aura spread out. Storms suddenly started raging in the originally calm and peaceful capital. Above the firmament, no idea where the dark clouds came from either, it actually blotted out the sky and obscured the sun. The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body surged towards the skies. His entire being seemed to have become the embodiment of heaven and earth. And within this stretch of heaven and earth, there were intangible sword intent wandering about everywhere. What a powerful aura. Is this sword intent? How can an individual's sword intent possibly be powerful to such an extent? This degree of sword intent probably far surpa. Said true intent already, right? Why do I have the feeling that what Zhao Chenggan is facing is the entire world of sword intent? Truly too terrifying. Is this a genuine powerhouse? A sovereign descending upon the world, but not tyrannical. Eclipsing this present age, but not riding roughshod over others. This Yi Yuan actually made me have an impulse to prostrate in words. Hi+P. Yeah. This is a true king. This is totally different from the feeling Zhao Cheng'an gives people. Yi Yuan's sword move had yet to be released, but it already made the world change color because of it. The fierce-scale world martial artists were actually brought into submission by him. Yi Yuan's might made people give birth to the feeling of being unrivaled. No matter how powerful a person was, there was also no way to be more powerful than a world. But Yi Yuan right now became the incarnation of the entire world. When Zhao Cheng'an saw this scene, his countenance could not help changing abruptly. He never could have dreamed that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to execute such a horrifying martial technique. Even though this move was not released yet, without needing to think, one would also know that this was bound to be an earth-shattering blow. Zhao Cheng'an gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. In a cold voice, he said, "He who strikes first prevails, he who strikes late fails." The greatest drawback of this move is that the time to unleash it takes too long. Figuring out this link, Zhao Cheng'an no longer hesitated. Sanguine power immediately erupted. Blood flame billowing to the skies, spear of absolute tyrannism. At this instant, Zhao Cheng'an seemingly became the incarnation of a fiend God. That bloody chi which surged to the skies all gathered onto the tip of the spear. He knew that sanguine power was completely useless to Yi Yuan. Hence, he directly used it to amplify his martial technique. And this move, it was also the most powerful attack that he was able to unleash right now. If it were in normal times, this move of his would absolutely be earth-shaking. But at this time, in front of Yi Yuan, it was like a clown showing off. Zhao Cheng'an's aura was simply unable to shake Yi Yuan the least bit. But Zhao Cheng'an did not care at all. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan before Yi Yuan unleashed this move. A spear unleash. Hi+ing carried an aura which advanced with an indomitable spirit. The area it said through, SPACE fragmented inch by inch. Go to HELL. Zhao Cheng'an seemed to have fused into one body with the heavy spear. The might of this one spear could not be underestimated. He seemingly teleported, arriving directly in the place over 100 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yet, this distance was also his limit. Ah! Zhao Cheng'an's roared at the top of his voice, concentrating all the essence energy and sanguine power in his body all onto the tip of the spear. However, his spear tip was actually no longer able to advance forward even an inch anymore. The 100 feet radius around Yi Yuan actually had like a barrier activated. No matter how transcendent your means were, you were also unable to breach this barrier. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Looking pitifully at the Zhao Cheng'an who was giving it his all, he said indifferently, "One sword breaking heaven and earth, one thought shaking the firmament. Azure dipper floating zero sword, rending the sky. One sword out, the entire world fell silent." Chapter 705, A Heart Which Leans Towards the Tao. Chapter 705, A Heart Which Leans Towards the Tao. No fancy usage of essence energy, no flashy actions. What it was just a simple and unadorned sword. What there was only sword intent condensed to the limit. The heavy spear in Zhao Cheng'an's hand was a mid-grade profound artifact-level weapon. It could be said to be indestructible. However, the instant Yi Yuan unleashed his sword, it actually split into two halves directly from the spearhead. Poochie. The place where Zhao Cheng'an was at already did not have his figure. The place he stood at, SPACE at that area had a sieve spatial crack slashed out. This spatial crack was a full 1,000 feet long. What created this spatial crack was naturally that sword of Yi Yuan's. And Zhao Cheng'an's entire person was already buried in oblivion by Yi Yuan's sword intent. This enormous spatial crack seemingly had an opening tore open by someone in the air. Inside was filled with violent spatial turbulent flow. Zhao Cheng'an's long spear was devoured by the turbulent spatial flow directly. It was as if that violent spatial turbulent flow wanted to swallow all of the surroundings, sucking the surrounding things towards the limitless darkness. Yi Yuan was merely 100 over feet away from that spatial crack. But no matter how powerful that spatial turbulent flow's suction force was, he was completely unmoved like a pine tree. The recovery ability of the SPACE was very formidable. Very soon, that 1,000 feet long Ma's sieve gouge was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several dozen breaths, the spatial crack was completely finished restoring. Everything returned to tranquility, and in this world, there was no longer Zhao Chenggan, this person. The entire capital seemed to be an empty city at this time. Starting from just now, there had not been the slightest bit of sound. The shock that this one sword gave them was incomparably intense. So much so that after everything vanished into thin air, all of them still had not come back to their senses. This one sword gave them endless recollection of the aftertaste. This kind of sword intent which Serpa said a small world was not what everyone had the opportunity to see. After this, who knows how many martial artists in the fair-scale world attained the Tao because of this, their strength advancing greatly. Wind Emperor, Your Majesty. No idea how long Pa said. Finally, there was someone who came back to his senses. And his first reaction was to bow down towards Yi Yuan. With one person leading, there were others concurring. They all bowed down one after another and actually wanted to let Yi Yuan be their Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, overlooking all life. He did not do it deliberately, but he had the demeanor of a king. I won't become your Wind Emperor. You all don't need a Wind Emperor either. Martial artists believing in others will never ever become a powerhouse. A martial artist's faith can only be their own heart, a heart which leans towards the Tao. Tear down the central capital. This capital is your fair-scale world martial artist's cage. Break it and you guys will discover another world. The fair-scale world's living conditions indeed cannot compare to the endless worlds. However, those raging gale winds are actually a superb venue for cultivation. As long as one's heart which leans towards the Tao is firm, one day, you'll surely be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Yi Yuan's faint voice echoed throughout the entire capital's air, enlightening the benighted. Yi Yuan's statement was an entirely new concept to the fair-scale world martial artists. No idea since when, they were already used to being ruled by the Wind Emperor. The old Wind Emperor died, there naturally needed to be a new Wind Emperor to succeed the throne. Zhao Chenggan became a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though he did not enjoy popular support, if there weren't Yi Yuan's existence, they would still hail him as king and carry on living. Yi Yuan killed the Zhao Tianyin, father and son. He was the fair-scale world's strongest person. Therefore, it stood to reason that he should become the next Wind Emperor. Today's battle, Yi Yuan's character was plain for everybody to see. There was no one better than such a person becoming the Wind Emperor. But now, Yi Yuan pointed out a brand new road for them. In truth, ever since after being ruled by the Wind Emperor, extremely few people in the fair-scale world were able to ascend. These several thousand years, only Li Daohang, this one person, appeared. It was still breaking down the barrier and ascending with the power of alchemy Dao. With the Wind Emperor, this Ma's sieve mountain spanning across in front, what they thought in their hearts were more of submitting themselves to the rule, and not ascension. All right, that's all I have. Everyone, take care. Finished talking, Yi Yuan immediately vanished in front of everybody. In Chixia Mountain's Great Hall, Yi Yuan sat at the highest seat of honor, while Star Abyss brought the group of disciples and sat at the lower seats. Little junior brother, you. Senior apprentice brother Tang Ji was also used to calling him as his little junior brother and was unable to correct it for a moment too. The moment the words came out of his mouth, he immediately felt that it was not right and hurriedly shut his mouth and did not speak. The pressure which the current Yi Yuan gave them was seriously too great. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior brothers, don't need to be so reserved. You guys were Yi Yuan's senior brothers in the past. In the future, you'll likewise be my senior brothers. Senior brothers, just address me as your little junior brother, and that will do." Like I said, little junior brother isn't that kind of person. But you all just wouldn't listen. Oh, right, little junior brother, that final sword of yours was truly too terrifying. I still have a lingering fear in my heart when recalling it now. That one sword should have far surpassed said true intent, right? Tang Ji had an alarmed appearance. Clearly, he was really frightened by it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, above true intent is supreme true intent. That sword was precisely unleashed with supreme true intent. For such a long time, although Yi Yuan had been using the scorching true intent and coiling dragon heaven devastating palm all along, he had not put down his comprehension towards sword intent for even a moment. His azure dipper floating zero sword was already approaching major accomplishment. Therefore, comprehension was increasingly slower. Even so, Yi Yuan still comprehended his strongest form to this date after breaking through to the divine traversing realm, rending the sky. It was just that the time needed to execute this move was too long. Plus, Zhao Tianyin threatened with Yi Hang husband and wife. So he did not have the chance to exhibit this move at all. Actually, before Yi Yuan came, he did not think that he would use this move either. This was his true final trump card martial technique at present. Unless there were no other alternatives, he absolutely would not use it. But nobody could have thought that the current Zhao Cheng'an would actually be so powerful. Just based on that final spear of his, even if Yi Yuan used the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it was also impossible to be his match. Rather, supreme true intent this term, it was still everyone's first time hearing it. They could not help inquiring about it from Yi Yuan very curiously. Towards this group of senior brothers, Yi Yuan was also on very intimate terms with. He naturally did not hold much back from them either. When they understood how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intents, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan become extremely odd. Yi Yuan was long used to these sort of eyes. He just smiled faintly and did not mind it. When Yi Yuan finished dealing with the group of senior brothers, Star Abyss made them withdraw. There were only 2 of them left in the Great Hall. Some words were hard to say in front of their faces. Star Abyss, looks like your cultivation recently had results and already broke through to late-stage alchemy sovereign, Yi Yuan said with Star Abyss with a smile. Star Abyss sweated profusely. He only broke through a minor boundary, but Yi Yuan already crossed several major cultivation realms. He even finished off the boundless realm Zhao Cheng'an with one sword. All of this still made him have a feeling that he was dreaming. Chapter 706, Giving a Plum in Return for a Peach. Chapter 706, Giving a Plum in Return for a Peach. In the central capital's royal family, a ghostly black shadow stood in the depths of the dark void. Thick sanguine qi pervaded all around him, giving people a kind of extremely bizarre sensation. Even though the sanguine power in Zhao Cheng'an's body was thick, compared to this, it paled in comparison. Those sanguine qi all flowed out from one small flask after another, converging onto that black shadow's hand. Looking over closely, that black shadow's hand was actually holding a clear bead. And that bead, because large one ties of sanguine power came together, it gradually became a dark red color. After a long while, that bead became a blood bead. While those sanguine power inside each one of those small bottles were already absorbed clean, those small bottles were precisely that kind which Yi Yuan saw outside of Crimson Light City. It was just that the small flasks around the dark shadow had a full 10,000 of them. It could be seen how much sanguine power was stored inside. The blood soul bead is finally refined successfully. In order to refine this one blood soul bead, it was really troublesome. The black shadow looked at the blood-colored bead in his hand and said with a strange laugh. That Zhao Tianyin father and son, truly 2 fools. To not even able to manage this small matter well. But that brat indeed has some skill. At a young age, he could actually comprehend a supreme true intent to such a boundary. Most likely, it also belongs to the apex in the divine realm, right? It's a shame that those few old fellows are keeping an eye too closely. I could only have a clone come down. Otherwise, I'll definitely erase that brat first. But with Master's strength, even if this brat was any more heaven-defying, it's impossible to be his match either. Just let him live a few more years then. Wait until Master's grand matter has succeeded, then coming to eliminate this brat wouldn't be late either. The Black Shadow clearly knew everything that happened in the central capital like the palm of his own hand. It was just that limited to certain circum stances, he was unable to take action, and let Zhao Tianyin father and son take action. Except, he never thought that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so formidable. The might of that final sword, even he admired it very much as well. That was completely the overwhelming of concepts. It was unrelated to cultivation realm. Those able to achieve this could be counted on one's fingers in the divine realm too. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was still an aboriginal. To be able to achieve this point was even more praiseworthy of his amazing skill. Forget it. Bringing the blood soul bead back to report completion of the task is the urgent matter on hand. That boy's affairs, just put it aside to think about it in the future. Finished talking, that black shadow's figure moved, merging into the darkness immediately. Inside Chixia Mountain's great hall, Star Abyss was sweating profusely. Senior must be joking. If not for Senior's guidance, Star Abyss's achievements in this lifetime would probably end here too, Star Abyss said in trepidation. When Yi Yuan was staying at Chixia Mountain, he had indeed given Star Abyss pointers a few times. Even though the number of times was not many, Star Abyss had gleaned considerable benefits. For Star Abyss to be able to reach middle stage sovereign level under such an environment like the fierce Gale world, he himself was this world's pinnacle figure. With his comprehension ability plus Yi Yuan's pointers which came from a strategically advantageous position, breaking through was obviously also something which happened naturally without extra effort. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Your talent isn't bad. But it's still a little inferior compared to Li Daohang's. But with me around, what difficulty is there in usurper? Sing Li Daohang in the future?" Star Abyss sweated heavily and hurriedly said, "Master, he is highly gifted. How can Junior dare have extravagant hopes of usurper? Sing his elderly self?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Bulls. Hi plus T. Highly gifted. His talent is also just ordinary when placed in the divine realm, only putting a pretense in front of you all. Forget it, don't talk about him anymore. That day, I promised you to help you refine the soul meld pill. Are the spirit medicines prepared?" Star Abyss's entire body trembled when he heard that and said agitatedly, "The spirit medicines were prepared long ago. When is Senior going to start work to refine the pill?" The soul meld pill was a transcendent divine medicine to Star Abyss. Whether or not he could break through to the alchemy ancestor realm would be up to the soul meld pill. It was just that if Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to mention it, Star Abyss did not dare to ask either. The current Yi Yuan was no longer that brat at his mercy back then. He already grew into a genuine powerhouse. Now, Yi Yuan taking the initiate to mention it, Star Abyss was naturally beside himself with excitement. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "Any time works. Right now then. Just command people to deliver the spirit medicines over will do." Star Abyss was stunned. Right here?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, Just right here. You just care about sending the spirit medicines over will do. Don't need to bother about other things." Star Abyss was helpless and could only order people to deliver the spirit medicines prepared beforehand over. Yi Yuan did not avoid either, refining finish the soul meld pill in front of Star Abyss. From start to end, it did not expend much time either. The pill refinement finesse. Hi plus ing, Star Abyss by the side was long enthralled from watching already. Back then when Yi Yuan helped the Xiao family battle in alchemy, what he refined was still only quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. It was impressive, but compared to tier 5 medicinal pills, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, Yi Yuan refined a high-level tier 5 medicinal pill in front of him right now. This was truly a marvelous work of art. Is this the strength of an alchemy emperor? Star Abyss muttered to himself under his breath. But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Stop guessing on your own. The boundary of alchemy emperor is simply not what the current you are able to imagine. The refinement just now was merely just the tip of the iceberg of an alchemy emperor's strength." Star Abyss came back to his senses. His face could not help looking embarrassed. Said. His boundary from alchemy emperor had a difference of quite a few major boundaries. These words of Yi Yuan was already giving consideration of his face. The strength of alchemy emperor realm, He had no way of imagining at all. But when he saw the soul meld pill that Yi Yuan handed over, he lost composure once again. T transcendent grade. Star Abyss's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the medicinal pill on the floor. A transcendent grade soul meld pill was absolutely able to ensure him breaking through to the alchemy ancestor realm. This casual refinement of Yi Yuan's practically guaranteed his advancement to alchemy ancestor. This kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The spirit medicines that you prepared were still comparatively abundant, so I refined another 2 more. In the future, after you ascend to the divine realm, process those 2 transcendent grade soul meld pills to SHI plus Howren they all. Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss was still a bit more cautious when doing things. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's strength was unfathomable, refining pills always had the issue of percentage of error. Hence, when he got people to prepare, he prepared 2 more sets of spirit medicines. It was just that Star Abyss never expected that Yi Yuan actually cooked it all in one pot directly. Furthermore, he refined out 3 transcendent grade soul meld pills. Many thanks to Senior for bestowing the pills, Star Abyss said with his heart full of gratitude. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, on that day, if not for you guys, master and disciples, protecting my safety, I might have been killed by Zhao Tianyin long ago. Just a few medicinal pills. It isn't considered much to me. Just take it as repaying you all the grace of caring. Moreover, you're Li Daohang's disciple. You're also considered my progeny disciple. Star Abyss nodded his head and already threw himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. He was an apex-like figure in the fierce scale world. But in front of Yi Yuan, he was not even fit to carry his shoes. Now that the Zhao family father and son are removed, I wonder what plans Senior has in the future. Star Abyss asked. Yi Yuan said, I'll stay for a few days in the capital and guide you guys, master and disciples, for training. After a few days, I'll return to the endless world and prepare to ascend to the divine realm. Chapter 707, Unexpected Refusal. Chapter 707, Unexpected Refusal. My lord, you aren't joking, right? The Grand Yang Tru sect exhausted their entire sect's power before barely managing to seal the realm Pares Sageway. Ning Yixuan could not help turning pale with fright when he heard Yi Yuan's words. Half a month ago, Yi Yuan surprisingly came back to the endless world. After that, everyone all knew the boundless realm powerhouse in the fierce scale world already suck. Yu bed under Yi Yuan's sword. For some time, the entire Wu Fang city fell into jubilation. These few years, they had lived too stiflingly. Especially after Wu Fang city was breached, they could be said to be living in dire suffering. Including Ning Yixuan they all, these peerless powerhouses nearly suffered an annihilation level of calamity. Even with Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone and recapturing the endless world, that boundless realm powerhouse who had never shown his face also brought tremendous psychological pressure on them. However, Yi Yuan relied on his divine traversing realm cultivation and cut down that boundless realm powerhouse. He forcefully destroyed this great mountain with his strength alone. How valiant of an achievement was this? Yi Yuan did not give much explanation. What he killed was not just one boundless realm powerhouse. There was even a Zhao Chenggan who was even stronger than Zhao Tianyin, but this did not hamper the endless world martial artist's idolization towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing did not require much propaganda. It spread throughout the entire endless world very quickly. For some time, Yi Yuan's status in the endless world was akin to a divinity. Ning Yixuan and the others, their attitude towards Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. Ever since Yi Yuan rescued them, they harbored feelings of reverence towards Yi Yuan. But now, they admired Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts, even worse. HI plus paired. However, Ning Yixuan did not expect that after a time interval of half a month, Yi Yuan actually called him over suddenly, saying that he wanted to seal the realm Pares Sageway. This gave him a fright. Not that he did not trust Yi Yuan's ability, but the price that the Grand Yang Tru sect expended in order to seal the realm Pares Sageway was seriously too great. If it were him, he was probably also unable to do this sort of sacrificing one's interests for the sake of others thing. The Grand Yang True Sect's sect master was absolutely a noble king of great talent and bold vision. Did Yi Yuan also have to expend such a huge price to seal the realm power's sage way? Did he require peak divine traversing realm powerhouses to be sacrificed too? These were all things that Ning Yixian was concerned about. But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to Ning Yixian's panic. He nodded his head and said, "You send out a notice to the entire endless world. All fierce-scale world martial artists must return to their homeland within a month. Otherwise, they will never ever be able to return. Additionally, the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array's expenditure is Ma's sieve. These few days, you have to gather sufficient quant. 1 ties of high-grade essence crystals for me." Yi Yuan said these words with a commanding tone. He was naturally aware of Ning Yixian's concerns, but he would not explain much either. Seeing Yi Yuan say it solemnly, Ning Yixian did not dare to ask any question. He acknowledged Yi Yuan's words and withdrew. A month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and brought a mighty army of experts to the Grand Yang True Sect's ruins, the Eternal Splendor Palace. "You guys make the preparations outside. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan gave a command simply, then headed straight for the Eternal Splendor Palace's 3rd level. This array formation to enter the 3rd level was too profound. Even though the fierce-scale world occupied this Par's sageway for such a long time, they were unable to crack the method to enter the 3rd level at all. A light flash. Hi plus ing, Yi Yuan appeared in the Grand Yang Space once more. Old Wei. Seeing Wei Xiao once again, Yi Yuan still gave him a bow. This old man guarded the Grand Yang Space bitterly for thousands of years. He was worthy of Yi Yuan respecting him. Except, seeing Wei Xiao this time, his body became even more transparent, seemingly about to dissipate gradually already. When Wei Xiao saw that someone actually arrived in the Grand Yang Space again, he could not help revealing an amazed look. But seeing that familiar face, Wei Xiao's expression became fascinating. You actually came to the Grand Yang Space again. Is it possible?" Wei Xiao said in surprise. Through the exchange with Yi Yuan last time, Wei Xiao knew that this Eternal Splendor Palace was already seized by the fierce-scale world. But Yi Yuan appearing here now, the matter clearly took a turn for the better. It was also no wonder that he was so excited. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile as he said, "Old Wei guessed correctly. The fierce-scale world has already been driven back by us. Our endless world has occupied this realm Par's sageway anew. Ha ha ha, that's great. Heaven rewards the faithful. We finally still won." Hearing the news Yi Yuan brought, Wei Xiao was in high spirits. As he said, tears actually coursed down Wei Xiao's face. With a thud, he knelt down towards the consecration of the Grand Yang True Sect's sect master in the hall. "Sect master, did you hear that? The heaven didn't fail our endless world in the end. To think that these youngsters in the later generations actually had such strength, defeating a high-order small world." As he said, Wei Xiao seemed to have discovered something amiss. Turning his head around suddenly, he asked Yi Yuan, "Brat, you aren't lying to me, right? The fierce-scale world has a boundless realm powerhouse. How can you all possibly win?" Yi Yuan smiled as he briefly recounted the events of these 2 years, leaving Wei Xiao unbelievably shocked. "You're saying that you came to seal the realm Par's sageway?" Wei Xiao exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The fierce-scale world is a high-order small world in the end. If I don't seal the realm Par's sageway, it's hard to guarantee that another Zhao Tianyin won't appear in the fierce-scale world again. But you're alone. How can you possibly achieve it?" Wei Xiao clearly still did not quite believe the words Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Rest assured, old Wei. Yi Yuan has already grasped the Grand Yang True Lord True Inheritance fully since coming out from inside the stone books. Just a measly little 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. It still can't stump Junior." Wei Xiao was speechless when he heard a measly little 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. If it was measly little, would they need to sacrifice the entire sect's strength back then? But Yi Yuan's words still had some trustworthiness. After all, He also used an inconceivable speed to comprehend the array formation's 3 volumes back then. Moreover, although Yi Yuan said it reservedly, he could also discern that the reason why the Endless World was able to repel the fierce Gale World's invasion was definitely because Yi Yuan exerted immense effort in it. At least, Yi Yuan's current strength likely would not be weaker than sect masters back then. Yi Yuan smiled faintly when he saw Wei Xiao's appearance of still not daring to believe and said, "Old Wei, I've already ordered people to gather some materials and can refine a body for you. Although it's not able to let you recover to your peak condition, seeing the light of day once more is still achievable. If old Wei doesn't believe Yi Yuan's words, you can very well go out yourself to take a look." Wei Xiao's entire body involuntarily shuddered when he heard these words. His face revealed a look of wild elation. He guarded here bitterly for several thousand years and naturally had a deep longing for the outside world. Now that he heard that there was actually an opportunity to go out, how could he not be agitated? Yet, after the agitation, Wei Xiao calmed down very quickly. He looked at Yi Yuan, shook his head, and said, "Boy, I know that you have good intentions. But I still won't be going out. Now that the fierce Gale World has retreated and you also want to seal the realm Pares Sageway, my mission is also considered completed. Actually, I was already a dead man long ago. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I can also go and meet Sect Master." They all wearing a smile. Chapter 708. Prepare to transcend tribulation. Chapter 708. Prepare to transcend tribulation. Rumble. Beneath the eternal splendor palace where the realm Pares Sageway was, there were 6 colors of light interweaved together, looking extremely vibrant and gorgeous. That very large hole originally expanded by the fierce Gale World's array masters was actually gradually healing. Very soon, the iridescent rays of light thoroughly plugged up that enormous hole. After a time interval of several years, Yi Yuan sealed the realm Pares Sageway once more with his own power. However, the 6 extreme seals grand array which Yi Yuan laid down anew was even sturdier than the grand array set up by the Grand Yang True sect, sacrificing the entire sect's power back then. The Grand Yang True sect did not fully comprehend the array formation's 3 volumes. But Yi Yuan already grasped all of the contents in the stone books fully. This 6 extreme seals grand array was exceedingly profound and abstruse to others, but it did not have much difficulty to him. Seeing the realm Pares Sageway being sealed shut once more, Qi Hai, Ning Yixuan, and the rest were all incredibly agitated. With this, it was considered severing future troubles forever. Qi Hai's strength was the closest to the boundless realm. He was able to sense the staggering energy coming from the grand array. So he was also groveling at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration too. "Yi Yuan, your valiant and heroic deeds are unparalleled in history and never to be surpassed," said. "If not for you, the entire endless world would probably have to be reduced to a bloody, savage battlefield. I know that I, this realm lord, am a little unworthy of the title. But I still have to express my thanks to you on behalf of all the martial artists in the endless world," Qi Hai said with endless vicissitude of emotions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old Hai, don't need to blame yourself. This was originally a war with a mismatch in strength. Furthermore, Zhao Tianyin they all had plotted for a long time. The endless world being routed was also something within reason. All right, this matter has concluded. We should return." Qi Hai hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Yi Yuan, your combat strength has already far surpassed said the limits of the endless world, and you already have adequate strength to ascend. I wonder, when do you plan on ascending?" Wait a while more. I've already arranged for White Light to enter seclusion and cultivate hard. I plan on waiting for him to cultivate to peak tier 5 and ascend to the divine realm together with him. It's just right. I can make use of this period of time to accompany my parents well. I've always been drifting around outside these few years and lacked many opportunities to show my filial piety, Yi Yuan said. Half a year's time, Pares said in a flash. In this half a year, Yi Yuan rarely cultivated diligently but spent more time on accompanying his parents. Ever since he reincarnated, he really did not spend much time to accompany Yi Hang and Ren Hongling. Instead, he had let them suffer considerable hards. HI plus PS spending half a year's time to accompany them was also considered carrying out filial piety for his predecessor. In this half a year, the Endless World situation also underwent titanic changes. A sect called the Tranquil Cloud sect became the sect with the highest position in the northern domain. Its fame even overshadowed the three great sects. And this Tranquil Cloud sect actually did not have many experts. But their sect master was a figure standing at the pinnacle of this small world. That person was Yi Yuan. The Tranquil Cloud sect re-established their sect anew at their former site in the northern domain. Sup this action fulfilled the long-cherished wish of all the Tranquil Cloud sect members. Except, in this war between two worlds, Luo Qingfeng and all of the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons died in battle in order to protect the sect's effective strength. Later, only after Yi Yuan quelled the war between two worlds did Tianyu, Ti Wujiu, these pinnacle geniuses of the sect dare to come out and join Yi Yuan. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that Yi Yuan became the Tranquil Cloud sect's new sect master. Therefore, this sect, which only had one divine traversing realm martial artist, became the Endless World's #1 sect. Yi Yuan set up a quasi-tier 6 grand array for the new Tranquil Cloud sect. Its power reigned supreme throughout the entire Endless World. Even with Qi Hai's strength, it was impossible to breach this grand array too. This grand array naturally became the capital for the Tranquil Cloud sect to be established. Afterward, Yi Yuan even fully duplicated the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, finally completing the Tranquil Cloud sect's ultimate skill. Yi Yuan also carved another row of sword characters on the mountain top. It was just that this time, there were only 7 characters. And each word was incomparably profound. These 7 sword characters were the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword's sword intent. Yi Yuan left behind the command that if anyone fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, they could come to this mountain peak to comprehend the 7 sword intent. Later on, this mountain peak became the Holy Land which all the Endless World people yearned for. Because being able to comprehend one of the sword intent among these 7 sword intents, one could sweep across the present age. 100 years later, a brilliant genius appeared in the Tranquil Cloud sect. He actually comprehended 5 of the sword intents Yi Yuan left behind and truly made the Tranquil Cloud sect become the #1 powerful sect in the current era. The Tranquil Cloud sect finally truly became the #1 sect in name as well as in reality. The latter Tranquil Cloud sect was even stronger than the Grand Yang True sect back then, and along with the Tranquil Cloud sect's rise, the Endless World entered a glorious era anew as well. Countless powerhouses rose up in that era. Apart from this, Yi Yuan answered all of the questions on the 1000 Query Wall's 7th level and opened it to the public. Wu Fang City also became the Alchemy Path's #1 holy land in name as well as in reality. 8 years later, Yi Hang became a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse, and he inherited Ren Xingquan's mantle, becoming Wu Fang City's city lord. The Tranquil Cloud sect and Wu Fang City, one south and one north, one alchemy and one martial, cooperated with each other across a great distance. Half a year later, White Light finally cultivated to peak tier 5. Heh, big brother, I've kept you waiting. They were about to ascend to the divine realm. It was no wonder White Light was very excited. You didn't really kept me waiting. This half a year's time was a kind of spiritual sublimation to me. Since I rose up in the state of Qin, along the way, my cultivation speed was too fast. Even though I already tried my best to suppress it, there were still quite a lot of hidden dangers. This half a year, no fighting, no cultivation, frequently accompanying by my parents' side. There wasn't much different from being an ordinary son. But in this half a year, it had a critically important effect on my cultivation road after today. Yi Yuan said smilingly. The best path of cultivation was not advancing leaps and bounds all the way. At times, settling down and recuperating for a while could instead let the path to walk hereafter be even more solid. This half a year, Yi Yuan had practically given up on cultivation. But his comprehension towards cultivation realms became even more solid and steady instead. Big brother, what you said is so abstruse. I didn't understand a word. However, shouldn't we be ascending? White Light said excitedly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You prepare for a bit first. This ascension tribulation isn't that easy to ascend. Only half a month later did White Light know what Yi Yuan meant by it was not easy to ascend. He was actually going to bring Ren Dong, Xiao Ruyan, and Lu'er to transcend the tribulation together. The three of them all did not have the qualifications to transcend the tribulation. Bringing the three of them along to transcend the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would be much more powerful compared to ordinary tribulations of ascension. The difficulty in this soared by multiple times. Adding in White Light, the might of this heavenly tribulation was sufficient to destroy the world. Big brother, are you joking? This is a deadly deal. White Light swallowed his saliva and said. Even with his arrogance, he also felt that Yi Yuan's way of doing things was too presumptuous. Chapter 709, Sword Qi Surging to the Cloud. Chapter 709, Sword Qi Surging to the Cloud. The tribulation of ascension was an entirely different concept from the heavenly tribulation of breaking through cultivation realms. In terms of power, the power of ascension tribulation was a level higher. Qi Hai kept on not daring to take this step was because he did not dare to face the tribulation of ascension. Since time immemorial, there were numerous similar cases of martial artists falling in the ascension tribulations. Of course, with Yi Yuan's strength, transcending this tribulation of ascension was not something hard. But if he brought three people along, then it was completely different. Once the three of them were at the center where Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would think that these people had the intention of ascending to the divine realm. At that time, the might of the heavenly tribulation would be over a dozen times more powerful than under normal circumstances. This degree of heavenly tribulation, even with White Light's strength, just thinking about it made his scalp somewhat tingle too. There is naturally me to withstand the heavenly tribulation. You just need to take care of yourself, Yi Yuan said coolly. White Light was speechless for a while when he heard that. But since Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would also go along even if he had to offer up his life. The friends. Hi+P between White Light and Yi Yuan had long said life and death already. Young master, why not? I don't transcend the tribulation. Just let Lu'er cultivate in the endless world. I believe that before long, I'll be able to ascend too. Lu'er was rather worried and also quite unwilling to part as she said. To make her and Yi Yuan separate, she was naturally full of unwillingness. But her existence greatly increased Yi Yuan's danger. Lu'er's thinking was very simple. It was fine if she died under the heavenly tribulation. But if it implicated Yi Yuan because of this, then she would not forgive herself even if she died. Furthermore, Lu'er was not boasting. She only used half a year, and she already broke through to the sea transformation realm. Ever since after she could cultivate, Lu'er's cultivation speed could be described using terrifying. Even Yi Yuan's cultivation speed paled in comparison to her too. At the rate of her cultivation speed, it did not need more than a few years' time to reach peak divine traversing realm either. Yeah, master. How about you ascend by yourself first, Xiao Ruyan also urged. Ren Dong wanted to speak too, but Yi Yuan pulled a long face and said, following your opinions or listening to mine? You guys just have to follow me. When the time comes, I naturally have ways to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The moment Yi Yuan flared up, the three people all did not dare to make a sound. Actually, they were all worried for Yi Yuan. To really make them leave Yi Yuan, they could not bear to part in their hearts either. The five people's deliberation was settled. It was naturally up to Yi Yuan's call. Yi Yuan's location to transcend the tribulation was ultimately chosen at an enormous basin 10,000 miles away from the new tranquil cloud sect. On this day, countless endless world martial artists gathered around the basin. They were all here to attend the event. Transcending tribulation and ascending. This was a scene hard to come across in 1,000 years in the endless world. Many martial artists might not be able to see such a spectacle once in their entire lives. How could they miss such a grand occasion? Of course, the ones who were concerned with transcending the tribulation were those late-stage divine traversing realm martial artists. There were still some people among them with hopes of transcending their tribulation in the future. Coming forward to observe the rites, they could watch the might of the heavenly tribulation at close quarters. At least, they would also have a benchmark in their hearts. Hence, Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation this time virtually attracted all the powerhouses in the endless world over. The transcending of tribulation had yet to begin, and the surroundings were already densely packed with countless martial artists. Yi Yuan knew the other martial artists' reverence and desire toward heavenly tribulation. He was not someone unreasonable and did not curb such a situation. Father, mother, Yuana's tribulation crossing is near at hand. After today, we'll be separated by two worlds. Meeting again would hardly be easy. These medicinal pills are prepared for younger sister by me. Mother, take one every day during the last 3 months before giving birth. Not only can it ensure young sister to be safe and sound, but it's also highly beneficial to her future cultivation, said Yi Yuan, who said a bottle of medicinal pills to Yi Hang's hand. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling were at the prime of their lives. In the past, because they needed to take care of Yi Yuan wholeheartedly, so they did not have time to spare for other things. Some time ago, under Yi Yuan's egging on, Ren Hongling finally became pregnant. Like this, his parents would also have someone to keep them company after Yi Yuan ascended. Yi Yuan had long felt Ren Hongling's pulse before. This pregnancy was a girl. That was why Yi Yuan addressed the yet-to-be-born baby as his younger sister. Yi Hang received the medicinal pills but still said worriedly, Yuana, you bringing Luer they all to transcend the tribulation will be very dangerous. How about you reconsider a bit? Yi Yuan said smilingly, rest assured, father. Yuana knows what to do. Yi Hang bemoaned when he heard that, you're already an unrivaled powerhouse now. Father naturally won't control you strictly. It's just that after you ascend to the divine realm, you still have to be more careful in all matters. Presumably, that divine realm's powerhouses are as many as clouds. Some things shouldn't be done without qualms and as you wish. Yi Yuan nodded and said, many thanks for father's reminder. Yuana is going. Yi Hang's heart could not help quivering when he heard that. His eyes were already wet since who knows when. Recalling the encounters these few years, Yi Hang still somewhat felt like he was dreaming. But this remarkable youth before his eyes was undoubtedly his son. His son was the entire Endless World's legend. Yi Yuan's group of people floated down, arriving at the center of the basin. Ruyan, Little Dong, Luer, in a while, the three of you have to stand within the 30 feet around me. Make sure not to move by yourself. Do you understand? Yi Yuan instructed solemnly. The three people nodded their heads when they heard that. Yes. Yi Yuan turned to White Light again and said smilingly, White Light, scared? White Light was already done with preparations long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan asking, he immediately said, scared my *SS. If the heaven wants to exterminate me, then I'll destroy the heaven. Just a lousy heavenly tribulation. I don't believe that I, this divine beast progeny, can't even pass through this hurdle. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, good. Today, us brothers will stir up this heaven. Finished talking, a streak of sword chi rose from ground level, and surged straight to the cloud. Even if those martial artists were hundreds of thousands of feet away, they still felt that the sword chi was oppressive. Rumble. The heaven seemed to feel that it was being provoked. In an instant, the winds changed, and dark clouds covered the skies above the basic densely. I'm almost suffocating. Is this really the ascension heavenly tribulation? Why do I feel like it's going to be the apocalypse? This heavenly tribulation practically formed instantly. Even though it hasn't descended yet, it's absolutely powerful until it makes people feel smothered. Too scary. Such a level of heavenly tribulation, even half-step boundless realms would face certain death too, right? Lord Yi Yuan. How on earth is he going to transcend the tribulation? The powerful pressure in the sky made these martial artists have a feeling of an apocalyptic calamity. They had never seen before that heavenly tribulations could actually be daunting to such an extent. Crack. An incomparably thick white lightning descended without any signs, giving everybody a fright. This heavenly tribulation was too abnormal. It did not give Yi Yuan they all any time to prepare at all. Yet, right at this time, Yi Yuan's sword finger pointed out. A streak of sword chi even more powerful than before opposed the momentum and surged up, colliding together with the heavenly tribulation directly. Heavenly tribulation, annihilated. This finger of Yi Yuan's was as if dripping a drop of water into a pot of boiling oil, exploding all at once. Over a dozen bolts of lightning fell down savagely and unreasonably, without giving people the slightest opportunity to catch their breaths at all. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he raised his head to the sky and howled, "Came right on time." For a moment, sword chi crisscrossed, slicing the entire SPACE into pieces of shard. Those dozen over bolts of lightning, not a single one was actually able to pass through Yi Yuan's sword chi. Those martial artists watching the rites were all besotted from watching already. Such a deeply shocking scene, it would probably be hard for them to see it again in this lifetime. That level of lightning, forget about a dozen over bolts, even if one bolt came down, it was also plenty enough to instantly kill everyone present. But in front of Yi Yuan, they appeared so small and weak. Another few dozen bolts of lightning rained down at the same time. However, Yi Yuan's sword chi became even wilder. "Ha ha ha. Big brother, you're really too strong. Awesome." White Light burst into laughter when he saw this scene. Also, no idea how long had Pares said and uncertain how many heavenly tribulations had rained down too. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to have finally been worn out. Because it discovered that no matter what, it could not break through Yi Yuan's sword chi. Finally, the heavenly tribulation gradually dispersed. Right then, a pale yellow light pillar descended from the sky, directly enveloping Yi Yuan's group of 5 inside. After that, they saw Yi Yuan's group of 5 slowly rise up, enter straight into the clouds, and gradually vanished from sight. "Take care, Yuana." Seeing this scene, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling shouted with tears covering their faces. Chapter 710, Merely a First-Level Boundless Realm. Chapter 710, Merely a First-Level Boundless Realm. The vast divine realm, boundless and limitless. Even if one was a divine king boundary powerhouse, they were unable to glean a complete picture of the divine realm too. The composition of SPACE here was exceedingly stable, and essence energy was exceptionally abundant. It was a paradise for martial artists to cultivate. The divine realm's territory was exceedingly vast. Just the regions that humans lived in was divided up to 1,000 regions of all sizes. And among them, the boundary of the smallest territory was also larger than 100,000 endless world. Therefore, in the divine realm, the vast majority of martial artists could only stay in one region for all their lives. The divine realm was too huge. Hence, all sorts of forces were also messy and convoluted. But in the divine realm, there were universally acknowledged 8 great super-holy land. The areas which the 8 great super-holy lands had jurisdiction over spanned across several major regions. And those with the qualifications to become a super-holy land, at the minimum, needed to possess over 10 divine king realm powerhouses as well. Divine king realm was not a cultivation realm, but it was a form of address. After the boundless realm, the upper 3 realms were namely, Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Phaseless Realm, and Tao Profound Realm. The so-called Divine King Realm was referring to 9th-level Tao Profound Realm powerhouses in particular. Only by reaching such a boundary could one truly become a pinnacle existence in the Divine Realm, and martial artists who reached the Tao Profound Realm had the qualifications to establish a holy land in the Divine Realm, lording over a region. Except, the Divine Realm's territory was overly vast. Even the 8 great super-holy lands could not possibly extend their hands to every corner of the divine realm too. The 8 great holy lands pretty much occupied close to half of the divine realm's territory. There was still the other half of the territory which had various forces all mixed up intricately, with tangled fighting ceaselessly. Between holy land and holy land, between forces and forces, wars would frequently erupt too. At this time, in ancient opulent city, subordinate to the crimson afterglow Holy Land in the White Valiant region, 2 middle-aged men in neat suits of armor were currently conversing. Today is really strange. The Ascension Pool normally doesn't have much activities in a month. Today, there are actually 3 batches ascending all at once. Isn't it good that there are many? Us brothers taking on this hard and unprofitable job, guarding this Ascension Pool daily, We don't get any bit of benefits throughout the year. If there aren't a few ascenders, us brothers will have to live on air. Haha, what Big Brother said is right. Many are good, many are good. It's just that these bunch who just ascended are all a bunch of paupers, they don't have any good stuff on them at all. Sigh, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's meat too. Better than not having. Us brothers will only have this bit of accomplishments in our lives by relying on that bit of salary. In front of them was a pool 100 feet in circumference. Beside the pool was a platform. Over there stood an elderly man and a young one, 2 people. The 2 people's expressions were both not very good. Clearly, they were already fleeced and extorted by those 2 middle-aged soldier-looking people. Right then, the light inside the ascension pool gradually became bright. Not long after, the light faded away. 2 figures appeared in front of everybody. Haha, this place is the divine realm? Indeed impressive. The essence energy here is too rich. Me cultivating here, the speed is at least 5 times of the endless worlds. The moment a dignified and strong-looking youth appeared, he said those words with an excited look. This dignified and strong-looking youth was naturally White Light who ascended from the endless world. And the other person was naturally Yi Yuan. White Light's figure had just steadied himself, and he already felt that the rich essence energy was practically going to drill into his body. Virtually every pore on his body opened up. This sort of sensation made him indescribable comfortable. Yi, Big Brother. White Light looked all around in a moment of delight. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, he could not resist turning his head around. With this look, White Light could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan already exited the ascension pool since goodness knows when and started meditating at one side. Those 2 middle-aged people exchanged a glance. They were rather shocked in their hearts. Looking at this youth who just ascended was actually going to break through on the spot. This boy, quite interesting. Cheng Jiang, us brothers have already guarded the ascension pool for quite a number of years already, right? This is still the first time seeing a lower realms martial artist who just ascended actually break through cultivation realms directly, said the soldier whose age was slightly older. Yeah, this is really a rare event. This boy is just first-level divine traversing. He probably ascended from some low-order small world, right? But breaking through right after ascending, what's the deal? Cheng Jiang had a baffled expression on his face. Actually, they could not be blamed for being astonished either. It was truly that Yi Yuan was overly freakish. Other martial artists ascending to the divine realm, they had basically all just broken through a major bottleneck. It was impossible to choose to break through right after arriving at the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was different from others. His cultivation realm had not reached the limits of the endless world at all. It was still a long way off. Yi Yuan ascending was him taking the initiative to release energy exceeding the endless world's limits, triggering the heavenly tribulation from there. Speaking of which, this sort of method, only a freak like Yi Yuan dared to do so. Other people doing this was no different from courting death. Having the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation, one had to have the ability to transcend the heavenly tribulation too. In this recent half a year's time, Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to go and cultivate. But his heart realm rose a lot unknowingly. His cultivation realm also arrived at peak first-level divine traversing unconsciously. Breaking through at this time now was being impacted by the divine realm's thick essence energy. It was akin to water spilling over by itself when it was full. The breakthrough process did not persist for a long time. The divine realm's abundant essence energy let him clear the second-level divine traversing's bottleneck very quickly. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Only then did he size up the divine realm anew. At this present moment, Yi Yuan was also rather agitated in his heart. After reincarnated, Yi Yuan went from a measly little essence chi realm, cultivating all the way till he ascended to the divine realm. He experienced countless hards, HI+PS and dangers through this. Different from the previous life's ease and comfort, his path of rising up in this life was filled with slaughter and upheaval. There were even quite a few times where he fell into a desperate situation, but he made it through all of them. Now that he ascended to the divine realm, his path of vengeance had also been taking step by step very solidly. This familiar essence energy undulation, this familiar composition of SPSCE, it was still that divine realm. It was just that Yi Yuan arriving at the divine realm again now, his mental state was greatly different. Boy, stop looking. Treating us brothers as air. Cheng Jiang saw that Yi Yuan finished breaking though, but said crossly. Yi Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Cheng Jiang, but he said with a smile, I wonder what advice this brother has. Brother? Heh, boy, you have to call your excellency. A boy who just ascended. Really unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Cheng Jiang said with a cold sneer. Your excellency? Your esteemed self is merely a first-level boundless realm martial artist. Can you live up to your excellency these two words? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said. Merely a first-level boundless realm? He, what high-sounding sentiment. Punks who ascended up are indeed more ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth one after another. You go and ask those two over there whether they are willing to obediently call me your excellency or not. Cheng Jiang seemed to have long gotten used to Yi Yuan's conduct, saying with a cold smile. The moment that one elderly, one youth, two people heard these words, their expressions became ugly. They were already lectured prior to this. Moreover, the treasures on their body also had quite a bit plundered away. Hearing Cheng Jiang asked him, the youth had no choice but to nod his head. He said, this brother, better put away the wild arrogance from the lower realms. This place, it isn't appropriate. Chapter 7:11, Counter-Suppression. Chapter 7:11, Counter-Suppression. Hear that or not? I know that you guys are all first-rate geniuses in the lower realms with your own pride. However, Cheng Jiang deliberately dragged it out and said with a solemn face, your pride isn't worth a penny in the divine realm. Yi Yuan looked at Cheng Jiang and could not help laughing as he said, perhaps I really don't have the capital to be arrogant in front of a genuine expert. But in front of you. Yi Yuan did not finish talking, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. He, Yi Yuan, was proud. As proud as when he was in the lower realms. When Cheng Jiang heard Yi Yuan's words but did not show an enraged expression. Their objective of being here was in order to make those ascenders be obedient, let them know that after ascending, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Otherwise, if these ascenders were all arrogant to the extreme, how would they manage? Yi Yuan's behavior was also within Cheng Jiang's expectations. Or should he say, every ascender's attitude was about the same as Yi Yuan's. Those two previously were like that too. Now, weren't they still docile and obedient? Is that so? Then, I'll have to take a look at your pride. Cheng Jiang's voice had yet to fade when a surge of powerful essence energy instantly crashed over towards Yi Yuan, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The elder and youth other there could not quite bear to look steadily at it. They knelt down to this move of Cheng Jiang's earlier and did not even have strength left over to retaliate. What was exasperating was that the two of them were both boundless realm expert. First-level boundless realm versus first-level boundless realm, and they actually did not even have strength left over to counterattack. They only struggled a little before conceding dejectedly. That scene earlier even made them somewhat doubtful about life. Could it be that these years of cultivation were all cultivated into a dog's stomach? Or were the divine realm's martial artists all powerful to this sort of degree? They ended up like this even though they were boundless realm. Wouldn't Yi Yuan, a freshly broken through second-level divine traversing brat, be crushed until half dead? Hey, old Huang, you look. It looks odd, that youth suddenly said to the elderly man. Old Huang looked over at Yi Yuan there, his expression involuntarily changed. Why is he totally fine? This isn't right. Old Huang said in amazement. Over there, Yi Yuan was being pressured by Cheng Jiang's aura, but he was perfectly calm and collected. It was as if Cheng Jiang did not do anything at all. Yet, the violent essence energy undulation around Yi Yuan clearly told everyone that Cheng Jiang was really putting pressure on Yi Yuan. Essence energy suppression is it? This is your opening gambit. Doesn't look like much to me, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Cheng Jiang's expression was ugly as he said, how is this possible? You, an ascender, moreover, only second-level divine traversing, are actually able to withstand my essence energy suppression. I don't believe it. Cheng Jiang clearly could not accept this truth. Hence, he mustered up all the essence energy in his body. The coercion of a boundless realm crushed over towards Yi Yuan overwhelmingly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, thick-headed. The next instant, Yi Yuan's aura was fully released. The violent essence energy abruptly burst out, forcing back Cheng Jiang's suppression immediately. Cheng Jiang did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack. Caught off guard all at once, he was forced back by Yi Yuan until his bottom plopped onto the ground directly. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart incessantly. Cheng Jiang's methods, he was all too clear. Merely taking advantage of his cultivation time in the divine realm being long. To really talk about comprehension towards cultivation realm, he might not even be stronger than an ascender. The so-called essence energy suppression was actually because the divine realm's essence energy was not only thicker compared to the lower realms, it was purer compared to the lower realm's essence energy too. Therefore, the martial artists cultivating in the divine realm, the essence energy within their bodies were many times purer compared to lower realms martial artist. Similarly, first-level boundless realm, the essence energy within Cheng Jiang's body was much purer than old Huang's. But how could Cheng Jiang have thought that what Yi Yuan cultivated was the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art that caused a stir in the entire divine realm? Even if Yi Yuan was cultivating in the lower realms, the essence energy he absorbed into his body was also refined and extracted through the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art. Compared to Cheng Jiang, Yi Yuan's essence energy was God knows how many times purer. Therefore, him wanting to use essence energy to suppress and deal with Yi Yuan was simply a joke. Yi Yuan arriving at the divine realm, although he was unable to jump realms and battle by a large margin like in the lower realms, dealing with a bottom-level soldier like Cheng Jiang was still achievable. No way, right? This brat is so strong on the platform, old Huang exclaimed in shock. Even though the youth did not speak, the expression on his face was exactly the same as old Huang's. When Cheng Jiang's big brother saw this scene, his face could not help revealing a look of astonishment. These few years, Cheng Jiang had never dropped the ball before when taking action to deal with the lower realms ascenders. Didn't expect that today, he failed miserably in a very simple task. Boy, you're courting death. Cheng Jiang did not expect to actually have his face swept away by an ascender. He flew into a violent rage all at once and was about to step forward and make a move. But he had yet to move and was stopped by Big Brother. Cheng Jiang, don't be Raz. Plus as he said, he came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed with his hands folded in front as he said, little brother has such pure essence energy. This one is Yu Ming. I wonder what's little brother's name? Yi Yuan was not some impetuous person who just ascended. He knew the divine realm's matters like the palm of his own hand. These two people were merely soldiers here to guard the ascension pool. They still had a powerful force behind them and could not be offended at all. In the end, Yi Yuan was only an ascender now as well. His strength was too weak. Earlier, making a move to deal with Cheng Jiang was also just taking him down a notch, and make them not casually need him. Since this Yu Ming had the intentions of getting friendly now, Yi Yuan was naturally happy to oblige. You flatter me. This one is Yi Yuan. So, it's little brother Yi. This brother of mine is too reckless when doing things. Just now, he offended you. But restraining ascenders is also where our brother's duties lie. Little brother Yi, please don't take offense. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Big brother Yu is overly sensitive. This small matter, this Yi will not go to the extent of taking it to heart. Yu Ming originally thought that since Yi Yuan was young and his strength was formidable too, he probably would not be too easygoing. Didn't expect that he was so astute. Except, because of this, Yu Ming regarded Yi Yuan even more higher. This boy was bound to be a major figure in the future. At least, he would be an existence that them brothers needed to look up to. Such a person, one either had to exterminate him immediately now or get on friendly terms in advance. At least, one could not offend too much. Haha, then that's good, then that's good. Little brother Yi's essence energy is so pure. It's really not like a newly ascended martial artist. Yu Ming said with a laugh. Big brother Yu is too kind. It's just that the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates in is a little special. To really come to blows, I probably won't be Big brother Yu's match. Yi Yuan said smilingly. This Yu Ming's shrewdness was very deep, wanting to test Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan yielded cleverly, lightly skating over this topic. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only said that he was not Yu Ming's match. But he did not say that he was not Cheng Jiang's match. Yu Ming was slightly apprehensive in his heart and also put away the thought of probing. With a big laugh, he said, little brother Yi is too modest. Chapter 7:12, Merit Points. Chapter 7:12, Merit Points. In comparison to the lower realms, the divine realm's space was more stable. The heavenly Tao it contained was also more stacked and comprehensive. Martial artists comprehending heavenly Tao and concepts were a little easier relative to doing so in the lower realms. Plus, the essence energy thickness was exceedingly high. Therefore, martial artists' overall strength was more than a level stronger than the lower realms. Especially to martial artists who had just ascended, the divine realm's martial artists at the same rank would basically crush them. But this sort of disparity would slowly become small along with the passing of time. So much so that the lower realms' ascenders had even greater potential compared to the divine realm's native martial artists. To be able to achieve the conditions for ascension under the lower realm's limitation, their talent in itself was absolutely a heaven-defying-like existence. After they arrived at the divine realm, once they get accustomed to it, regardless whether it was cultivation realm or concepts, a blowout-style eruption would occur. It was just that, this sort of situation was in the minority. This is because after they arrived at the divine realm, they would not have the qualifications to go and cultivate at all. To the vast majority of ascenders, the reality that they had to consider was still survival. Little brother Yi's talent surpa. Says others. However, since you're an ascender, what should be said, big brother you still have to make it clear for you. Yu Ming said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, big brother you just go ahead and say. Yi Yuan naturally knew that whichever force the lower realm belonged to, they would have to serve that force after ascending. The two of us brothers are serving Ancient Opulent City. Ancient Opulent City belongs to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. According to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rules, ascenders must serve the Holy Land for 50 years after ascending up from the lower realms. Or save up sufficient merit points and you can obtain freedom. Since little brother Yi ascended to my Ancient Opulent City, you'll naturally have to serve my Ancient Opulent City. Of course, if little brother Yi's performance in Ancient Opulent City is outstanding and strike the Holy Land's fancy, it will be another opportunity. At that time, even elder brother, I, will have to look to little brother for support. When Yu Ming was talking, he observed Yi Yuan's expression from time to time. According to his thinking, with Yi Yuan's pride, he would definitely blow his top when he heard this news. But who knew that Yi Yuan's face only revealed a ruminating expression, and he did not seem to be surprised about this situation. Yi Yuan finished listening and said to Yu Ming with clasped hands, it's little brother's first day here. In the future, I still need big brother Yu to give more help. Yu Ming hurriedly said that he dare not. Big brother, I, have also stayed for a few years in this Ancient Opulent City. Even though I'm not considered very formidable, I still have some connections in the city. If there are areas where I can come in handy for little brother Yi, feel free to open your mouth. Yi Yuan said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble big brother Yu. Yu Ming led Yi Yuan's group of 4 to a vast great hall in the city. A manager-looking elder received them. Steward Lu, these few have just ascended. We'll have to trouble you to arrange a dent. 1 Tai tokens for them, Yu Ming said. Steward Lu swept a glance over Yi Yuan and company. A hint of disdain was revealed in his eyes. But he looked at Yu Ming again and said, for ascenders came at once. You, this boy, must have hauled considerable good stuff again this time, right? But Yu Ming was not embarrassed. Said. Pulling Steward Lu to one side, he secretly shoved him something. How can I forget Steward Lu when there's good stuff? This thing, you keep well, Yu Ming said smilingly. That Steward Lu had sharp eyes. With one look, he discerned the good and bad of the stuff, and he was fully satisfied with this matter. Patting Yu Ming's shoulder, he said, "It's still you, this boy, who are sensible. If there are any good errands in the future, I won't forget about you." But Yu Ming smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have to thank Steward Lu very much." The two people exchanged glances and smiled. Everything was conveyed without words. This sort of thing, like presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, Yu Ming was never stingy. Steward Lu had close relations with City Lord Manor, and his authority was exceptionally great. Yu Ming naturally had to build good relations with him. Each time he sent ascenders here to collect a dent. 1 Tai tokens, he would always gift some small things to Steward Lu. Otherwise, the job of guarding the ascension pool also would not fall onto their heads. Don't look at Cheng Jiang grumbling back then. This job of guarding the ascension pool was really a cushy job. It was just a little dreary. Not only were they able to extort ascenders a little, they even did not have risks to their lives, and also had large amounts of time to cultivate. Such a job was not what everyone could get. Steward Lu returned, directly throwing 4 a dent. 1 Tai tokens to Yi Yuan's group of 4 and said rather impatiently, "Take the tokens and drip blood to let it acknowledge a master. This token, you guys safeguard it yourselves. If you lose it, it will be equivalent to losing your little lives. Take the tokens. You guys can go to the north of the city yourselves and report. There will be people arranging for you guys to mine ores." Talking until here, Steward Lu immediately shut his mouth and did not speak, as if finding it tiring to even say a word more. But that old Huang could not take it lying down when he heard. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Mine ores? Are you kidding?" Steward Lu was the same as Yu Ming they all and was long used to this sort of attitude from the ascenders. He just said coolly, "I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine if you don't go too. Don't blame me for not warning you, as long as the merit points inside your adent. 1 Tai token persist in the state of 0 for 10 days, there will naturally be people coming to erase you. My ancient opulent city doesn't rear idle people." Old Huang's expression changed when he heard that. Clearly, he did not think that there was still such a thing. He was a first-rate powerhouse in the lower realms, revered by all. But arriving at the divine realm, he actually needed to do mining for ores, this sort of thing. Old Huang thought it over and over again and was also unable to accept it. Except, he also knew that he could not even beat 2 soldiers, let alone others. Not mining for ores, there was only the path of awaiting death. Steward Lu sneered coldly when he saw old Huang's expression and said, "Good that you can weigh the consequences, don't think of escaping. You'll wish you were dead. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try. May I ask Steward Lu, how many merit points are we able to obtain by going to dig a day's ores? And how many merit points do we need if we wish to obtain freedom?" The youth who was silent the entire time suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Along the way, old Huang and the youth also chatted a couple of sentences with Yi Yuan. Everyone was already familiar with each other. This youth's name was Su Cheng, age merely 50. Old Huang's full name was Huang Dao but was already 200 years old. To be able to cultivate to the boundless realm using 50 years in the lower realms, this Su Cheng was also absolutely a gifted talent. It was just that such a genius still could not escape the fate of mining ores. Steward Lu shot Su Cheng a ruminating glance and said with a smile, "According to your productivity when mining ores, it varies from 1 to 5 merit points every day. To want to obtain freedom, the merit points required is 100,000. Su Cheng and Huang Dao could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard that. Digging a day's ores could only obtain 5 merit points at most. Even if they calculated according to 5 merit points, for them to want to save up 100,000 merit points, 50 years was not enough at all. It could not be to the extent where they had to dig 50 years of ores, right? Su Cheng had an impulse to cleave Steward Lu in half. He only used 50 over years' time to cultivate to ascension in the lower realms. The moment he arrived at the divine realm, he had to dig 50 years of ores immediately. Who did he provoke? But he could not fathom this Steward Lu's cultivation at all. At least, he could confirm that the other party was way more powerful than him. If he made a move, it was equivalent to seeking death. Chapter 713, Yi Yuan's Point Swiping Plan. Chapter 713. Yi Yuan's Point Swiping Plan. There weren't so many principles to be said under the heaven. The martial artist world was cruel to begin with. This point was not abated in the divine realm but strengthened. The lower realm's martial artists did not belong to any force at all, and their strengths were comparatively on the weaker side too. They were naturally easy targets to be exploited. To ascenders who did not know the inside story, they were filled with yearning towards the divine realm, thinking that this place was a beautiful world, a martial artist's paradise. But only after they ascended did they discover that this was completely not the case. Even the divine realm's native martial artists were also exploited by high-level martial artists. To want to carve out a road, how could it be easy? Martial artists able to cultivate to the peak in the divine realm needed greater willpower and even more outstanding talent. Otherwise, they could only fade into the crowd. Could it be that apart from mining ores, there aren't other ways of obtaining merit points? Huang Dao could not refrain from asking. There are, of course, there are. But do you think that you have the ability to get it? Steward Lu said with a contemptuous look. On this day today, Huang Dao was already beaten down countless times. But he still could not resist asking, Steward Lu, pray tell. Steward Lu waved his hand and said, Little you, these things, you tell them. This old man introduces these things all day long. So bothersome to death. Yu Ming acknowledged and said to Huang Dao, your statuses now are just the ancient opulent city's temporary residents. Only after you guys saved up 1,000 merit points, will you have the qualifications to become the ancient opulent city's official residents. At that time, you all can get to be like us, becoming ancient opulent city's guards. Of course, you guys can still find other occupations. These occupations all have merit points as remuneration. They are naturally much better off than mining ores. If you guys wish to obtain merit points right now, then you can only take on missions. But I'm telling you, the mortality rate of missions is extremely high. Even we don't dare to easily take on missions. If it's you guys. The meaning of his words was that you all were too weak. Little you, why are you speaking so implicitly? Martial artists like you guys who just ascended, I've never seen those who take on missions come back before. Steward Lu added a sentence by the side untimely. When everyone heard, their hearts tightened. Wasn't this mortality rate a little too high? Huang Dao's temper deflated with this. Missions with 100% mortality, did he dare to receive? Better mine ores obediently. Steward Lu, I wonder if there are missions that alchemists can take on. The Yi Yuan who did not speak all along suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Towards the ancient opulent city's way of management, Yi Yuan was not surprised. For a force to want to develop, they inevitably had to exploit the interests of the bottom-level martial artists, letting the strong become stronger from there. But Yi Yuan also knew that statuses of alchemists in the divine realm were generally all very high. Since that was the case, why doesn't he appear with an alchemist's ident? One Tai. Steward Lu gave Yi Yuan a look rather surprisedly and said, You're an alchemist. That's right. Steward Lu shook his head slightly and said, It's no use. You're only divine traversing realm and can't refine tier 6 medicinal pills too. Missions under tier 6 all don't have merit points. Yi Yuan said with a smile, No worries. Even if I can't refine out tier 6 medicinal pills, I still have the ability to save people. Can I trouble Steward Lu to help me check a bit? This humble gift, just take it as an introductory gift that I'm giving Steward Lu. Yi Yuan casually took out a tier 6 spirit medicine, Par S sing it in front of Steward Lu. Steward Lu received the spirit medicine and said in surprise, even though tier 6 spirit medicines aren't considered much in the divine realm, they are rare stuff in the lower realms. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Junior also ran into one stalk by chance. Thinking that I can't use it on myself for the time being either, might as well gift it to Senior as a favor. This spirit medicine was not an Endless Worlds item but extorted by Yi Yuan in the God prohibited demon region. Actually, he still had many spirit medicines on hand. But he obviously could not take them out. The logic of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth, he still understood that. In truth, Yi Yuan was able to refine Tier 6 medicinal pills now. But after entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan did not wish to overly expose himself. Before his wings were plumped up, overly exposing himself would only draw a fatal disaster. Although the divine realm's territory was vast, the Medicine King Hall was one of the 8 great super holy lands. Its power was immense. How powerful the strength of a super holy land was, ordinary martial artists were simply unable to comprehend. If any rumors leaked into Ji Kanglan's ears, then the losses outweigh the gains. Even in the divine realm, those able to jump realms and refine medicinal pills were exceedingly rare too. If he established his reputation up and aroused the attention of observant and conscientious people, that would not be good. Ji Kanglan was too familiar with him. If he let him see the medicinal pills he refined himself, he would definitely recognize it with a single glance. One could say that after arriving at the divine realm, danger was all around. This steward Lu was not polite either, keeping the spirit medicine immediately. "Heh, you, this boy, have discerning eyes. Forget it, I know that you're not reconciled to mining ores. Alchemists' missions, there naturally are. But if you can't complete them, don't blame this old man," Steward Lu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Steward Lu." Regardless where one walked to, wounded people and sick people were ever present. The ability of alchemists, which was the most deeply rooted in people's hearts, was refining pills. But refining pills could not fully encompass an alchemist's everything. As long as one was proficient in medicinal theory, low-level alchemists could similarly treat high-level martial artists. If Yi Yuan, an exalted alchemy emperor, was reduced to digging ores, then he could really go hit his head and die. Steward Lu took out a jade tablet and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "Boy, these are alchemist missions. The minimum is Tier 6. You have to look well. Don't blame for me not warning you, reaching beyond your grasp in the divine realm may lose you your life." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Steward Lu's reminder." Junior got it. As he said, Yi Yuan received the jade tablet and inserted his divine sense inside. A large bunch of missions imprinted inside Yi Yuan's brain. Just as Steward Lu said, the vast majority of alchemist missions were all seeking pills. However, there were always some difficult and peculiar diseases which were not easy to treat and needed to seek out alchemists. Yi Yuan swept over the missions, then returned the jade tablet to Steward Lu and said, "I've made a mark on the missions I want to take on. I'll have to trouble Steward Lu to help me take on the missions." When Steward Lu heard Yi Yuan's word, he could not help being rather suspicious. The meaning in Yi Yuan's words seemed like he took on more than one mission. When he sunk his divine sense inside the jade tablet, his hands involuntarily trembled and he nearly threw the jade tablet out. Are you courting death? Taking on so many missions in one go?" Steward Lu looked at Yi Yuan like he saw a ghost. Is there anything inappropriate?" Yi Yuan said doubtfully. Why you really are infuriating this old man to death. If not on account of the spirit medicine, this old man wouldn't even be bothered to care about you. Each time you take on a mission, City Lord Manor has to deduct 20% of the merit points. You took on so many missions in one go, but if you can't complete them, you will be directly obliterated by City Lord Manor. Steward Lu had a manner like he expected better from him. Only then did Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. But he smiled and said, "Many thanks for Steward Lu's warning. However, these few missions are very simple. There's no harm." Chapter 714, GU Family Mission. Chapter 714, GU Family Mission. Simple? Boy, you're too naive. These few missions that you chose, there were already quite a number of high-rank alchemy ancestors who received them before in the city. But they all failed. Do you, a snotty brat who just ascended, really think that you're remarkable? Steward Lu said huffily. This boy's eyes were high above his head. Later when he suffered a huge loss, wanting to regret would be too late. If he could not complete the missions within 10 days, with Yi Yuan's current 0 merit point state, he would have to be wiped out. Alchemy ancestors, is it? Alchemy ancestors were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan had an appearance like he had nothing to say. Steward Lu saw that this boy had clearly resolved his heart. He suddenly put away his expression and said with a smile, this old man only reminded you on account of the spirit medicine. Since you're seeking death yourself, then that's also up to you. Yi Yuan said smilingly, thank you very much, senior. Steward Lu's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Yu Ming did not speak all along by the side but took this scene fully into his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was a martial path genius. Did not expect that he was actually still an alchemist. Looking at Yi Yuan's brother Iming with confidence appearance, he at least had alchemy's sovereign realm strength too. Just how did this boy cultivate? Yu Ming's personality was more of having his bread but turd on both sides. He was very popular in this ancient opulent city and made quite a number of good friends. Even this steward Lu regarded him with special attention too. It was just that even though Yi Yuan was formidable, he was still an ascender. According to Yu Ming's thinking previously, Yi Yuan at least had to dig a few years of ores in the caves too. Whether a worm or a dragon, it would be discernible after a period of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not deign to dig ores at all and actually wanted to take on alchemist missions right away? Yu Ming knew that not only did alchemist missions have low risk, but the rewards were also high. Compared to those missions that risked one's life for martial artists, alchemist missions practically did not have any risks. At most, it was just having some merit points deducted by City Lord Manor. Alchemists with ability all did not lack this bit of merit points. But Yi Yuan was different. He was a complete and utter newbie who did not have any merit points at all. Moreover, Yi Yuan was at the very most just an alchemy sovereign. How would he complete Tier 6 and above missions? If Yi Yuan was really seeking his own ruin, then forget it too. But if Yi Yuan really had this capability, then he would really have to make friends properly. Little brother Yi, you've just arrived and don't know much about the situation in the city either. How about this you be your guide? Yu Ming came forward of his own accord to proffer. But Yu Ming's words made Steward Lu reveal a surprised look. Yu Ming's character, he was naturally aware. He was actually willing to be this punk's guide. Could it be that this boy really had some skills? However, he thought through the link in this very quickly. Yu Ming definitely saw that this boy was insanely wild, so he wanted to stake on him. Hence, he darted Yi Yuan a disdainful glance. Let them toss about with it then. Either way, what should be said, was already all said. Regarding Yu Ming's volunteering of his services, Yi Yuan naturally would not refuse. He was really oblivious to the situation in this ancient opulent city. Having a local snake as a guide was still pretty decent. Then I'll have to trouble big brother Yu. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Haha, us brothers feel like old friends at the first meeting. What does this little bit of thing count as? Cheng Jiang, you return to the ascension pool first. I'll accompany little brother Yi to walk one round, Yu Ming instructed. Along the way, Cheng Jiang was very dubious regarding Yu Ming's actions. Moreover, he did not believe that Yi Yuan was able to complete these alchemist missions at all. What a joke. Could an alchemist who did not even have a badge be trusted? But between him and Yu Ming, it was always Yu Ming leading. Seeing Yu Ming instructed him, he took the initiative to leave as well. As for Huang Dao and Su Cheng, they were naturally very curious too. But they did not have the time to idle away here. They could only resign themselves to fate and report to the mines. Jiyu family, one of ancient opulent city's 3 great aristocratic families. Among the missions Yi Yuan took on, there was one issued by the Jiyu family. This mission's merit points was the highest among all of the missions. It was a full 500 merit point. If it were digging ores, one would have to dig for a full 100 days. Merit points were extremely precious in ancient opulent city. Even 1 merit point was also not that easy to obtain. Along the way, Yi Yuan listened to Yu Ming's explanation, and he also had some sort of benchmark in his heart. One should not think that mining ores were simple labor. Wanting to get 5 merit points every day, that was virtually something impossible. Unless one's luck was heaven-defying and dug up very high-quality earth essence crystals, only then could one obtain 5 points. Under majority of the Cirque Yum stances, there were only 2 to 3 merit points. To martial artists who had just ascended, Mining ores were practically the only method to obtain merit points. 500 merit points, even to a local snake like Yu Ming, it was a huge sum of wealth too. Due to the divine realm's essence energy being thick, the quality of essence crystals was much higher compared to the lower realm's high-grade essence crystals. One piece of earth essence crystal was equivalent to 1,000 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. Ordinary essence crystals were mere trash in the divine realm. Isn't this younger brother you? Why are you free today to come and find elder brother, me, to drink wine? Yi Yuan and Yu Ming had just arrived outside the Jiyu family's entrance when a manager-looking middle-aged man walked out and started greeting Yu Ming immediately. Where is big brother Jiyu Hong going? Yu Ming greeted with a smile, looking very close to the other party. Sigh, younger brother, if you came to find elder brother to drink wine, it would have to change to another day. Family head made me go to Steward Lu there to cancel that mission issued there previously. Recently, there are always some ragtag alchemists, overestimating their own ability and taking on the Jiyu family's missions. In the end, they all did not live up to their name, infuriating family head badly. Jiyu Hong said powerlessly. When Yu Ming heard, his expression could not help becoming awkward, as if Jiyu Hong was talking about him. Jiyu Hong was a sharp person as well. As soon as he saw Yu Ming's expression, he could not help inquiring curiously, "What? Looking at your appearance, could it be that you're here for this mission? Since when did younger brother, your capability grows, to actually become an alchemist?" But as he was talking, Jiyu Hong's countenance changed. Yu Ming knew that he could not conceal it and could only say, "Not that this little brother took it on, but this little brother Yi received it. But I feel that little brother Yi has some capability. Why not, let him give a try?" Actually, Yu Ming did not have any confidence in his heart too. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was placed there. He also did not expect that the Jiyu family's current attitude towards the people who took on these missions was actually like this. If he knew it long ago, he would not have intentionally gotten involved in a messy situation. The Jiyu family was one of ancient opulent city's three great aristocratic families. It was an existence whose strength was second only to City Lord Manor. If he offended the Jiyu family, they could pinch a body like him to death with one hand. One should not look at him addressing this Jiyu Hong as brothers. Jiyu Hong's status was God knows how many times higher than him. To be able to climb up Jiyu Hong this line, Yu Ming expended a very high price too. But if Yu Ming offended the Jiyu family, Jiyu Hong would definitely deal with him without any courtesy. A large family clan's face tolerated no profaning. Originally thinking that Jiyu Hong would give him some meager consideration for his face, who knew that the moment he heard, his expression immediately fell. "Younger brother Yu, you're making it hard for me here. This mission of our family, aren't you still clear?" Several high-rank alchemy ancestors in the city were all at their wits' end. Even if those who took on the mission were rookies, they were at least alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. This brat doesn't even have a badge. Here to fish in muddied waters at a glance, right? Chapter 715, Jun Tianyu. Chapter 715, Jun Tianyu. Jiyu Hong's words were not the least bit courteous, not giving Yi Yuan any face at all in the slightest. Saying such words in front of others was not just beating down on people, it was also very disrespectful of people. Except, Jiyu Hong, as the Jiyu family's head steward, he had the strength and power to not respect people. Just a puny little divine traversing realm. He did not regard him with any importance at all. Yu Ming was put on a spot there, very awkward. "Younger brother Yu, don't blame elder brother for not giving you face, it's seriously that this boy is too unreliable. You didn't think about it thoroughly. Can a divine traversing realm brat treat eldest Mrs. Illness? It's still easy for things to be settled through discussion with me, but if you were to get on family head's nerves, you know the consequences," Jiyu Hong said without sparing any consideration for his face. Yu Ming could not help being startled when he heard that. It was just taking on a mission. He also did not think that it would actually be like this. He looked at Jiyu Hong and glanced at Yi Yuan again, and noticed that Yi Yuan had an indifferent appearance as if he thought nothing of Jiyu Hong's attitude. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had the confidence to succeed? Yu Ming could not help recalling Yi Yuan's appearance when he had just ascended. Seemed like it was this expression as well. At that time, Yu Ming also thought that Yi Yuan would crumble with one hit. Who knew that Cheng Jiang himself was forced to submit? If Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were really so incredible, he was bound to be able to become a major figure that would cause a sensation in ancient opulent city in the future. It was just that the Jiyu family's eldest Mrs. Illness, Yu Ming, was aware about it. So many alchemy ancestor powerhouses were all at a loss on what to do. Could Yi Yuan do it? If he enraged the Jiyu family's family head, this consequence. To gamble or not? Elder brother, let him try it. This little brother of mine is an alchemy path divine physician. Perhaps he can really do it. If there's any problem, this you will shoulder it. Yu Ming said this sentence at the behest of supernatural powers. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming a glance rather surprisedly but still did not make a sound. Haha, you shoulder it. Can you shoulder it? Oh, little you, I didn't think that you can be very Kai just because of me normally calling you as my younger brother. Once family head is enraged, even I can't bear it. On what basis can you shoulder it? A snotty brat who doesn't even have an alchemist badge, still alchemy path divine physician, drop it. Jiyu Hong beat down without any consideration for feelings. You. Elder brother's words are a bit too insulting. Yu Ming was angered until his face turned green. Normally, he did not show a lack of filial piety to Jiyu Hong, who knew that this fellow was actually an ingrate. Not only was he of no use in a pinch, the words he said were even so infuriating. Heh, this is insulting. Oh, little you, normally, I see that you're quite an astute guy. Why are you pretending to be muddlehead today? Calling you as my younger brother is on account of you being sensible. Do you really think that you're on equal footing with me? Jiyu Hong's tone gradually became cold, shocking Yu Ming. Although Jiyu Hong was a servant, he was the Jiyu family's head steward. His authority was extremely great. To really deal with a nobody like Yu Ming, that was too easy. Right at this time, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder twice from behind. Turning his head around, it was actually Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Big brother Yu, let's go. The humiliation that he gave you today, you'll return to him tenfold another day." Jiyu Hong had never looked Yi Yuan right in the eye all along. Hearing Yi Yuan talk wild drivel at this time, he burst into laughter and said, "Punk, not scared of the wind spraining your tongue when talking big. In this ancient opulent city, people able to humiliate me, Jiyu Hong, there really are. However, that person definitely isn't you. Not me. It's him." Yi Yuan used his finger to point at Yu Ming. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned right around and left. Yu Ming's expression flickered incessantly, gritted his teeth, and left with Yi Yuan. While Jiyu Hong looked at Yi Yuan's back view with a somber face and said with a cold sneer, "Heh, a punk who came from who knows where. Absurdly arrogant. To dare talk this way to this old man, really tired of living. Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Yu Ming caught up to Yi Yuan and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I thought too simply of the matter. Since the Jiyu family has this attitude, then let's start from simple missions." Ah. Which mission is simpler? Yu Ming knew that Yi Yuan took on 7 to 8 missions in one breath. He already knew the contents of these missions. In his view, it seemed like not a single one was completed. There were many alchemist missions. But there were quite a number of alchemy ancestors in the city. So missions that could be completed were definitely all completed already. The remainder were basically all missions that these alchemy ancestors were unable to complete. Missions like this, which one was easy? Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "This one." Yu Ming brought Yi Yuan to a residence east of the city anxious and doubtfully. The residence was not large, but it was very exquisite. In ancient opulent city, to be able to own such a residence, their strength absolutely brooked no slighting. "May I ask if Lord Jun Tianyu is there? We're here for the mission that you issued." Yu Ming felt that his throat was somewhat parched. Because this Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman, a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. This Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's legend. Even City Lord, His Excellency, showed him some courtesy too. Such a major figure, just stomping his feet could make the ancient opulent city tremble. The door isn't locked. Enter yourselves, a middle-aged man's voice came over, seeming rather worn out. When Yi Yuan heard that, he pushed the door directly and entered. Yu Ming thought about it and followed inside too. Yi Yuan Par said through the main hall and directly entered the rear manor. Lightly puss. Plussing open the door, a man in white garment was currently sitting by the bedside with a haggard face. Although it was unintentional, the aura on the man's body was incomparably powerful. This man was clearly Zhun Tianyu. A woman lied on the bed. The woman was gaunt and thin and already on her deathbed. Seeing Yi Yuan duo enter, the man's brows could not help knitting slightly as he said unhappily, "Divine Traversing Realm? You're the one who took on the mission?" Yu Ming was wearing the City Lord Manor's attire on him. Evidently, it was impossible to take on the mission. Then there was only this Divine Traversing Realm boy. Feeble breathing, divine soul dim, there are signs of her days being numbered. If Senior Jun has time to doubt if this Yi has the ability, better to let me diagnose first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhun Tianyu's body could not help shuddering slightly when he heard that, and he said, "Boy, don't play games with me. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." These words were said with seething killing intent. But by the side, Yu Ming was quaking in his boots. Don't look at Zhun Tianyu's refined and elegant appearance. He made a name for himself through Ma's sake. Even though he already had not displayed his skills in front of people for some years, No Body thought that he was a harmless chapter. Indeed, the missions which Yi Yuan took on, not one was easy to deal with. Thinking up to here, Yu Ming could not help breaking into a sweat with fright for Yi Yuan secretly. Of course, he also broke into cold sweat for his own life. Yi Yuan sat by the bedside and started to read that woman's pulse. Very soon, Yi Yuan's brows started to furrow. Zhun Tianyu was already irritated to begin with. Seeing this scene, he could not help sneering in his heart. Yi Yuan's expression was exactly the same as the people who came in the past. Evidently, at a loss on what to do again. The flames of fury in his heart currently had nowhere to vent, but there were those who did not fear death coming to deliver themselves to his house. I wonder, how many women does Senior Jun have? Yi Yuan suddenly asked a sentence without rhyme or reason. Chapter 716, Soul-Miring Nightmare Curse. Chapter 716, Soul-Miring Nightmare Curse. The moment these words came out, the temperature in the house instantly fell several degrees. Yu Ming was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said softly, "My little ancestor, don't speak nonsense." Lord Jun was enraged to the extreme for a woman back then, killing until ancient opulent city was turned upside down, directly annihilating a large family clan. And that woman is precisely this one before your eyes. The sweat beads on Yu Ming were already dripping. Yi Yuan was simply touching the sore spot. Zhun Tianyu had two things he was most famed for in ancient opulent city. The first was that he killed people without batting an eye. And the second was his infatuation. The meaning of Yi Yuan's words earlier was saying that Zhun Tianyu was fickle in love. Wasn't it deadly? Young man, are you here to intentionally make fun of this venerable? If that's really the case, then your goal is achieved. Zhun Tianyu said icily. Zhun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's U.S. Trias Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse. Killing these two in front of him was also something with a wave of his hand. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious as he said, "Don't have her." Then that's odd. Which woman has such a huge enmity with you, to actually want to make you die with deep regrets even by throwing away her own life? Zhun Tianyu's eyebrows raised up, and he asked, "En? What's the meaning of your words?" Yi Yuan said, "Madam Zhun is inflicted with the soul-miring nightmare curse. The caster curses the person they love to grow old and die alone with never entering samsara as the price. This sort of curse is exceedingly vicious. Furthermore, it's a typical example of harming others without benefits. Under normal circumstances, those who cast this skill are all women who can't obtain the person they love, giving birth to hatred as a result of love. Only then would they not stint to betray their own divine soul as the price, and also had to make the other party not obtain true love. Jun Tianyu was shocked in his heart when he heard that. That imposing momentum earlier immediately vanished away into nothing. This. Do you have a basis on saying this? Jun Tianyu asked. When Madame Jun's illness just started, did she have nightmares every single day? Normally, she has no appetite. 1 T for food, is listless, and seemingly unable to raise her spirits towards anything? Yi Yuan asked. With this, Jun Tianyu's expression suddenly changed and he nodded his head and said, "That's right, it's precisely so." At first, Iru didn't pay attention to this. Who knew that the situation became increasingly serious? In the end, it got completely out of hand. That's right then. After this skill is cast, it will not show effect immediately but will incubate for around 5 to 7 years. But once it erupts, it will be like floodwaters and fierce beasts, going out of control. Within a year, the person inflicted with the curse will be tormented by the divine soul to death. If my conjectures are correct, a significant event should have happened to Senior Jun 6 to 7 years ago, Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu had yet to speak when Yu Ming jumped up all at once. 7 years ago, wasn't it the day Senior Jun went on a killing spree, exterminating the Dao family? Jun Tianyu's expression changed drastically, and he fell back several steps in a row. He muttered under his breath, This. No way, right? Could it be her? Jun Tianyu had an appearance like he was battered out of his sense. Clearly, Yi Yuan hit all of it on the mark. It was just that Yi Yuan was somewhat doubtful. Looking at Jun Tianyu's appearance, he did not look like those people who went around womanizing. Why would someone use this kind of method to deal with him? Looks like that legend is true. Yu Ming also murmured. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and asked, "What legend?" Yu Ming looked deeply at Yi Yuan, thinking to himself that this fellow was simply divine. Clearly, a martial artist who just ascended, and he actually uttered over half of the sequence of events like he saw it with his own eyes by diagnosing a pulse. But seeing Yi Yuan inquired, Yu Ming still said, "Ancient opulent city originally didn't have 3 great aristocratic families but 4 great aristocratic families. Lord Jun's relations. HI+P with the Dao family of the 4 great aristocratic families wasn't bad. I heard that the Dao family's eldest miss was deeply in love with him. It's just that no idea why, but Lord Jun's relations. HI+P with the Dao family deteriorated. The Dao family even captured Lord Jun's beloved wife away. Lord Jun husband and wife were very much in love, and he actually carried a sword and slaughtered his way to the Dao family, overwhelmingly cutting down the Dao family's 3 heaven enlightenment realm powerhousey. Ever since then, the Dao family utterly declined, and the 4 great aristocratic families became 3 great aristocratic families. I heard that the Dao family's eldest miss died suddenly half a month later. Looking at it now. At this time, how could Yu Ming still doubt Yi Yuan's ability? This mission, Jun Tianyu had already advertised it for nearly half a year's time. There were no less than 5 alchemy ancestor powerhouses who took on the mission successively, but they all returned in defeat. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, he diagnosed the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Such skill simply made those so-called alchemy ancestor powerhouses perspire from shame. Rather, Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after listening to this story. Even though Yu Ming did not know the details in it, some conjectures, the public probably knew long ago. It was just that due to Jun Tianyu's domineeringness, Yu Ming did not dare to say explicitly. Very clearly, Jun Tianyu discarded the Dao family's eldest miss after playing with her. In the end, it even made a major family clan decline. It was also no wonder that she wanted to use such a vicious curse. Right at this time, a long sigh sounded out. Jun Tianyu sighed and said, "The matter isn't like what you all think. I only have familial affection towards Dao Chueqiang and never had improper thoughts before. 9 years ago, she confessed to me. I rejected her on the spot. I was afraid that she would overthink, so I left to travel. It was also during that journey that I got acquainted with Iru. From the first time I laid eyes on her, I fell completely in love with her and swore to spend all my life with her. After we got married, We became tired of a wandering life and returned to ancient opulent city to settle down. Who could have thought? Hearing this story, Yi Yuan immediately understood in his heart. Turns out that it was an unrequited love, finally developing into a tragedy of mutual love and killing. Presumably, it was that Dao family who went overboard. Otherwise, they would also not have thoroughly infuriated Jun Tianyu this killing god. It was just that the Dao family's eldest miss was truly a bit too willful and resolute. Jun Tianyu not taking a fancy to her had its reasons too. Master, I beg you to save Iru. As long as you can save her, I can agree to any conditions. I originally thought that I can give Iru happiness. Who knew that what I gave her was all pain? Jun Tianyu had tears in his eyes, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm as he said agitatedly. Unknowingly, Jun Tianyu even used master, this form of address. By the side, Yu Ming was dazed from watching long ago. He did not expect that the Jun Tianyu who killed people without batting an eye actually had such a soft and weak side too. He also did not think that Yi Yuan's medicinal Dao was actually so superb, to actually be able to let the killing god like Jun Tianyu beg with tears in his eyes. At this moment, Yu Ming finally knew where the confidence of Yi Yuan saying that sentence to Ji Yu Hong previously lay. Thinking up to here, he unwittingly started to somewhat faintly look forward to it. Looks like this wager was really gambled correct. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Jun husband and wife are deeply in love. How can this Yi bear to watch you guys be separated by life and death? Jun Tianyu trembled and said, Master really has a way. Whatever instructions there are, Master feels free to say. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, this Jun will also force my way in. Who, Senior Jun is too serious. But this soul-miring nightmare curse is indeed a little troublesome. I really do need to trouble Senior Jun to prepare some things, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 717, Favor. Chapter 717, Favor. Quickly say, what do you need to prepare? Jun Tianyu said agitatedly. Yi Yuan casually took out a blank jade slip and engraved some names inside. Handing it to Jun Tianyu, he said, these tier 6 medicinal herbs are all necessary items. Additionally, I still require a kind of core medicine named cleansing water flower. It might not be too easy to find. Cleansing water flower? It's really a coincidence. The last time I invited Master Yi Dan over, he used a medicinal pill refined using cleansing water flower. But sadly, it didn't have any effect on Iru at all. I'll go and find him and ask if he still has cleansing water flowers there or not. This brother, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Golden Cauldron Tower and help me buy these medicinal herbs back. Rest assured, the merit points spent, I'll return to you double. Jun Tianyu's latter half of the sentence was said to Yu Ming. Yu Ming hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. To serve Lord Jun, it's this lowly one's honor. Before today, Yu Ming never would have dreamed that a major figure like Jun Tianyu would actually address him with great familiarity. To an unimportant person like him, this was an immense honor. Compared to this, what did running an errand count as? Yu Ming received the jade slip from Yi Yuan's hands and took his leave right away. Master Yi, I'll go make a trip. My wife will have to trouble you to take care, Jun Tianyu said. Yi Yuan said, Senior Jun, just go ahead. Just nice, I'll make use of this bit of time to carry out a set of acupuncture therapy for Madame June. She's too weak and needs to recover some vitality. Jun Tianyu was overjoyed when he heard that and said, then I'll have to trouble Master. Finished talking, Jun Tianyu's figure flashed, Vonnies. Hi plussing from sight directly. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, this Jun Tianyu's sword intent runs bestructed. He has probably touched the threshold of supreme true intent already. In the future, he's bound to be another shocking figure. Yi Yuan himself cultivated in the sword too. He was extremely sensitive to sword intent. The height of Jun Tianyu's concepts, it was likely rare for him to have opponents in this ancient opulent city. Ji Yu family, Ji Yu Hong had already rescinded the mission long ago and returned to the family clan. At this time, a Ji Yu family's guest retainer was standing in front of him as he said respectfully, Steward Ji Yu, already investigated clearly. That brat Yu Ming brought over is called Yi Yuan, a lower realm martial artist who just ascended today. He wasn't willing to go to the north of the city to dig ores, so he drew 7 to 8 alchemist missions at Steward Lu's place. Ji Yu Hong could not help being stunned when he heard and asked somewhat disbelievingly, "What did you say? Just ascended today? You're sure that there isn't a mistake?" That guest retainer nodded and said, "I won't be wrong. Each ascender has records at the ascension pool. This subordinate got people to go and examine the name list of the ascenders today. Among them had Yi Yuan's name." Ji Yu Hong could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "I was thinking which Tom, Dick, and Harry it was. After a long time, I found out it's just someone who ascended today. This blowing of the trumpet nearly blew a hole in this sky." The guest retainer also laughed when he heard and said, "This boy indeed doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Our ancient opulent city's ascenders, other than those mining for ores, there has never been people who survived past 10 days before. This punk dared to take on tier 6 missions right when he arrived. This is simply courting death." Ji Yu Hong shook his head and laughed as he said, "Who? I also don't know what kind of magic potion he got that punk Yu Ming to drink. To actually even want to let that boy come and treat eldest Mrs. Illness. Fortunately, this old man was smart. Otherwise, family head would have to fly into a rage. Forget it, let that punk go and mess around. When he gets eradicated by the City Lord Manor, see how Yu Ming that punk comes in front of me and fall on his knees begging." The guest retainer was just about to leave but was stopped by Ji Yu Hong again. "Oh, right, that punk met with a rebuff here at my place. Where did he go after?" The guest retainer replied, "The two of them went to Lord Jun Tianyu's place. Afterward, Yu Ming went to the Golden Cauldron Tower." Ji Yu Hong was stunned again and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "That punk is really an ignorant person having no fear, to actually dare go to Lord Jun there. Initially still thinking of making a move to deal with him. Looking at it now, don't need us to make a move and Lord Jun will take his life." In just 2 hours, Jun Tianyu brought the cleansing water flower back. The moment he entered the house, his entire person was like struck by a thunderbolt. His wife, Liu Yiru, was currently reclined on the bed. The originally pale face actually had an additional trace of rosiness. She was already unconscious for over a month. Jun Tianyu did not think that he was only gone for this short while and his wife had the strength to sit up. Tianyu. Even though she sat up, Liu Yiru was still very weak. But at this time, she struggled, wanting to get up. "Don't move." Jun Tianyu came right to the bedside with a flash and supported Liu Yiru. How are you feeling?" Jun Tianyu said rather anxiously, worried that he would lose her. Still all right," Liu Yiru forced a smile and said. But Yi Yuan at one side shook his head and sighed when he saw the situation and said, "All right, don't forcefully keep it up anymore. She just regained consciousness. Her body is still very weak. Don't talk too much with her. The days to come are still long, no rush for this short while." Jun Tianyu's old face reddened and he hurriedly laid Liu Yiru down. Then he said to Yi Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, Master." It's still too early to thank me. Wait until Madam Jun recovers, then thanking me isn't late." "Oh, right, is the cleansing water flower brought back?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Jun Tianyu hurriedly took out the cleansing water flower from his storage ring and Pares said it to Yi Yuan, saying, "Luckily, Master Yidan still had 2 stalks remaining there. No idea if it's enough or not." Yi Yuan received the cleansing water flower and said, "The quality is a little poor. But it's barely enough to use." Before long, Yu Ming brought a large pile of tier 6 spirit medicines and returned to Jun Tianyu's manor. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either. Deploying the cleansing water flower, he started to simmer a decoction of medicinal soup. A short while later, Yi Yuan carried a bowl of medicinal soup, came before Jun Tianyu, and said, "This medicinal soup's name is called soul cleansing soup. It's most useful towards dispelling some curses directed at the divine soul. But even this one bowl isn't enough and is unable to eliminate thoroughly. I've already portioned all of the medicinal herbs. Remember to let Madam Jun drink 3 times daily. After 5 days, she'll definitely recover fully." Jun Tianyu hurriedly carried the soul-cleansing soup and fed Liu Yiru to drink before saying agitatedly, Master Yi is truly an immortal. This Jun really doesn't know how to thank. I wonder if Master Yi has any needs. As long as this Jun can accomplish it, just say what's on your mind. Yi Yuan said, Senior Jun, don't have to be so courteous. You issued the mission, I received the mission. After completing, there will naturally be a reward. After Madam Jun is completely recovered, you and I will be square. This was also Yi Yuan's unswerving rule, only taking agreed upon consultation fees and never taking the slightest bit more. It was just that to Jun Tianyu. What did a mere few hundred merit points count as? Master Yi's words are not proper. To this Jun, even if I use all of my AS sets to exchange for Yiru's life, I won't furrow my brows at all too. A measly 500 merit points is seriously unable to express my feelings of gratitude. Jun Tianyu said. Senior Jun is someone who values sentiments greatly. But my rule is that I never overcharge consultation fees too. If Senior Jun feels somewhat indebted, just take it as owing this Yi a favor then. When this Yi needs it, I'll naturally come to find Senior Jun, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 718, Hiring Murderer to Kill People. Chapter 718, Hiring Murderer to Kill People. What? You said that Yi Yuan and Yu Ming came out from Lord Jun's place safely? Ji Yu Hong nearly jumped up when he heard this news. Yes. Lord Jun's might is immensely formidable. Subordinate dare not draw near. But this subordinate has inquired. Somebody saw Lord Jun personally send Yi Yuan to the entrant. From the guest retainer's tone, one could also perceive that he was extremely shocked by this news as well. This time, Ji Yu Hong finally could not be calm. He paced around in the room, seemingly very anxious. Where did they go afterward? Ji Yu Hong suddenly stopped and asked. The guest retainer said, they went to the Sun family. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Sun family. Once there are any movements, we'll immediately receive news. Ji Yu Hong's expression flickered incessantly. Clearly, this news was too unexpected for him, catching him somewhat off guard. Could it be that this punk called Yi Yuan is really capable? But his only divine traversing realm. How is this possible? Ji Yu Hong frowned and said, Steward Ji Yu, what should we do for our next step? Ji Yu Hong thought about it and said, go keep an eye on the Sun family. When they come out, immediately fish for information. That Sun family's illness is also a troublesome one. If he really has the ability to treat, then Ji Yu Hong did a palm-slicing downwards gesture, his gaze revealing a murderous gleam. He was actually going to kill them to silence their mouths. The Sun family was also a large family clan in the ancient opulent city. But it was a level weaker compared to the Ji Yu family. In front of the Su family's gates, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sent Yi Yuan, White Light, and Yu Ming trio to the entrance. Benefactor, better stay behind and have a simple meal. Let this son express my feelings of gratitude, the middle-aged man in fine clothing said with a thankful face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there will be time for that. Better for it to be next time. This he took on quite a few missions and still has to go and do them one family by one family. This. Alright then. Then this son won't keep Benefactor behind. Even though my Sun family isn't the three great aristocratic families, I still have some power in this ancient opulent city. If Benefactor has any needs, feel free to speak your mind freely, said the Sun family's family head said. In this case, then thank you very much, Sun family head. Finished talking, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. By the side, Yu Ming had waves surging endlessly in his heart long ago already. It was just that in front of the Sun family's family head, it was unbecoming to show it. He hung around in this ancient opulent city for so many years and had always been very cautious, fearful of offending bigwigs. When had he ever been like today? Even Lord Jun and Sun family's family head, Sun Maroshing, were most respectful towards him, addressing him with great familiarity. Following by Yi Yuan's side made him have a feeling of being in high and vigorous spirits, walking with his head held high. This sort of feeling was seriously too awesome. Brother Yi is simply God-like. Whatever kind of complicated or rare illnesses, reaching Brother Yi's hands, they were all resolved without extra trouble. These families' missions are all famous in the entire ancient opulent city. But not a single person was able to resolve them. But once Brother Yi took action, everything was resolved. The moment they left the Sun family, Yu Ming said with an excited look. This is called impressive. This is merely just SOSO. What you saw is but the tip of the iceberg. White Light said very disdainfully. Yu Ming did not know that White Light knew Yi Yuan had the ability to cross realms and refine medicinal pills. These illnesses actually did not need to be so troublesome. One medicinal pill could fix it. It was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to expose too many things, that was why he used such troublesome methods. Being Reb. Ted by White Light, not only was Yu Ming not unhappy, he nodded his head repeatedly instead and said, yes, 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 Brother Yi's methods are absolutely master level. Old Yu, I have no way of imagining at all. Unknowingly, a change also happened to Yu Ming's form of address towards Yi Yuan. Evidently, his attitude towards Yi Yuan had a transformation happening too. Originally, he was emotionally invested on Yi Yuan, with a long-term view. But in one day, he discovered to his surprise that he did not need to wait until long-term at all. All right, stop talking aimlessly. The next one, go to the city guard's main camp then. Yi Yuan said. Ah, see city guard's main camp. The moment Yu Ming heard, even his speech became stammers. Look at you. Following my big brother, what are you afraid of? Could it be that they will eat you? White Light said crossly. Ah, you got a point there, but what are you being long-winded for? Are you going or not? Going. Why won't I go? Yu Ming made up his mind and said. Yu Ming belonged to the city guards and was even considered a small officer. Except, he got along better in the city, that was why he could go and guard the ascension pool. But entering the main camp, all he would see would be his superiors. How could the fear account accumulated for many years be that easy to get rid of? The three people came to the city guard's main camp. Immediately, there was a soldier stopping the trio. Halt! What are you here for? Yu Ming hastily went forward to explain. Then handed over Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai token before that soldier let them pass said. The mission Yi Yuan received, it was all displayed in the ident. One Tai token. The soldier would know the moment he looked and naturally would not be mistaken. That soldier was just about to lead the three people inside. But after just a few steps, they bu-emped into a middle-aged army officer. Why are you bringing strangers into the main camp? That soldier hurriedly saluted and explained the situation. After middle-aged army officer heard, he said, oh, like that her. Just nice, I'm going to Lord Head Commander there to report completion on a task. You go back first then. I'll bring them over. That soldier was somewhat hesitant. This. Relax. With me around, no body will make things difficult for you, that middle-aged army officer said. Yes, General Song Pan. After the soldier left, Song Pan led the three people and walked towards the depths of the main camp. As he walked, Song Pan asked Yi Yuan curiously, really have some guts. A puny little divine traversing realm actually dares to take on Lord Head Commander's missions. His old problem has been there over a decade already. To this day, no one was able to treat it. Where did your confidence come from? Yi Yuan said, no body treated it, was naturally them being incapable. Since I dare to come, I naturally have a assurance. Haha, Lord Head Commander's mission, I know a little bit. Seems like each one came brother IMNG with confidence, but in the end, they were all chased out by Lord Head Commander with a flurry of sticks. I'm afraid that your small body can't take the beating, Song Pan said with a mocking laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him but did not say anything. This guy was clearly finding trouble. Right then, Yu Ming suddenly opened his mouth and said, General Song, it's not right. This doesn't seem to be the road leading to Commander Manor, right? This city guard's main camp, Yu Ming rarely came. But he was still aware of the general positions. Seeing as the road got increasingly remote, the people getting lesser and lesser, with Yu Ming's astuteness, how could he still not detect something amiss? But this place was already very out of the way. The surroundings already did not have a soul. Song Pan suddenly turned around and said with a cold smile, "Boy, don't blame this song for being ruthless. Want to blame? Blame that you offended a person that you shouldn't have. I'll send you on your way right now. When you go over there, remember to be more low profile. When you don't have strength, best not to be too arrogant." At this time, Song Pan already revealed killing intent. Yu Ming's expression changed, and he said, "General Song, what's the meaning of this? Who, don't you understand yet? This is someone hiring a murderer to kill people. Let me make a guess. Ah. Is it Ji Yu Hong?" Yi Yuan snickered and said without any nervousness. Chapter 719, The Overbearing Jun Tianyu. Chapter 719, The Overbearing Jun Tianyu. Hair, don't need to probe. Do you think that I would be so naive? Song Pan did not admit it verbally, but he was startled in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not hesitate, hitting the mark right away, except that to Yi Yuan, it did not require guessing at all. Just how long has it been since he ascended? The only one with motives to harm him could only be Ji Yu Hong. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, not admitting, "Is it? Doesn't matter, you'll admit it in a while." Still being stubborn when facing death. Go to hell. Song Pan gritted his teeth and was about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. Song Pan as a general, his strength already reached late-stage boundless realm. Killing these three people in front of him was just a matter of lifting a hand. But right at this time, a pitilessly powerful sword intent instantly enveloped him. That virtually destructive pressure actually made his entire person unable to move a muscle. The move had yet to be unleashed, and his entire person froze there, his face contorted. A figure gradually became real from an illusion. It was none other than precisely Jun Tianyu. When Song Pan saw the Jun Tianyu brother Iming with killing intent, his knees went soft, and he almost knelt down right away. Lord Jun, why are you here? Song Pan's forehead was sweating profusely. This murderous god-like figure before his eyes, how could he afford to offend? Even when Lord Head Commander saw him, he had to be very courteous too. Jun Tianyu said coldly, "Master Yi is my benefactor. Why do you think I came?" "Ah! He. Song Pan jumped in fright. How could this boy in front of him possibly be Jun Tianyu's benefactor? "Humph. Are you going to end yourself? Or do you want me to send you on your way?" Jun Tianyu said straightforwardly. Lord Jun, please appease your anger. I didn't know that this little brother is Lord Jun's benefactor." Song Pan was crying regret in his heart. Why did he provoke until this killing god without rhyme or reason? But Jun Tianyu said coolly, "Don't need to explain anymore. You already had killing intent just now. It's enough to sentence you to death. Lord Jun, this is the city guard's main camp. On account of Commander Luofang's face, spare this lowly one, Your Excellency." Jun Tianyu's words made Song Pan white as a sheet, kneeling down directly. But Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed and he said, long-winded, "Fineness. Hi plus ing." Jun Tianyu pointed a finger out. A sharp and fierce sword intent pierced right through Song Pan's heart and did not give him any opportunity to retaliate at all. Song Pan still did not dare to believe on his deathbed that Jun Tianyu really killed him just like this. His two eyes gradually became lifeless, collapsing in a pool of blood. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Jun Tianyu could not even be bothered to glance at Song Pan but said to Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Senior Jun came very promptly. "All thanks to your token. It's just that Senior Jun killing him just like this wouldn't have any problems, right?" When the two people bade farewell, Jun Tianyu gave Yi Yuan a keepsake. As long as Yi Yuan crushed the token, Jun Tianyu would rush over very quickly. It was just that Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually use it so quickly. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, "This Jun killing a person, who dares to say anything? Since I'm here, I'll accompany you to go and meet Luo Fang." "All right. I'll have to trouble Senior Jun then." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Jun Tianyu waved his hand and said, "What's Master Yi being courteous with me for? Don't keep calling Senior Jun. If Master Yi doesn't mind, just call me elder brother will do." Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Haha, okay, Big Brother Jun. Big Brother Jun, don't keep calling Master Yi either. Directly call me Yi Yuan or younger brother will do. Jun Tianyu laughed loudly and said, haha, younger brother Yi. Right at this time, a powerful aura came over from the Commander Manor's direction. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front. Who is it? To actually dare act wildly in my city guard's main camp? Yi. Jun Tianyu, it's you? Luo Fang, your subordinate wants to kill my brother. I've already helped you clean up your household, Jun Tianyu said overbearingly. Luo Fang's face darkened, and he said, Jun Tianyu, aren't you a little too arrogant? Even if I want to clean up my household, when is it your turn to make a move? Jun Tianyu said coolly, killed him means I killed him. What do you want? You. Jun Tianyu, if you don't give me an account today, the two of us aren't done. Luo Fang looked at Song Pan's corpse, enraged until he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. Jun Tianyu was seriously not giving any face, killing his own subordinate in his own territory. If this spreads out, how would he, this head commander, command the troops? Jun Tianyu said coolly, if it were normally, I wouldn't be inclined to bother with you. But today, I'll make an exception and give you an account. He's called Yi Yuan, my wife's savior. Very soon, he'll be your benefactor too. Just now, this subordinate of yours wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Do you think my reason to kill him is enough or not? Luo Fang's expression changed, and he said, what? Your wife's illness is healed? As the city guard's head commander, Luo Fang was naturally aware of Liu Yiru's illness. In this recent 1 year, Jun Tianyu had been searching for famous doctors for her every day, even going to other cities to find powerful alchemists. But there were no results. Now, Liu Yiru's sickness was actually treated by a boy still wet behind his ears. Everyone in ancient opulent city all knew that Jun Tianyu loved his wife dearly. If this was a reason, then it really was justifiable. Jun Tianyu smiled and said, does Commander Luo feel that I would joke around with this sort of thing? Yi Yuan was planning on treating your chronic illness by coming to the main camp today. Who knew that this subordinate of yours actually wanted to kill him? What's wrong with me helping you clean up your household? Luo Fang's expression changed slightly, and he could not resist shooting a glance at Song Pan's corpse once more. But this time, there was no sympathy at all. Deserved to die. It was just that he was still half believingly and half doubtful about Jun Tianyu's words and asked, this. He, a measly little divine traversing realm, really have this kind of capability? Jun Tianyu could not help laughing as he said, your expression right now is exactly the same as when I met him for the first time. Whether or not he has the ability, what I say doesn't count. Just try, and you'll know. This. Fine then. Please. What? You say that Song Pan was killed by Jun Tianyu? Ji Yu Hong was alarmed until his voice and countenance changed when he heard this news. Yes. Song Pan had yet to take action, and Jun Tianyu actually rushed there already. Looks like he gave that punk some message token, the retainer said. Ji Yu Hong felt that his head was about to explode. Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan? To actually be able to make Jun Tianyu, this kind of character, willingly come forward for him? How can a brat who just ascended have such heaven-defying means? Jun Tianyu's wife was practically sentenced to death already. He could actually bring her back to life. Ji Yu Hong was depressed to the extreme in his heart. This outcome clearly exceeded his expectations too much. Not just Jun Tianyu's wife. The Sun family's mission, Commander Luo Fang's mission, he completed all of them. Intel just came from over there. Not only did Commander Luo Fang not blame Yi Yuan, he sent him and Jun Tianyu outside the main camp with a big smile instead. The three people addressed each other with great familiarity like they were blood brothers. Ji Yu Hong was speechless. Chapter 720, Regaining Face. Chapter 720, Regaining Face. Oh, Ji Yu Hong, I heard that an extremely formidable alchemist appeared in the city recently and already treated quite a few illnesses that No body was able to treat. Yes or no? The Ji Yu family's family head, Ji Yu Changshan said. It had already been 5 days' time since Yi Yuan ascended. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan already completed all of the missions he took on without failing a single one. These few missions were all famous difficult and peculiar diseases in the city, virtually missions determined impossible to complete. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who emerged explosively, actually resolved all of the missions one by one. It could be imagined how great a stir it caused in ancient opulent city. Jiyu Changshan also heard this news today, then called steward Jiyu Hong over immediately to ask about the situation. The moment Jiyu Hong heard, his heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself, it indeed still came. Ah! There was such a thing. This lowly one didn't go out these 2 days and really haven't a clue that such a major thing happened in the city, but I reckon that these are all rumors, right? It's fine if it's treating one, but treating a whole bunch is a little too exaggerated, right? I reckon it's that alchemist bragging himself in order to draw attention. Jiyu Hong exercised his wits. At this time, Jiyu Hong could only drag it out as long as he could. But Jiyu Changshan shook his head and said, it really isn't like that. Today, when I went to City Lord Manor to meet City Lord, His Excellency, I just happened to be UMP into Luofang. He told me personally that the chronic illness he was plagued with for over a decade was treated by that alchemist. With Luofang's character, if the other party didn't have genuine skill, he would not praise unceasingly like so. Jiyu Hong was bitter in his heart. But since Jiyu Changshan already said until like this, he could only follow up, like that her. Since even Commander Luo said so, then it probably won't be wrong. I wonder who is it, to actually have such capability. Jiyu Changshan said, heard that it's even a young man who just ascended a couple of days, called, Yi Yuan. Jiyu Hong, you go and find that Yi Yuan. Regardless of what kind of price you have to pay, you must invite him over. Perhaps he can really treat Xian'er's illness. Jiyu Hong was naturally 100 times unwilling in his heart. It was just that Jiyu Changshan's words, how could he dare to defy? He could only acknowledge at once, yes, family head. Coming out from Jiyu Changshan there, Jiyu Hong was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He never would have thought that in the end, he actually really had to go and beg Yi Yuan. The conversation that day was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he was very scornful of Yi Yuan. But a few days Pares said, Yi Yuan actually directly became an esteemed guest among the city's upper echelons. Now, even family head actually heard of his reputation before. Forced to go, he, Jiyu Hong, could not swallow this insult. If he did not go, he could not give an account over on family head's side here too. For a moment, Jiyu Hong fell into a dilemma. The most crucial thing was that even if he threw out this old face, would Yi Yuan give him this face? He did not leave any leeway at all on that day and already thoroughly offended Yi Yuan badly. Now, going to beg him once more, wasn't it reaching his face out for people to hit? Jiyu Hong felt that he had been wronged. Who could have thought that a divine traversing realm boy actually had such enigmatic strength? If it were others, they wouldn't give Yi Yuan any good I chewed on that day too, right? Thinking it over, Jiyu Hong finally stomped his feet and went out of the Jiyu family's gates. No matter what method he used, Jiyu Hong must invite Yi Yuan over today. Otherwise, if this matter were made known to family head, he would be dead for sure. 5 days' time, Yi Yuan did the missions and obtained a total of 3,000 merit points. These 3,000 merit points had 20% deducted by City Lord Manor, leaving 2,400 merit points. Yi Yuan gave over half of the merit points to White Light and spent another 500 merit points to buy a residence in the city, but was only left with 700 merit points. This merit points is really hard to earn. Took a lot of trouble and ran around for 5 days and actually only earned 700 merit points. Wanting to obtain freedom is really not an easy thing, Yi Yuan said with vicissitude of emotions. By the side, Jun Tianyu could not suppress laughter as he said, "Younger brother Yi, if these words of yours were heard by the other ascenders, they would probably vomit blood from anger. These 700 merit points, they have to use 1 to 2 years' time before they are able to pool it together. And you only used 5 days. Brother Yi must be joking. Your big brother Jun lurked in ancient opulent city for close to 100 years' time, and his entire AS sets are merely just several 100,000 of merit points too. At this rate you earn merit points, in a few years, you'll be able to surpass him." Liu Iru covered her mouth and laughed. That's right. Brother Yi, stop boasting in front of me. Lord Jun's assets are plentiful, but I, this sort of impoverished person, only have a few thousand merit point. Yu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears as he said. Yu Ming had a wide circle of acquaintances in ancient opulent city that needed to spend large amounts of merit points. So over the years, he did not have much merit points on him at all. Yi Yuan only used 5 days' time and the merit points earned was already about the same as him. This was indeed quite a blow. Liu Yiru already recovered fully in these 2 days. Jun Tianyu brought her along to express thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100,000 merit points before one can exchange for freedom. This requirement is also truly a little sick. Those ascended martial artists basically have to waste 60 to 70 years of time here. Jun Tianyu said, it has to look at strength and potential still. Some ascenders, once they adapt to the divine realm, their improvement will be very fast, only using a few years' time and they will have the ability to go take on missions. Roughly around 10 years' time, they will be able to exchange for their freedom. As for those people without potential, give them 100 years, and they might not be able to pool together 10,000 points either. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was indeed this reasoning. May I ask, is this place Master Yi's residence? The few people were currently chatting happily when a voice suddenly sounded out outside the door. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help laughing and said to Yu Ming, Big brother Yu, this insult, I'll let you vent it then. Whenever you're satisfied, we'll talk terms with him again. Yu Ming could not help freezing slightly when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan gratefully. He knew that this was Yi Yuan giving him the chance to regain face personally. Ji Yuhong's words on that day deeply wounded Yu Ming's pride, and also thoroughly sobered him up. These few years, Yu Ming had always been operating carefully in ancient opulent city, and also gradually build up a bit of fame. But all the way until that day, then only Yu Ming deeply understood that turns out, he was still just a minor character. No one thought highly of him at all. No matter how many things you knew, without strength, you would never get other people's respect. These few days, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and saw Yi Yuan being treated as a distinguished guest by the bigwigs who he did not even dare to think about. He even saw Jun Tianyu kill Song Pan in a blink. Only when one's strength was genuinely powerful could one get genuine respect. Even if he was just a penniless nobody, following by Yi Yuan's side, he also obtained ample respect. Brother Yi, thank you very much, Yu Ming said gratefully. Chapter 721, Winds of Fortune Change. Chapter 721, Winds of Fortune Change. Younger brother Yu, I wonder if Master Yi is at home? Ji Yu Hong thickened his skin and asked. Ji Yu Hong was a servant to begin with. This skill of shamelessness was much more powerful than a bottom-level martial artist like Yu Ming. Like previously, he was afraid of Ji Yu Chengxuan's blame and did not give Yu Ming face at all, fineness. Plussing off Yi Yuan with a single blow. Now, he had no choice but to come to his door begging. He even thickened his face and addressed Yu Ming with great familiarity too. Yu Ming sneered when he saw the situation and said, Isn't this Lord Ji Yu? Don't address a lowly person like me as your brother so as to avoid lowering your status. Yu Ming had a stomach full of resentment towards Ji Yu Hong. Not seizing this chance to regain face properly, how would he be liberated in his heart? But Ji Yu Hong did not care about the sarcasm in Yu Ming's words at all. He still had an ingratiating look as he said, Look at what you're saying. I, Ji Yu Hong, am merely a servant of the Ji Yu family, and I am also an impoverished person in this ancient opulent city. Why must younger brother Yu make things difficult for elder brother, me? I know that younger brother Yu is still unhappy about the incident that day. But elder brother also has difficulties, right? Today, elder brother came firstly to find Master Yi to take action. Another thing is to specially come and apologize to younger brother Yu. One had to acknowledge that this Ji Yu Hong indeed had skills. The words said were flawless, lightly skating over that day's incident. If it were just a young and inexperienced boy, he would probably shed tears of grat. One chewed immediately, addressing Ji Yu Hong as his brother. It was just that no matter how poorly Yu Ming got along, he was a wily old fox too. For Ji Yu Hong to want to pull the wool over his eyes so easily, how could it be something that easy? Here, Steward Ji Yu, don't give me that. Whatever you have, quickly say. If there's nothing, get lost straight away for me. Master Yi is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a servant like you, Yu Ming said indifferently. Yu Ming felt liberated in his heart. This had only been a few days, and all the face that should be found were all regained. Didn't you make your father get lost on that day? Now, you scram as far as you can get for your father. Didn't you say that your father wasn't on the same level as you on that day? Hihi, now, you're the servant. Several days Par said, Yu Ming's relations. Hi+P with Yi Yuan already had titanic changes. Even though Yi Yuan kept calling him as his elder brother, Yu Ming had the self-awareness that he was on a completely different level with Yi Yuan. Just take a look, what kind of people did Master Yi have dealings with? Jun Tianyu, Luo Fang, Sun Marosheng, which one of them was not a major figure in ancient opulent city where the entire city would tremble when they stomped their feet? But even so, Yi Yuan still gave Yu Ming a feeling akin to a breath of spring breeze. Yu Ming saw clearly that what changed was only his own mentality. Yi Yuan's attitude towards him was no different from the start. So in Yu Ming's eyes, Ji Yu Hong was really just a servant, while his ident. One Tai was much higher than Ji Yu Hong's. Ji Yu Hong was clearly coming with his back to the wall this time and was already prepared to give play to his shamelessness to the max. My purpose of coming, is younger brother Yu still unclear? This Ji Yu wished to request an audience with Master Yi and invite him to take a look at eldest Mrs. Illness. Whatever terms there are, Master Yi can feel free to say. As he was talking, Ji Yu Hong dug out a storage ring and handed it to Yu Ming, saying with a fawning look. This is a small token from elder brother. Younger brother Yu, please accept. After the matter is done, elder brother will still have a little something. I know that younger brother is a favorite of Master Yi. As long as younger brother, Yu, make an exception, this matter, we can settle it through discussion, no? Ji Yu Hong felt pain in his heart. He spent an arm and a leg this time in order to patch his relations. Hi+P up with Yu Ming. In that storage ring, there were 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals, and these 1,000 low-grade earth essence crystals was already 1/5 of his savings. One had to know that low-grade earth essence crystals and merit points could be exchanged 1 for 1. Which was also to say that Ji Yu Hong gave Yu Ming 1,000 merit points all at once. This was absolutely a huge sum. Yu Ming used divine sense to inspect the storage ring and also palpitated with excitement in his heart. This old fellow was really hemorrhaging this time, but Yu Ming made a difficult expression on his face and said, this. Steward Ji Yu, not that I'm not willing to help you, it's seriously that Master Yi is really very busy. Ji Yu Hong gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds and actually fished out another storage ring, saying, younger brother Yu, I naturally know that Master Yi is very busy. It's just that our family's eldest Mrs. Illness, you're aware about it too. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied Ji. Oda. Old Ji Yu, I only have this bit of savings too. Ji Yu Ming had a destination toot look, secretly delighting Yu Ming inwardly. He received the storage ring and had a look. Inside indeed had quite a few good stuff. The value was probably around 500 merit points or so too. Fine then. On account of Steward Ji Yu having such sincerity, I'll go and have a word with Master Yi. As for whether or not he consents, I dare not guarantee. Yu Ming said with difficulty. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I know that younger brother Yu is a favorite of Master. Master will definitely give you this face. Ji Yu Hong flattered Yu Ming vigorously. Yu Ming was naturally enjoying it too. In the past, he behaved like a grandson in front of Ji Yu Hong. Now, the winds of fortune changed. It was Ji Yu Hong's turn to act like a grandson in front of him. This sense of accomplishment was absolutely refresh. Hi+ing. Yu Ming put away the 2 storage rings, turned around, and entered the manor. The moment his figure vanished, Ji Yu Hong's face darkened. Humph. Blind reckless fool. To actually dare climb on top of my head, dare to take your Grandpa Goo's stuff, really tired of living, after the dust has settled this time, Grandpa Gu will not only make you spit out these things, I'll even let you disappear from ancient opulent city entirely. Jiu Hong gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Really too satisfying. Brother Yi, elder brother, I have always tucked my tail between my legs and behaved obediently in this ancient opulent city. Whoever I meet, I would bow and scrape. Today, benefiting from the association with Brother Yi, I can finally raise my head up high. Here, these are the things Jiu Hong gave me to show filial piety. This time, he hemorrhaged greatly. Once he entered the house, Yu Ming's entire person felt like he was floating. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Those things are given to you by Jiu Hong and also what he owes you. You just keep it for yourself. He wants to take my life. How can this bit of stuff let him clear the hurdle? What's at the back is the real show." Yu Ming was rather embarrassed. Said as he said, "This. Elder brother, I still know my own limitations a little. Jiu Hong giving me these were all on account of Brother Yi's face. How can I take it for myself?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Let you take it, so just take it. What's with all the nonsense? If you treat me as a brother, then put it away properly for me." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Ming hurriedly said, all right, I'll keep it then. However, I've seen through this Jiu Hong thoroughly this time. This guy is two-faced, really not any good thing. The last time, he even sent that Song Pan to kill you. This time, he has no choice but to come and lower his head to us. But I feel that he will definitely harbor resentment in his heart. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Jiu Hong is only an unimportant person. He's not worth my effort to go deal with him at all. If he stays quiet, he can still live. If he courts death himself, then I can't be blamed." Chapter 722, An Ear. Chapter 722, An Ear. Jiu Hong entered Yi Yuan's manor rather fidgety. Honestly speaking, he still had a bit of confidence in his heart towards Yu Ming. But facing Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Even though there was only a short confrontation once, Jiu Hong's impression of Yi Yuan was very deep. Because Yi Yuan said for Yu Ming to return the humiliation to him. Today, it really returned to him. At that time, he thought that Yi Yuan was giving himself a way out. But only now did Jiu Hong know that he really had that strength and confidence. On that day, Yi Yuan did not argue from start to end, because he simply disdained to argue. Compared to arguing, Yi Yuan was smacking faces with actions. Entering the main hall, Yi Yuan sat on the seat of honor. By the side, Zhun Tianyu and Liu Yiru were seated. Although he had long heard about it, Jiu Hong was still unbelievably shocked in his heart. In the mere few days Yi Yuan ascended, he was actually already on equal footing with the Zhun Tianyu who made people tremble with fear on hearing. This lowly one, Jiu Hong, pays respect to Lord Zhun, Master Yi. In front of Zhun Tianyu, Jiu Hong lowered his posture very low. Either way, coming here today, he was long prepared to be shameless already. But this first sentence of his poked a hole in the basket already. Only to see Zhun Tianyu snort coldly and say, "Are the Jiu family's servants also ignorant in etiquette? This is younger brother Yi's manner. You don't pay respect to him first, but you pay respect to me for? Even if it's not here, younger brother Yi is my wife's savior. You doing so, isn't it making me out to be faithless?" This cold snort directly made Jiu Hong's knees turn soft, kneeling down. "Lord Zhun, forgive my mistake. This lowly one has no intention of offending you." Jiu Hong even had the heart to die. Zhun Tianyu's account mulated or in ancient opulent city was immensely great. So the first thing Jiu Hong thought of was to pay respect to Lord Jun. Who knew that he poked the hornet's nest all of a sudden? "You're an exalted heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. How can you be ranked behind a divine traversing realm boy? Humph. If this wasn't younger brother Yi's manner, you'd already be a dead man now. This is younger brother Yi's place. How to punish is naturally up to him, the owner, to decide," Zhun Tianyu said with a cold snort. When Jiu Hong heard, all the hair on his body stood on its ends. This one in front of him never needed any reason to kill people before. As long as he felt that you deserved to die, you would really be dead. This point, there were already countless people who used their lives to prove it before, not necessary to go into details. Master Yi, this lowly one deserves death. This lowly one deserves death. I beseech Master Yi to spare my life. Ji Yu Hong kowtowed frantically, nearly knocking out a large hole in the ground. He did not dare to use essence energy to protect his body at all. Very soon, a large bruise was knocked out on his head. Brother Jun, younger brother, has just moved into this manor. Can't very well kill people right after coming in. It's inauspicious. Yi Yuan said coolly. Ji Yu Hong was overjoyed when he heard and hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Master Yi's grace of not killing. Many thanks for Lord Jun's grace of not killing." But Jun Tianyu said coolly, "Death penalty may be spared, but punishment is hard to pardon." Finished talking, Jun Tianyu wielded his fingers as a sword. A streak of sword chi flew past Ji Yu Hong's ear with a swoosh. Ji Yu Hong only felt coolness at his ear and did not even react to it. If that finger earlier slanted a wee bit more, his head would explode like a watermelon. But very soon, a piercing pain assaulted, striking the deepest parts of his heart. "Ah, my ear." Ji Yu Hong covered the ear with fresh blood flowing out, hurting until he rolled on the floor. "Make any more fuss, even if I give younger brother Yi face and don't kill you here, it's impossible for you to return to the Ji Yu family alive either." Jun Tianyu's words seemed to have come from the underworld. Even if Ji Yu Hong was hurting until he was about to faint, he immediately ceased the howling too. Ji Yu Hong covered his ear, in pain until he was trembling all over. But he did not dare to make even a sound. Sweat flowed down his forehead, pickling the wound by his ear, making it even more painful, like pouring oil onto a fire. Jun Tianyu was obviously not this sort of narrow-minded people. He was deliberately finding fault. This Ji Yu Hong was just an unimportant person to him. If he killed Ji Yu Hong, then he killed. But if Yi Yuan thoroughly offended the Ji Yu family because of this, it would be terrible. The Dao family's destruction made these aristocratic families in the ancient opulent city be on guard too. These few years, the three great families all concentrated on development. Their strength had a very large increase. Although Jun Tianyu was not afraid, he had an agreement with City Lord back then, not to kill Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouses as he pleased again, unless he did not wish to stay on in the ancient opulent city anymore. The face of the three great families, Jun Tianyu would not give any thought. But City Lord's face, Jun Tianyu still have to consider it. The City Lord was appointed by a holy land. Even if he, Jun Tianyu, was any stronger, he could not possibly be stronger than a holy land too. Therefore, Jun Tianyu carrying out a slight punishment was solely getting a bit of interest for Yi Yuan. Either way, he only made a move to claim an ear. The Ji Yu family would not dare to do anything. Ji Yu Hong sucked in cold breaths by the side as he said, "And Master Yi's anger is vented as well. See, can you take action and save?" Eldest miss. Towards Ji Yu Hong, Yi Yuan naturally did not have the slightest bit of pity. He already had killing intent towards him. Not killing him is already taking into account the Ji Yu family's face. Towards the killing intent which fleeted across Ji Yu Hong's eyes, Yi Yuan chose to ignore. With Jun Tianyu around, forget about Ji Yu Hong, even the entire Ji Yu family did not dare to touch him either. Saving people is okay. But this time is different from taking on the mission. You know it, I already gave you a chance, Yi Yuan said indifferently. When Ji Yu Hong heard this sentence, a hint of regret flashed past in his heart too. If he had relented on that day and let Yi Yuan go look at eldest Mrs. Illness, he would definitely obtain family head's commendation now and would also not lose an ear because of this. But his regret was replaced by hatred very quickly. Even if he did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan, the people around Yi Yuan, he could touch. After this matters hype Pares says, "I, Ji Yu Hong, will definitely let you know that I'm not to be provoked. It was all this lowly one's fault. Whatever conditions Master Yi has, feel free to say." Even if he hated to the extreme in his heart, Ji Yu Hong did not dare to have the least bit of dissatisfaction verbally. Instead, he still lowered his posture very low. "I want the Ji Yu family's title deed for ancient opulent streets luxuriant fragrance hall," Yi Yuan said coolly. "What? El luxuriant fragrance hall. Ouch. The moment Jiyu Hong became agitated, it aggravated his wounds again, hurting until his face contorted in agony. That's right. Master Yi, this is also too. Can you change the terms? Jiyu Hong wanted to kill people badly. Yi Yuan, this was also demanding a too exorbitant price. However, he had to endure. Otherwise, the one dead would be him. No negotiations. Either agree to my terms, or you guys find someone else better. Yi Yuan did not give face in the slightest. This lowly one cannot make the decision. Can you permit this lowly one to go back and report to family head? Jiyu Hong said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, can. Give me a reply by tomorrow noon. Or else, there won't be any leeway to talk over. How could Jiyu Hong still dare to stay? Enduring the intense pain on his ear, he scrambled back to the Jiyu family. After Jiyu Hong left, Jun Tianyu asked, younger brother Yi, this condition of yours is out of my expectations. Could it be that younger brother Yi is planning on establishing a sect in this ancient opulent city? Chapter 723, What's Not Proper? Chapter 723, What's Not Proper? The luxuriant fragrance hall. Can a measly little divine traversing realm boy prop up the Civ luxuriant fragrance hall? Jiyu Changshun said with a cold laugh. Family head, this boy has no respect for our Jiyu family at all by relying on Jun Tianyu's backing, Jiyu Hong said with a look of righteous indignation. Jiyu Changshun looked at Jiyu Hong with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he had a guilty conscience. Oh, Jiyu Hong, looks like these few years, I've been too indulgent towards you. Jiyu Changshun said rather emotionally. Jiyu Hong's heart thumped, kneeling onto the ground with a thud as he said with a wail, Jiyu Hong dare not. It's really that they bully others too far. Bully others too far. It was probably you going too far in bullying others beforehand, right? Honestly speaking, you being able to come back alive makes me very surprised. Looks like Jun Tianyu is still rather wary of City Lord, Jiyu Changshun said. The more Jiyu Hong listened, the more it felt amiss. Could it be that those things he did behind family head's back, he knew all of it? Once this thought popped up, Jiyu Hong sniveled even more as he said sobbingly, family head, you have to stand up for Jiyu Hong. I went to invite Yi Yuan to take action, but he crippled my ear with any word. This is simply making light of you. Jiyu Hong did not notice Jiyu Changxian's expression gradually becoming cold. Jiyu Hong, this is the last chance that I'm giving you. Jiyu Hong trembled, his entire person instantly sobering up. He knew that nothing could be hidden any more from family head's eyes. Jiyu Hong was an astute man. He knew that everything of his was all given by Jiyu Changshun. With this, he held nothing back, directly recounting all the things that happened these few days. Of course, what he said definitely had some discrepancies from the actual situation, but there was no way of verifying them. This sort of thing, Jiyu Hong had long attained perfection in it. Even Jiyu Changshun could not discern the slightest bit of inkling too. Such as that day he went to remove the mission, he ran into Yi Yuan and Yu Ming. The story was naturally Yi Yuan's strength was measly but looked down on other people, looking even more like a swindler. Hence, that was why he did not let them enter. This point coupled with the condition Yi Yuan raised made people feel that it was the truth even more. Indeed, after Jiyu Changshun finished listening, the coldness from before diminished a lot, and he said coolly, lucky you're honest. If you still dared to intentionally hide it, without the need for Jun Tianyu to take action, I'll send you on your way too. Jiyu Hong sweated profusely in his heart, feeling like he had toured one round around the gates of Hell and back. But with his understanding of Jiyu Changshun, he should have cleared the hurdle this time. Family head, Jiyu Hong was muddle-headed for a moment, such that I led to a huge mistake. Family head, please punis. Plus it's just that even though that Yi Yuan is formidable, this subordinate don't believe that he's even stronger than Lord Shuming, that's why I would make a move against her. Jiyu Hong resorted to sophistry. Jiyu Changshun nodded and said, honestly speaking, I also find it very hard to believe that a divine traversing realm boy can be even stronger than he Shuming. It's just that Qing'er's illness really can't afford to delay. If he wants the luxuriant fragrance hall, give it to him then, as long as he can treat Qing'er's illness. The second day morning, Zhun Tianyu and Yi Yuan came to the Jiyu family. Jiyu Changshan personally welcomed them. By his side, tagging along was a sagely-looking elderly. After both parties had small talk, Jiyu Changshan said, "Master Yi, I'll have to trouble you for my daughter's illness. Taking people's money to avert disaster for them, this is naturally part of this Yi's duties," Yi Yuan said coolly. He and the Jiyu family would probably be very hard to become friends, so he was not polite either. Except, that elderly said with a cold smile, "Hair, age isn't old, tone isn't small. A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully yet actually dares to proclaim to be a master. Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." This old man was clearly the He Shuming from Jiyu Changshuan's words. Yi Yuan was treating Jiyu Changshuan's daughter's illness today. Some words, he was inconvenient to say out. Getting this He Shuming over here was in order to say those words inconvenient to say. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, "Firstly, being advanced in age shouldn't be a bar to ambition. Treating illnesses and curing people, one has to look at true capability. Since Miss Gu's illness isn't cured, then your esteemed self naturally doesn't have this capability. Secondly, the title master was all called out by others. I've never professed before, but I never felt that calling me as master is in any way inappropriate. Thirdly, who are you? You don't even recognize this old man and actually dare to utter wild ravings here. Haven't seen this sickness yet and you have an appearance like you can handle anything. Do you really think that you're an alchemy emperor?" He Shuming was enraged by Yi Yuan until his beard billowed and he glared. "What a joke. Why do I have to know you? Also, even though I'm not an alchemy emperor, Miss Gu's illness, I'm definitely able to treat it," Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. "Conceited and ignorant kid. Today, if you can't treat Qing'er's sickness, I'll make you pay the price for your wild arrogance." He Shuming was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the Zhun Tianyu who did not speak all along opened his mouth. "Looks like this Zhun hasn't taken action for too long. Ancient opulent city already have some people who don't remember this Zhun's existence. Threatening. Stark naked threatening. But Zhun Tianyu had always been so domineering. Threatening an alchemy saint in front of the three great aristocratic families' family heads, only Zhun Tianyu could do that. Jiyu Changshan by the side suddenly had an impression. Yi Yuan and Zhun Tianyu, these two people mingling together were simply a perfect match. These two people considered everyone beneath their notice exactly the same, showing striking resemblance of arrogance. He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. That imposing momentum earlier immediately vanished like mist and smoke. He lost his head from anger due to Yi Yuan earlier and really forgot that Zhun Tianyu was right beside for a moment. Zhun Tianyu followed right by Yi Yuan's side today constantly, rather like his follower. It was very easy to make people overlook his existence. Haha, everyone says fewer words. Master Yi, Brother Zhun and Brother He are both this Gu's honored guests. Harmony is precious, harmony is precious. Jiyu Changshan saw that the momentum was not right and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Humph. He Shuming gave a cold snort and turned his head over, no longer speaking. Family head Jiyu, I think we better not waste time anymore. Let's head straight for your daughter there, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan's impression towards the Jiyu family was not good and was disinclined to waste time here as well. That's for the best, Jiyu Changshan said. The group of people entered the Jiyu family's inner chambers and circled one big detour. Jiyu Changshan actually led Yi Yuan inside a dungeon. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Because he got to know from Yu Ming there that this daughter of Jiyu Changshan's was the sole remaining bloodline left from his first wife. Jiyu Changshan normally doted on her very much. Jiyu Changshan even took out the luxuriant fragrance hall without any hesitation in order to save her. His doting on her could be seen at a glance. But why did Jiyu Changshan actually lock her up in such a dungeon which did not see the light of day? The further in they walked, the more unbelievably cold it got. When they walked to the depths, Yi Yuan saw an ice bed. On the ice bed lay a woman wearing a sky-blue attire. But that woman's hands and legs were actually bounded by metal chains. This is my daughter, Ji Qing. Since 3 years ago, she became mentally deranged, killing people on sight. Having no choice, I could only bind up her hands and legs, Ji Changshun explained. Chapter 724, Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. Chapter 724, Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. Kill. You're all demons. I'm going to kill you. When Ji Qing discovered that people came, she immediately became incomparably violent, using all of her strength wanting to shake off the constraints of the metal chains. Seeing this kind of situation, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together slightly too. Boy, I've already prepared the Dream Soul incense for you. Are you doing it yourself? As he said, he shumming through Yi Yuan a short incense. But Yi Yuan did not reach his hand out to catch, allowing that short incense to fall onto the ground. Dream Soul incense was a type of aromatic which could make people enter sleep. It had the function of pacifying the soul and spirit. Ji Qing's ailment was hard for alchemists to take her pulse. This Dream Soul incense naturally came in handy. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, he shumming was enraged. Punk, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan said coolly, Miss Gu's illness is currently in a state of outbreak illness at this time. Many things related to the illness will naturally be exposed during this time as well. You use the Dream Soul incense to make her fall asleep. What if you misdiagnose because of this? Don't even have this bit of elementary knowledge. I really don't know how you, this alchemy saint, came about. He shumming could not help choking up when he heard that. This punk was actually doubting his alchemy saint strength. But every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. He was actually unable to refute. Even the Ji Changshun and Jun Tianyu by the side who did not understand also nodded their heads secretly when they heard. Very clearly, this argument was strong. Ji Changshun could not resist darting a glance at He Shumming. When he diagnosed Ji Qing, didn't he use the Dream Soul incense to put Ji Qing to sleep? Utterly ignorant. Not using Dream Soul incense, I want to see how you take the pulse, He Shumming said with a cold smile. Sensing Ji Changshun's gaze, He Shumming's face was burning too. But not putting Ji Qing to sleep, how to take the pulse? Then you open your eyes wide and look properly. Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and approached closer to Ji Qing a little more. Then, he extended his index finger. A trace of pale yellow silk thread flowed out from his index finger. This fine thread was actually condensed and formed with essence energy. Seeing this scene, He Shumming's expression could not help changing drastically as he let his tongue slip and said Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. Ji Changshun did not know what was called Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading. But he could also tell from He Shumming's expression that this move of Yi Yuan's seemed to be very formidable, and he could not help feeling more hopeful. This Ji Qing was born from him and his first wife. The two people were deeply in love. But his wife left this world not long after Ji Qing was born. Furthermore, Ji Qing looked virtually identical to his first wife. Therefore, Ji Changshun also showered her with favors all along. Who could have thought that Ji Qing would actually get such a strange illness? Even He Shumming taking action could not find the cause of the illness too. If even Ji Qing left him too, Ji Changshun would really have a breakdown. Hence, he did not scruple in agreeing to Yi Yuan, using the luxuriant fragrance hall as the diagnosis fee to treat Ji Qing. And at this time, the silk thread spat out from Yi Yuan already gradually crept over onto Ji Qing's arm, then reached into the meridians from her arm. Seeing this scene, Ji Changshun's face slightly revealed an astonished look too. Even though he did not know what was called Essence Silk Thread Pulse Reading, this move of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to indicate that he was extraordinary. Martial artists spitting out essence energy was mostly for the sake of pursuing greater destructive power. The control towards essence energy belonged to the crude style. But this move of Yi Yuan's required extremely fine control over essence energy. This point, even he, as a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist, could not accomplish it too. This kind of skill, without going through repeated tempering, it was simply impossible to master. As for He Shumming, the astonishment in his heart was even more intense compared to Ji Changshun. Ji Changshun did not know, But He Shuming was an alchemy saint powerhouse. The ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse. This essence silk thread reading pulse was an extremely profound pulse reading skill. It had a close to perverse requirement towards control of essence energy and soul force. He Shuming had also attempted to train this skill before. But in the end, he still gave up because it was too hard. Essence silk thread pulse reading was not just condensing essence energy into a fine thread and inserting into a martial artist's body that simple. If that were the case, he could also do it. The hardest part about essence silk thread pulse reading was the probing inside the martial artist's body after entering the martial artist's meridians. The control of essence energy in this could not have the slightest deviation. Otherwise, it would fall short of success and even damage the martial artist's body. This was still He Shuming's first time seeing essence silk thread pulse reading on an alchemy sovereign realm coming from a junior's body. As far as he knew, those able to master this skill were all powerhouses above alchemy saint. This boy was definitely putting on an act. He did not have any way to probe Jiyu Qing's meridians at all. Yes, it must be like this. Before long, Yi Yuan withdraw his essence energy. That thread of essence energy dissipated immediately. Jiyu Changshun inquired with a hopeful look, "Master Yi, how is my daughter's illness?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "A little troublesome." He Shuming perked up the moment he heard and immediately laughed coldly as he said, "Heh, can't diagnose means can't diagnose. Pretending for what? Like I said, how can essence silk thread pulse reading be so easy to master? Almost got hoodwinked by you, this punk." Jiyu Changshiren's face fell following that too. The atmosphere became rather odd for a moment. But Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, "Is that so? The troublesome I said was not because I have no way, but because I wonder which moron tied Miss Jiyu onto this ice bed. That fool completely doesn't have a clue about Miss Gu's illness and summed that this 10,000-year profound ice bed could suppress the mental demon. In the end, not only did it not have any effect, it worsened the illness instead." "Hey! What are you glaring so angrily for? I wasn't talking about you." The more Yi Yuan talked, the blacker He Shuming's face became. Yi Yuan's ability to scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry was truly at the acme of perfection. Who else could this fool be other than him, He Shuming? "Boy, I admit that your verbal skills are impressive. Since you say that the 10,000-year profound ice bed is useless, then say what's up with Qing," He Shuming said with a black face. Yi Yuan said in amazement, "Eh? It's really you? Could it be that you, this alchemy saint, was bought with earth essence crystals? Alchemy saint treating people's illnesses, not knowing but pretending to know is a great taboo. You don't even know this point. You didn't even figure out her sickness and dared to make the Jiyu family tie her onto the 10,000-year profound ice bed. I'm really in awe of your courage. Are you trying to save people or harm people?" He Shuming was almost about to explode from anger. If He Shuming wasn't present, even if Yi Yuan really had the ability to save Jiyu Qing, he would also smack Yi Yuan to death with one palm. Without any suspense, Jiyu Changshun gave him a glance with a profound meaning again. "Boy, if you want to be rampant, wait until you ascertain Qing'er's illness before you be rampant. You keep on refusing to say, diverting family head Gu's attention, it should be that you didn't find out the cause of the illness, right?" He Shuming said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Honestly, I feel that your reputation, this alchemy saint, are too exaggerated. You don't even know some basic knowledge of alchemist. When other alchemists are attending to patients, shouldn't you back away a little? I'm not saying naturally because I'm afraid that you'd secretly learn, but with your intellect, even if you secretly learn, you probably can't reach genuine alchemy saint standards either. Forget it, if you want to secretly learn, that's up to you as well. I'm here to tell you that the real cause of Miss Gu's illness is no cause of illness." Chapter 725, Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things. Chapter 725, Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things, no cause of illness? Are you messing with me? With this, Jiyu Changshiren's face could not refrain from turning black too. Jiyu Qing with this half-dead appearance, and Yi Yuan actually said that there was no cause of illness. Simply the biggest joke in the world. Haha. I already said that this boy is deliberately trying to act mystical, right? He doesn't know Essence silk thread pulse reading at all and even pretended in front of us. Truly ignorant. Yi Yuan, you cut Ji Yu Hong's ear and even opened your mouth wide to demand for the luxuriant fragrance hall. Now, you're actually telling me that there isn't a cause for the illness? Could it be that you really think my Ji Yu family is easy to bully? Brother Jun, Yi Yuan making a fool out of my Ji Yu family like this, are you going to intervene too? Under Ji Yu Changshuan's rage, he even changed his address of Yi Yuan too. If not for being wary of Jun Tianyu, he would have long made a move to exterminate Yi Yuan. Jun Tianyu was at a loss too, uncertain what Yi Yuan was driving at by saying it like this. But he still voiced out, if Yi Yuan ye came in order to take liberties with your Ji Yu family, your vengeance. This Jun will receive it. The words were still matchlessly domineering. Even if he made war with a large aristocratic family like the Ji Yu family again, he would not hesitate to either. Jun Tianyu, you simply puss. I plussing others too far. Ji Yu Chang's son said furiously. For a moment, both parties became dangerously explosive. But Yi Yuan said coolly, all relax. So nervous for what? Miss Ji Yu truly isn't ill, but she fell into an illusion and is unable to extricate herself. What did you say? Illusion? How is that possible? Ji Yu Changshun said with a face full of disbelief. Brat, making things up when you can't find the cause of the illness. Qing'er is right in this Ji Yu manner. Who dares to cast illusionary arts on her and make her enter an illusionary realm? Moreover, Ji Yu Changshun is a heaven enlightenment realm. Somebody made his daughter fall into an illusion, and he actually did not know. He Shuming said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, stop talking already. The more you speak, the more it exposes your ignorance. Therefore, shut your mouth up and listen to me say finish properly, alright? You. Fine, this old man wants to see just what can you say. He Shuming said with a cold snort. Regarding Yi Yuan's excuse, forget about Ji Yu Changshun, even Jun Tianyu did not really believe it. To make people fall into an illusion, it ultimately required some external functions. But with their heaven enlightenment realm strength, they could not detect anything amiss with Ji Yu Qing at all. But Ji Yu Qing was clearly like being possessed, not recognizing her closest kin, her face contorted savagely. This was the strange aspect of Ji Yu Qing's illness and also the reason why everyone kept failing to find out. This situation already persisted for 3 years' time. If someone cast illusionary arts on Ji Yu Qing, with Ji Yu Changshuan's strength, it was impossible to not detect it at all, unless the caster's strength already reached the level of reaching the heaven. But if there was really somebody who could reach such a level, how could they possibly make things difficult for a little girl? All of these made no sense at all. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, family head Ji Yu, I wonder if prior to your daughter being born, has your wife encountered enemies trying to kill her before? Moreover, the other party should have someone skilled in illusionary arts or divine soul attacks. The moment Ji Yu Changshun heard, his expression involuntarily became grim and he said with a nod, this is indeed so. Back then, my wife was expecting. I brought her along to the Holy Land. In the end, we were ambushed along the way by a group of bandit. That bunch of bandits, their strength were not very strong. But among them had someone whose illusionary arts were very bizarre. Even I almost suck. You bed to it too. That battle, my Ji Yu family suffered heavy losses. Even my wife was also injured in that battle. Later on, not long after Qing'er was born, she left this world. Yi Yuan nodded and said, then that's right. Me saying that your daughter fell into an illusion isn't saying that she had an illusionary art cast on her, but it came with her since birth. If my conjectures are right, what that person cast should be a wide-range illusionary art, making quite a few people present all fall for it immediately, right? That's right. Even though this goose strength is a little strong, I was also affected terribly by that illusionary art. I paid an extremely dear price for this before barely managing to forcefully escape alive with my wife. We nearly met with our deaths there. Ji Yu Changshun still had some lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the incident back then. Very clearly, it was a very slim chance of survival at that time. At that time, your daughter was in the womb, but her divine soul had already gradually condensed and also suffered some influence. It was just that due to the mother's body's protection, her influence was not too great. But this bit of influence quietly lied low in her divine soul. In the future, if it triggered by chance, it would be like this now, behaving crazily. Therefore, did your daughter suffer some kind of stimulation 3 years ago? Yi Yuan explained. 3 years ago, she took fancy on a punk and wanted to be together with him. But I disapproved and locked her up. Who knew that it actually became like this? At first, I thought that she was feigning madness. But later, only when she actually really killed people on sight did I know that something really went wrong with her. Master Yi is truly God-like. To actually deduce the matter back then close to the mark like you saw it with your own eyes just by relying on diagnosing the pulse. Truly impressive. Earlier, how this Jiyu has given offense. Master Yi, please don't take offense. Jiyu Changshun gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You, as a father, I can understand that kind of attitude. But this guy keeps on wagging his tongue here, irritating to the max. That whatever alchemy saint, do you still have anything to say now? If there isn't anything you want to say, can you get lost or not? Unable to achieve anything, but good at ruining things. He Shuming never thought that Yi Yuan actually found the cause of the illness miraculously. Furthermore, his deduction was just like he saw it with his own eyes. Moreover, this kind of cause which lurked in the depths of the divine soul was simply unable to be fished out, alright? Just what kind of method did Yi Yuan diagnose it through? But hearing Yi Yuan say so, He Shuming became visibly stung and said, Stinking brat, what did you say? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Isn't it so? Why is the 10,000-year profound ice able to suppress mental demons? It's because it can have an impact on suppressing the divine soul. This kind of illusionary art which incubates in the depths of the divine soul wouldn't be too dangerous to martial artists. Even if not treated, Miss Jiyu can completely break through by relying on her own soul force after a few months. But you tied her onto 10,000-year profound ice, suppressing her divine soul, amplifying the effect of the illusionary art instead. Said that you're unable to achieve anything, but are good at ruining things. Is that a little light or not? Yi Yuan's words made He Shuming's countenance changed again and again. His analysis was incisive. But this way, he actually became the main culprit for Jiyu Qing's illness worsening. With this, how would Jiyu Changshun view him? Indeed, Jiyu Changxian's expression changed. His expression when looking at He Shuming became odd. Even though he knew that He Shuming was unintentional, the charge of carelessly treating his daughter could not easily be dismissed. But He Shuming's relations, Hi+P with the Jiyu family was very friendly. Jiyu Changshun did not know how he should handle it for a moment too. No matter what, He Shuming was the ancient opulent city's only alchemy saint powerhouse as well, even though this alchemy saint seemed rather unworthy of the title in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 726, Meteor Trading Company. Chapter 726, Meteor Trading Company. You're making malicious remarks carelessly. If you have the ability, cure Qing'er. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense in front of this old man, He Shuming said furiously. Unraveling illusionary arts is just a matter of a wave of a hand. What's difficult about it? Yi Yuan said coolly. He Shuming really wanted to defame Yi Yuan a couple of sentences, but he swallowed his words back down when it reached the tip of his tongue. This boy's means were indeed rather bizarre. Since he could find the cause of the illness, wanting to cure Jiyu Qing was likely really not something hard. Don't be all talk and no action, He Shuming said coldly. But Yi Yuan did not respond. He just looked at He Shuming indifferently, smiling faintly, and not speaking. When Jiyu Changshun saw this scene, how could he not know Yi Yuan's intention? He could only say awkwardly, Brother He, how about, you withdraw for a bit first for the time being? He Shuming could not help freezing when he heard that. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan simmered with rage. Snort. He Shuming flicked his sleeves grandly and left. The fly is finally gone. Once He Shuming left, Yi Yuan came to Jiyu Qing's side, muttering incantations from his mouth. He actually recited incantations. Very soon, Yi Yuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire dungeon in waves in Sanskrit. Ah! Don't say any more words. Yi Yuan's voice reverberated by Ji Yuqing's ears, making her expression became as if in pain. But Yi Yuan was completely indifferent towards Ji Yuqing's plea and still stubbornly recited the incantations. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's reciting voice abruptly stopped. Soul cleansing. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. That faintly discernible voice drifting in the dungeon poured into Ji Yuqing's sea of consciousness all at once. Ji Yuqing's entire body trembled but did not struggle anymore. Her two eyes also gradually became limpid from murky. Yi Yuan turned around and said to Ji Changshun, "Family head Ji Yu, your daughter is already fine. But she has already been tied on this 10,000-year profound ice for 2 to 3 years' time. This had considerable harm to her divine soul. I'll give a prescription for a medicinal soup. After drinking, she will recover." Ji Changshun noticed that noxious air on his daughter's body immediately melted into the air after Yi Yuan's cry. Yi Yuan indeed fully cured Ji Yuqing's ailment. "Master Yi, this Ji Yu is indebted forever," Ji Changshun said in great joy. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Family head Ji Yu don't need to be courteous. I'm undeserving of the grat. 1 Tude. Family head Ji Yu, don't resent this, ye will do. Dare not. With the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, it stirred up a mighty uproar in the ancient opulent city. The district the luxuriant fragrance hall was at was the most flourishing plusing district in the ancient opulent city. No matter doing what kind of business here, it could all prosper. To the Ji Yu family, this luxuriant fragrance hall could be said to bring in bushels of gold daily, but it got occupied by a divine traversing realm boy who was little known. When this matter was dug out by people, it made everyone's jaws drop. Everyone was curious how a divine traversing realm boy seized away such a piece of land from the hands of a colossal giant like the Ji Yu family. What made people click their tongues in surprise even more was that the Ji Yu family, as one of the 3 great aristocratic families, actually did not even let out a fart. The time since Yi Yuan ascended was very short. The people he came into contact with were also very few. His ability was only circulated among the ancient opulent city's upper echelons at present. Although many people did not know the inside story, everyone exercised restraint towards this rising force virtually without experts. Because everyone could see that Yi Yuan and Zhun Tianyu frequently traveled together. Their relation seemed to be very close. Looking at the manner of speech and behavior between the two of them, it did not look like the relations Hi+P between a senior and a junior at all. Rather, it looked like extremely close friends instead. With Zhun Tianyu backing him from behind, who dared to act rashly without careful considerations? On this day, Yi Yuan and Zhun Tianyu came to a trading company in the city together. "Younger brother Yi, if you're seeking collaboration, you should go find the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company with the greatest strength. Why do you want to find a small trading company like the Meteor Trading Company?" Zhun Tianyu said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan helping to treat Ji Yuqing's illness with the luxuriant fragrance hall as the condition naturally had his own idea. After entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan could be said to be a lone soul now. Wanting to cultivate rapidly, he obviously needed even more resources. But following the rise in Yi Yuan's realm, his requirements towards resources became increasingly greater too, and more expensive. With his current assets, he simply could not afford it. When at the lower realms, Yi Yuan leaned on a major force like the Wufang city and did not have to trouble over cultivation resources before at all. But after arriving at the divine realm, everything was different. Therefore, Yi Yuan's urgent matter on hand was to earn earth essence crystals or merit point. If it was like this, selling medicinal pills was naturally the most profitable avenue, and also the channel which Yi Yuan was most skilled in. Since it was selling medicinal pills, he needed a stable source of spirit medicines. Finding a large trading company to supply the goods was naturally the first choice. It was just that what made Zhun Tianyu puzzled was that Yi Yuan did not reach for the ancient opulent city's #1 major trading company, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, to cooperate. Instead, He chose a second-rate trading company like the Meteor Trading Company to work together with. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is akin to the sun at high noon in the ancient opulent city. It is virtually occupying half of the country. How can such a major force possibly take fancy on us, a puny little fragrant medicine pavilion? Cooperating with the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, we don't have equal power, nor will they give us this power either. Rather than going to get rebuffed, we're better off putting up with the second best, choosing the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate. The relative size of Meteor Trading Company's business is very small, and they have always been completely suppressed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. I think they should very much want to take a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market." Regarding this new shop's name, Yi Yuan had thought of it long ago. It would be called the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Zhun Tianyu was clearly ignorant regarding this area. Only when he heard Yi Yuan's explanation did he come to a realization. But there was one point which Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Zhun Tianyu. His friends. Hi+P was quite deep with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman in his previous life. This life, ascending from the lower realms, he naturally had to choose a trading firm he was closer to. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there are still so many tricks of the trade in between this. But I think that when they see those few types of medicinal pills of yours, they will definitely be very willing to cooperate with us. Those few kinds of medicinal pills of yours are simply too incredible, Zhun Tianyu said with an excited look. Yi Yuan let him test several kinds of medicinal pills' medicinal effects previously. The result was that it astounded him, this Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist, greatly. Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were more than a level stronger than the medicinal pills with the same specifications on the market. More importantly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were sold cheaper than those medicinal pills. If Zhun Tianyu were an ordinary martial artist, he would buy Yi Yuan's medicinal pills without any hesitation. Yi Yuan smiled and walked into the Meteor Trading Company together with Zhun Tianyu. "Dear customer, may I ask if you need anything? Our Meteor Trading Company has just about everything. Meteor Trading Company, weapons, cultivation methods, you can freely pick." The moment the duo entered, an elderly person immediately came up to welcome and started promoting the stuff in the shop. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Old man, I see that you have few visitors here. Business doesn't seem to be too good." That old man said, "Dear customer, don't look at how we have few people here. The things here are all authentic. Not like some black-hearted merchants, specialized in harming martial artists. Young customer, what thing do you want?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm not here to buy things. I'm here to find you guys to talk business. I wonder who makes the call in the ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company." Chapter 727, Testing Pills. Chapter 727, Testing Pills Talk Business. The old man could not help freezing. "I'm the ancient opulent street's fragrant medicine pavilion's owner, Yi Yuan." "Oh, it's the former luxuriant fragrance hall," Yi Yuan explained. "The luxuriant fragrance hall. You're the luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner?" the old man said in surprise. Regarding the news of the luxuriant fragrance hall changing owners, the old man had obviously heard of it too. But he did not pay too much attention. The old man never would have thought that this luxuriant fragrance hall's new owner was actually a divine traversing realm young man. "Our fragrant medicine pavilion plans on running medicinal pills business and specially come to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate," Yi Yuan said. The old man could not refrain from laughing when he heard that and said, "Young man, doing business isn't as simple as you think. You say that you want to do medicinal pills business. I wonder what kind of rank of alchemists that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion of yours have to hold down the fort. Also, what first-rate pill formulas do you have?" After the astonishment, the old man was somewhat disdainful towards Yi Yuan. "Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and you're already wanting to come out and do business like others." He knew Zhun Tianyu. Presumably, for the Jiyu family to pinch their nose and hand the luxuriant fragrance hall over was likely still because they feared Zhun Tianyu. It was just that the old man was very puzzled why the all-along solitary Zhun Tianyu would mix together with a snotty brat. Even though Zhun Tianyu was formidable, The old man did not have any fear towards him. Although the Meteor Trading Company's power in the ancient opulent city was weaker, the entire Meteor Trading Company's power was extremely immense. A puny little Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse was simply inadequate in front of them. The old man also had the confidence that Jun Tianyu did not dare to be unbridled here. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If I didn't see wrongly, your ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company should be a 6-star branch, right? You're merely a 5-star manager, can't make the decision at all. What's the use of talking about these with you?" The old man's expression changed, and he said vigilantly, "How did you know that I'm a 5-star manager? No, wait, how are you so clear about the Meteor Trading Company's branch grading? These things, normal people don't know at all," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "You don't need to care about this. Just care about bringing me to go see the person who runs things will do." This old man was clearly also just a shopkeeper and could not make the decision at all. The Meteor Trading Company's head manager should be a 6-star manager. With Yi Yuan's relations, HI+P with the Meteor Trading Company's chairman, knowing this point was too normal. The old man was just about to refuse when a melodious voice came from the inner chamber. "Let Mr. Yi and Lord Jun come in." The old man was helpless when he heard that and could only bring Yi Yuan duo in. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help being rather curious. Could it be that the head manager in this ancient opulent city's Meteor Trading Company was actually a woman? The duo following old Duan into the inner chamber. Indeed, they saw a woman wearing a veil sitting at the left-hand side. Beside her even stood an elderly person who was shockingly a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse too. Seeing Yi Yuan duo enter, their gazes could not help sizing Yi Yuan up. And the moment Yi Yuan came in, he naturally sized this woman up as well. This woman was merely a boundless realm martial artist but sat on the chair while that Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist was actually standing behind her. Looks like this woman's a dent. One Tai was extraordinary. Mr. Yi is actually aware of my Meteor Trading Company's grading system. Truly unexpected. If it's convenient, can you tell Chenna where you got to know it from? The woman called Chenna took the lead to speak first. Yi Yuan said, "Business is business. If Miss Chenna is interested, this he can slowly tell you in the future. But this he came today with sincerity to talk about cooperation." Chenna did not pester too much on this topic. Even though ordinary martial artists did not know about the Meteor Trading Company's grading system, it was not some secret either. But she was very curious. Yi Yuan was poor and had nothing. What was he using to cooperate with her? The matter that happened in the city these few days, Elder Duan did not know, but she was crystal clear. As a major trading firm, if she could not even find out about this bit of information, she did not need to mix around anymore either. Yi Yuan, this youth was absolutely not as simple as seen on the surface. Disregarding other things, just this Jun Tianyu following Yi Yuan like a guard was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Fine then. Since Mr. Yi doesn't wish to say any more, then let's dive right into the topic. Your fragrant medicine pavilion can be said to have zero foundation in ancient opulent city. Although there is Lord Jun convoying, it probably won't be that easy to want to gain a firm foothold. This transaction won't do just by relying on martial strength. Doesn't Mr. Yi have the suspicion of wanting to gain something without risking anything of your own by finding us for cooperation? Chenna said without mincing her words at all. Actually, Chenna did not think this way in her heart at all. For Yi Yuan to want to establish the fragrant medicine pavilion, he had to choose a trading company to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not choose the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company but came straight to the Meteor Trading Company. It was sufficient to discern Yi Yuan's wisdom and farsightedness. It was just that she did not feel Yi Yuan could have any confidence to collaborate with her either. But Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's location made Chenna very moved. Hence, that was why she let Yi Yuan come in. If the Meteor Trading Company took over the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, then they would surely be able to cut down the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's SPACE, letting the Meteor Trading Company open up the market in the ancient opulent city. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's site was seriously too good. Chenna was not thinking of cooperation at all in her heart, but the fragrant medicine pavilion subordinating to the Meteor Trading Company. Hence, she was aggressive right from the start. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Miss Chenna don't need to scheme in vain. My fragrant medicine pavilion is only seeking a source of goods and doesn't have plans to become any force's subordinate. However, as long as Miss Chenna promises to provide the fragrant medicine pavilion with a supply of goods, this he can guarantee to increase the Meteor Trading Company's market share to 20% within half a year." Chenna's gaze involuntarily sharpened when she heard that, but she revealed a disbelieving look. It was just that her expression was obstructed by the veil, so as to not be too impolite either. The Meteor Trading Company's market share in ancient opulent city now did not even reach 10%, being crushed by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company until they could not raise their heads. If they could increase to 20%, that would absolutely be a tremendous improvement. The profit in this was not a small amount. Except, Yi Yuan was a puny little divine traversing realm. On what basis could he achieve this? Who, 20%? Isn't Mr. Yi talking in your dreams? Our Meteor Trading Company entered the ancient opulent city a little late, but it's been 10 years already too. But in this 10 years' time, we only opened up less than 10% of the market share. You want to increase our share to 20% in one go. Isn't this boasting a little too exaggerated? Chenna said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, 20% is just a conservative estimate. If both parties collaborate happily, 30% isn't impossible either. Don't be in a rush to doubt first. Take a look at these few medicinal pills before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out to the table and wiped. 5 to 6 kinds of medicinal pills appeared in front of Chenna. Mystic Dew Pill, Purple Heart Pill, Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pill. These medicinal pills are all common wares. Could it be that Mr. Yi's reliance is these? Chenna's tone revealed thick disappointment, feeling like her calling Yi Yuan in was a complete waste of time. But Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Miss Chenna, don't be impatient. Why not sample these few medicinal pills first?" Chapter 728, Respect. Chapter 728, Respect. Mr. Yi, I don't know where your confidence came from. But I feel that the only way of working together between us is the luxuriant fragrance hall's title deed. You offer the land, I offer manpower and goods. This way, everyone will be happy with the collaboration. Very clearly, Chenna already lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan, directly putting her cards on the table. As for these medicinal pills in front of her, she could not even be bothered to try them at all. If it was Tier 6 medicinal pills in front of her, then fine. But with some run-of-the-mill Tier 5 medicinal pills, Chenna normally would not even give it a look. What was there to sample? While at this time, Jun Tianyu, who was silent all along, finally opened his mouth. "Miss Chenna, don't be mistaken. We came to find the Meteor Trading Company to cooperate, not to seek your charity. Once these few medicinal pills appears on the market, it will absolutely be able to bring a rather scary profit. We came to find your Meteor Trading Company first is to give you guys the opportunity to open up the ancient opulent city situation. Once we find other trading companies to collaborate, it will probably be even harder for you all to survive in the ancient opulent city." These few types of medicinal pills looked very unremarkable. But the profits contained in them were absolutely terrifying. Even if Jun Tianyu did not understand these, he also knew that this was a chance that Yi Yuan was handing out to the Meteor Trading Company, and not the Meteor Trading Company giving arms to the fragrant medicine pavilion. It was just that this kind of opportunity, not everyone could grasp it. Whether or not they cherished it would be up to themselves. Heh, what high-sounding sentiments. A tiny force who doesn't even have alchemy ancestors actually wants to provide an opportunity for our Meteor Trading Company, said the elderly man behind Chenna with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he also felt that this manner of saying things was too comical. Without alchemy ancestor powerhouses, it meant they were unable to refine Tier 6 medicinal pills. The profit from selling 100 Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have as much profit as selling 1 Tier 6 medicinal pills either. These few medicinal pills in front of them were all common wares, the most ordinary Tier 5 medicinal pills. There was not much profit to speak of at all. What kind of waves could such medicinal pills stir up? The fragrant medicine pavilion wanting to gain a firm foothold in the ancient opulent city by relying on these few medicinal pills without even an alchemy ancestor was simply the greatest joke in the world. Yi Yuan stood up when he heard that and lightly wiped the table, putting away the medicinal pills. Lightly sighing, he said, "Me coming to find you guys to cooperate was taking into account that I have some relations. HI+P with the Meteor Trading Company. But Miss Chenna's judgment seriously makes people not quite dare to flatter. No wonder the Meteor Trading Company came to the ancient opulent city for already as long as 10 years and still can't handle the situation. Since we can't see eye to eye, farewell." Yi Yuan knew that his cultivation realm at present was hard to convince the public. This kind of result was actually within his expectations too. But with his character, he would not deign to extol his own medicinal pills at all. Yi Yuan knew that with the Meteor Trading Company's strength, they definitely already knew of his actions some time ago in ancient opulent city. If they were merchants with foresight, finding him to cooperate now was absolutely a wise move. Looking at it now, it was his wishful thinking. Finished talking, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu headed out in tandem. When Chenna heard Yi Yuan's evaluation, her delicate body involuntarily shuddered, feeling like she suffered tremendous humiliation. The ancient opulent city kept failing to get a larger share of the market. This was indeed a worry of hers. Yet, Yi Yuan digging open her scar without any mercy still made her somewhat unable to tolerate it. "Halt!" Chenna suddenly stood up and shouted. But Yi Yuan was like he did not hear it, continuing to walk out. Chenna's dainty fists clenched tightly, and she shouted once more, "Yi Yuan, I asked you to stop." But Yi Yuan still did not stop, looking like he was going to go out soon. Right at this time, that Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouse behind Chenna moved. Chi. Yet, when his figure had just moved, a pitilessly fierce and swift sword Chi also arrived instantly. Boom. The elderly man fell back several steps in a row before he could barely manage to stop his figure. Very clearly, he lost this round. But because of him taking action, Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu stopped moving. The old man was a Heaven Enlightenment realm powerhouse. Although Jun Tianyu was powerful, he was not powerful to the extent of disregarding him either. I've long heard that Jun Tianyu's sword intent is unparalleled. Seeing it today, it indeed lived up to its name, the old man praised him. "You flatter me. However, while the transaction didn't work out, our amicable relations HI+P is still there. If you're like this again next time, then don't blame me for not being courteous," Jun Tianyu said coolly. Just arrogant. Even when facing a colossal Titan like the Meteor Trading Company, Jun Tianyu similarly dared to utter threat. The elderly man's expression changed slightly, but he really did not dare to make a move. That sword earlier was just a modest display of a master's skill, but it already let the old man see Jun Tianyu's might. "Miss Chenna was just asking you guys to stay. Why must your esteemed self be so overbearing?" said the elderly man with a somber look. Jun Tianyu said coolly, "The matter of the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan makes the call for everything. Since he doesn't wish to stay, I naturally won't stay either." Chenna's and the old man's expressions changed slightly when they heard that. The exalted ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman actually listened to a divine traversing realm brat's orders. This simply made people dare not believe it. Previously, they all thought that between Jun Tianyu and Yi Yuan there was a relations HI+P of equals. Looking at it now, it was totally not like this. What difference was there between the current Jun Tianyu and an underling? After the shock, Chenna came before Yi Yuan with quick steps and extended a palm out to him, saying with a huff, "Give it to me. I want to see just what miraculous aspects these few common wares of yours have. To actually give you such great confidence." Although Chenna's face was rather obscure being separated by a veil, without needing to look, one would also know that she was a little girl in a fit of pique right now, wanting to prove that Yi Yuan's medicinal pills had not a single redeeming feature. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "I gave you the opportunity earlier already. You didn't grasp it yourself." Chenna said coldly, "Humph." Pretending to be mysterious. "Your medicinal pills are probably a pile of trash, right?" Yi Yuan shot Chenna a glance rather surprisedly. Why would the Meteor Trading Company send such a young Lane SS over to manage affairs? This kind of judgment, this kind of forbearance, how could she possibly manage a trading firm well? Currently, the Meteor Trading Company striding forward with difficulty in the ancient opulent city was probably all because of this little Lane SS, right? Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, Chenna felt like she was being humiliated by people. If Jun Tianyu looked down on her, she absolutely would not be so livid with rage. But what did Yi Yuan count as? He was just a measly little alchemy sovereign. Moreover, a brat who was still wet behind his ears. If you say that it's trash, then it's trash. What's the point of debating over this now? Miss Chenna, if you want to negotiate, straighten out your attitude first. I've made known my attitude right from the start. I'm here to seek a collaboration, not looking for arms. You want to obtain other people's respect, but first, you have to learn to respect others, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chenna could not help becoming stiff when she heard that. This brat was actually lecturing her. When she was commanding the wind and clouds in the trading firm, this brat was still drinking milk at God knows where. He actually dared to lecture her. Fine. I'll give you adequate respect. But if those medicinal pills of yours are all a bunch of trash, what then? Chenna sucked in a deep breath and said somberly. Chapter 729, Profits. Chapter 729, Profits. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, how about this, if my medicinal pills can't make the cut, the fragrant medicine pavilion is yours. I only want 10% of the profits. If my medicinal pills make the cut, you guys provide the medicinal herbs, we're responsible for refining the pills. Profits are 70% for me, 30% for you. Chenna's brain revolved very quickly and answered immediately, fine, bring the medicinal pills over. I want to see just what miraculous areas those common wares of yours have. Yi Yuan smiled and took the medicinal pills out once more. Chenna snatc head over the medicinal pills and was going to stuff it into her mouth when she was stopped by the old man. Miss Chenna, better let me. Chenna pushed aside the elderly man's hand and said indignantly, it's fine. I don't believe that he dares to poison me to death. As she said, Chenna threw a Tier 5 essence restoring pill straight into her mouth, king her head like putting on a show of force. Yi Yuan did not respond. He just quietly waited for Chenna's reaction. Merely thus. Yi Yuan, you lost. Isn't this Tier 5 essence restoring pill the same as normal ones? Even the taste is. Chenna's words were said halfway when it was swallowed right back down. The expression on her face became interesting as well. Chenna was a boundless realm medicinal pill. Tier 5 medicinal pills did not have much effect on her. But the good and bad of medicinal pills, she would know with a try. At this time, the expression on Chenna's face became extremely fascinating. Even when separated by a veil, it was also able to make people sense her shock. How is this possible? Chenna muttered under her breath. Miss, what's wrong? Could it be that his medicinal pills are really different? Asked the elderly man curiously. But Chenna did not reply him, picking up the mystic dew pill and swallowing it down directly. With this, the expression on Chenna's face became even more unthinkable. Following that was the purple heart pill. By the time she sampled all of the medicinal pills, her entire person was trembling. Miss, what's the matter? When the old man saw Chenna's reaction, he could not help getting rather worried. Chenna suddenly grabbed hold of the old man's arm and said agitatedly, Elder Duan, these medicinal pills simply have limitless potential. With them, we can definitely open up the ancient opulent city's market. No, we can definitely drive out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. So exaggerated? Just what miraculous aspects do these medicinal pills have? Elder Duan also said curiously. Chenna said agitatedly, of course it's this exaggerated. These Tier 5 medicinal pills, each type of medicinal effect are 40 to 60% stronger than medicinal pills of the same kind. Once such medicinal pills are rolled out, what kind of demand do you think it will incur from divine traversing realm martial artists? Elder Duan's pupils constricted slightly as well when he heard that and said, how is that possible? These few types of Tier 5 medicinal pills are all extremely mature medicinal pills. It's simply impossible to increase that much medicinal efficacy. Chenna said excitedly, that's why I say that not only can we gain a larger share of the ancient opulent city's market, but we can also squeeze out the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Chenna's eyes emitted light as if already seeing the outcome of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company being completely beaten down. Are these few medicinal pills of mine still par sable? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. More than just par sable. It's simply too incredible. With these medicinal pills, our Meteor Trading Company. Chenna's words were said halfway when she noticed Yi Yuan currently looking at her with a half smile. Only then did he come to realize that even if these medicinal pills were any more incredible, what relations did they had with her? Yi Yuan said with a smile, with Miss Chenna's attitude, my medicinal pills should be considered a par SS. Then our agreement, can it be honored or not? Chenna could not help freezing when she heard that and said with an embarrass. Said look, this. Earlier, what I said were all words said in anger. Can we talk it over again or not? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, a gentleman never goes back on his words. How can things agreed upon be reneged? But I'm not a gentleman. I'm a girl. Chenna twisted logic to win the argument. Heh, so what then? Actually, I really brought sincerity here this time. Originally, my plan was to divide 50/50ths. That way, everyone will be happy. I gave your Meteor Trading Company the opportunity. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Whatever you say now is already too late. Yi Yuan was not moved and said indifferently. It was fine if Yi Yuan did not say it. The moment he said it, Chenna regretted. She despised Yi Yuan in such manner earlier and even wanted to swallow up the fragrant medicine pavilion. Looking at it now, it was simply foolish to the extreme. In this short while, the Meteor Trading Company lost 20% profit straight away. This made people too depressed. Chenna could foresee that as soon as these medicinal pills entered the market, there would absolutely be massive amounts of earth essence crystals rolling in. 20% profit was absolutely generous to the extreme, but now, could it be that she had to let 20% profit sink into the water? Chenna was very unresigned. Her eyes swiveled around and recalled the words Yi Yuan said before leaving. She opened her mouth and said, didn't Mr. Yi say that you have some relations? HI+P with our Meteor Trading Company? Chenna apologizes to you here. On account of our two families' relations. HI+P, give back the 20% profit to us, all right? Talking until the back, Chenna's words even had somewhat of a spoiled child's overtone. Her voice was nice to listen to. If it were a guy, their bones would probably turn limp under such an attack. Yi Yuan was, of course, moved as well. But this sort of outcome was Chenna's own fault. He would not sympathize. Miss Chenna don't need to waste your efforts already. Things that this Yi decided, no body is able to change it. The profit I can give you guys now is only 30%. If you guys aren't willing, I can find other trading firms to collaborate. I believe that this Yi's medicinal pills should interest quite a few trading firms, Yi Yuan said resolutely. Of course, there would be quite a few trading firms who would be interested. The medicinal effects of the medicinal pills increased 40 to 60% from the original base. Such a substantial increase was simply a martial artist's must-have. This sort of medicinal pills, how could other trading companies possibly not be interested? Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude so resolute, Chenna regretted inwardly. Except, she could also tell that Yi Yuan really did not plan on yielding. Stinking brat. Since when has this grandaunt begged people so meekly and humbly before? You actually fail to appreciate the favor, Chenna said indignantly in her heart. These words, she just thought about it in her heart but did not dare to say it out. Angering Yi Yuan, then there was really no collaboration anymore. Chenna said helplessly, fine then, I yield. 30% means 30% then, it's just that the medicinal effects of your medicinal pills are so strong. The cost probably rose quite a bit, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Miss Chenna rest assured. The cost of these medicinal pills is only 70 to 80% of those medicinal pills out there. What? Why you aren't joking, right? The medicinal effect increased so much, but the costs are lower than ordinary medicinal pills instead. Chenna nearly jumped up. Who? This he doesn't have the habit of cracking jokes. The Meteor Trading Company can send people to supervise the consumption of medicinal herbs as well as the output of medicinal pills. If this Yi is lying, it will naturally be clear, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chenna already did not know what she should say. She currently felt that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. She, this manager, was seriously too lacking in vision, losing 20% profit in vain.